175. Chen Pingon received 2 handfuls of snow, rubbed his hands together, and returned to the small cave with a smile. After warming himself up by the fire, he took out a book from the basket on his back and began to read by the light of the fire. It was a Confucian classic given to him by the sage of literature. Chen Pingon's memory was very good, and he had diligently flipped through the book along the way. He had already memorized the contents by heart, but Chen Pingon still liked to flip through the book like he was doing now, softly reading. Li Baoping once said, "Reading 100 times will reveal its meaning." Chen Pingon felt that this sentence was too well said. Therefore, every time he followed the records of Han's Han repertoire, he would use this sentence before and after Zhanshan's stance. He told himself in his heart, reading is like this, boxing is also like this. Maybe after practicing for 1,000,000 times, the fist will come naturally. After all, he had been practicing martial arts diligently day and night. Every day, he would spend 14 to 16 hours sewing and mending his body that was originally like a broken house and broken windows. The results were obvious, especially with the breathing method taught by Old Man Yang, coupled with the 18 stops of qi circulation. Chen Pingon could clearly feel his body gradually becoming stronger. Therefore, survival was no longer his only goal. Chen Pingon wanted more. For example, if he had the chance to meet again, he would show Zhanshan's dance to a girl. She would not be as dumb as she was in the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley, as if saying how could there be such an idiot in the world. Instead, she would give him a thumbs up and say the word handsome again. The book in Chen Pingon's hand was slowly flipped page by page. He was reading very seriously. The flickering bonfire shone on the young man's dark face. If others looked at him for a long time, they would have a different expression. Although the girl in the pink dress was the real body of a fire python, she had a child's heart. In Jilan Chao's library, she lived in seclusion and did not dare to show her face for fear of disaster. This time, she followed Chen Pingon back home and became more and more lively. At this time, she was busy building a snowman on the plank road. She only hated that God did not reward her with more snow. Although the green-clothed little boy was a water snake and was naturally attracted to water, he was not interested in such an ordinary winter snow. He curled up next to the bonfire listlessly, feeling sad that he had met an unworthy person and that his life was full of misfortune. The girl in the pink dress made a lifelike snowman of her master. Just as she was about to ask Chen Pingon for praise, she suddenly changed her expression and ran back to the cliff cave. She looked panicked and said, "Master, Master, there is a man and a woman on the plank road. I can't see anything about the man, but the woman has a strong demonic aura. What should we do?" "Master, Master, let me tell you, there are many beautiful demonic foxes in the world. Look, Master. Of fox 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 fox. A." Chen Pingon closed the book and said, "If they are just passing by, we will make way for them. If they want to hurt someone, it will not be too late for us to make a move." The enthusiastic little boy in green sighed and sat back down obediently. He said regretfully, "Master, you have given me a chance to make a name for myself." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "If you can return to your hometown safely, it will be a great achievement." The little boy in green felt wronged and said, "We have already entered Dolly's territory. It has always been so safe. How long will it take for me to turn 2 into 3? On the ancient plank road carved out of the cliff, a man and a woman walked in the wind and snow. The woman was wearing a brocade palace dress. She was graceful and graceful. She wore a veiled hat that covered her face. The man had an elegant face and a slender figure. He wore a snow-white marten fur coat and a red wine gourd on his waist. His whole person seemed to have blended into the wind and snow of the night. When the two of them passed by the cliff cave, the woman turned her head and looked at the 3 people in the cave. She did not look at them anymore. This casual glance made the little boy in green, who was eager to try, feel as if he had been struck by lightning. He sat even more upright than Chinpingan. On the other hand, the girl in pink, who was slightly inferior in terms of cultivation, could not help but take another look at the man and woman before she knew the severity of the situation. Chinpingan put the book on his lap and reached out to warm himself by the fire. He looked calm and did not look sideways. When the man passed by the snowman, he squinted his eyes and smiled. He found it interesting. He hesitated for a moment and turned to the cliff cave. However, he did not ask for a yard after taking an inch. He stopped outside the door and looked directly at Chinpingan. He asked in fluent Eastern Aquarius continent's official language, "My maid and I are really tired. Mister, can you let us rest for a while?" Chinpingan turned his head and looked. It was a man with a gentle temperament. Chinpingan knew that this unavoidable encounter was a blessing or a curse. If the other party had bad intentions, it did not make a difference whether he nodded or not. So he simply smiled and said, "Sure." The man entered. The woman in the veiled hat, who he called his maid, did not follow. She stood at the entrance of the cliff cave and straightened her back. The man sat cross-legged with his back to the cliff cave. He took off the wine gourd and was ready to drink. Before drinking, he said frankly, "My maid is a fox demon. She sensed the existence of the three of you before, so I let her release some demon aura as a greeting to avoid unnecessary conflicts. We have no bad intentions." After Chinpingan found that the little boy in green was nervous, he knew that things were not good. However, since things had come to this point, Chinpingan did not think much about it. He just held his breath and focused his mind, ready to deal with the man and his maid at any time. Whether it was immortals or demons on the mountain, it was hard to tell whether they were good or bad. Once the enemy was in front of them, life and death were usually decided. Chinpingan was no stranger to this. He confronted Kai Chinchien and Fu Nanhua in the alley, then fought with the mountain-moving ape, fought with Ma Kushuan in the immortal tomb, fought with the white python on Chiduan Mountain, faced the assassination of Zhu Lu at the Pillow Inn, and so on. After a series of storms, Chinpingan was able to live until now because of the two words, mental stability, which was very important. The man drank a mouthful of wine. His eyes were as clear as the moonlight. He looked at Chinpingan and said with a smile, "Young master, your martial arts realm is not high, but your fist intent is very solid. It is not easy. If you can persevere, you can reach the next realm." The little boy in green swallowed his saliva and did not dare to move. Big demon, it was really King big, bigger than the sky. The reason was very simple. The reason why the fox demon was famous in the world was not only because it was good at bewitching people, but also because it was more difficult for fox demons to hide their demon aura compared to other mountain demons. Therefore, the widely popular slay demons and devils cultivators often targeted the fox demons who were not very powerful. It was reasonable to say that the closer the fox demon outside the cliff cave was, the stronger her demon aura should be. However, when she passed by the entrance of the cave, she was already full of vitality. The little boy in green felt that she was even more ordinary than ordinary people. It was as if he could break her graceful waist with a finger. The little boy in green was one of the monsters in the world. Transforming into human form was only the first step for a mountain and swamp monster to achieve Taoism. There was still a long way to go from the Great Sui Kingdom to Dali to truly become a human. To be able to make him, a Realm 6 cultivator and a Realm 7 cultivator, unable to sense anything out of the ordinary, the child in green thought for a moment and felt that it was most appropriate to pretend to be a grandson. If this seemingly amiable person felt that being a grandson was not enough, he could even be a great-grandson. The little boy in green judged that the woman in the palace dress was at least a 9th level, and could even be a 10th level heavenly master. Fortunately, this possibility was not high. Whether the monsters in the world could reach the 10th level was a huge challenge. It was no less difficult than breaking through the 10th level bottleneck of a human cultivator. This meant that they had already been recognized by the great Tao of the world. How difficult was that? One could only imagine how much opportunity and training was needed. Therefore, the old dragon with a hidden identity, the father of the Hanshi River god, had a 10th level cultivation, which was enough to match an 11th level cultivator. Chen Pingan did not know the knack of it, but in the face of danger, it did not delay his preparation. After hearing the man's praise, he did not let down his guard. He only replied politely, "Thank you for your kind words." The man sipped his wine and said, "Young master, it's a pity that your longevity bridge was broken. If you want to repair it, it's as difficult as ascending to heaven. Why don't you find another way and just rebuild it?" At this point, the man made a sound of surprise. He thought for a moment and glanced at the book on the youth's lap. He smiled and said, "All right, there really is no story without coincidences." The man slowly got up and left. When he walked out of the cave, the woman in the palace dress was already silently leading the way. The man turned his head and looked at the snowman in the inn. He smiled and sighed, "There really is no story without coincidences." In the wind and snow, the man and woman continued on their way. The woman in the palace dress did not turn her head. She said respectfully, "Master Bai, could this coincidental encounter be the conspiracy of the saints on both sides?" The man shook his head and said, "This trip is far away to relax. I have no desires and I have hidden my traces very carefully. I did not disturb any forces. If they still want to scheme against me, then The woman in the palace dress's face under the veil hat was devastating. Her eyes were burning. Unexpectedly, the man sighed, "What can I do?" A heavy snow fell. The heavens and earth were white and clean. After walking 3 to 4 miles on the plank road, the man who was respectfully called Master Bai stopped. He looked up at the sky with a lonely expression. The woman in the palace dress could only follow and stop. She found that the man did not show any signs of moving. She carefully called, "Master Bai." The man kept looking at the sky. He said softly, "The tree wants to be still, but the wind will not stop. You said that you grew up in the vast world. Why do you want to walk through the inverted mountain? If you are homesick and want to return to your roots, this is very reasonable. But your roots are here. What do you want? The world is in a catastrophe and 9 out of 10 houses are empty. Is it fun?" The woman in the palace dress was scared out of her wits. She turned around and knelt on the ground. If one looked down from above, her enchanting figure was like a mountain. She said in a trembling voice, "Master Bai, please spare my life." The man turned a deaf ear and answered his own question, "I don't think it's fun. It's not interesting at all." The woman in the palace dress was extremely frightened. She gritted her teeth and instantly exploded with a majestic aura that could move mountains and overturn seas. The next moment, an 8-tailed giant fox as big as a mountain appeared on the plank road. It was snow white all over. It clung to the cliff and crazily climbed to the top of the mountain, trying to get away from the man. The man was indifferent. He softly called out a name, "Qingying." With a bang, a mass of blood spilled down the cliff like a rainstorm. It was a fox tail that exploded on the spot. Countless snowflakes were soaked in blood. The area around the plank road where the man stood turned into a strange and terrifying scarlet snow. It was said that there were once countless monsters that wreaked havoc in the world. Everywhere in the world, there was chaos. Mortals did not know their names and were helpless. Later on, there was a sage of virtue who cast a cauldron to inscribe the names of the monsters and record their origins. Later on, he ordered people to make more than 1,000 cauldrons and placed them on the peaks of various mountains in various continents for the people at the foot of the mountain to remember. Mortal masters did not hesitate to take risks to climb the mountain. After this experience, it was the beginning of the cultivators on the mountain. Most of those mountains became the 5 sacred mountains of later countries, enjoying the worship of countless monarchs and mortals. The colossal monster on the cliff fell into the cliff like a comet. Obviously, it was not as simple as losing one of its tails and severely damaging its cultivation. With the innate violent nature of monsters, the ferocity that erupted when they were on the verge of death or heavily injured was often even more terrifying. All the mysteries lay in the name of Qingying and the person who announced this name. The fox demon fell heavily to the bottom of the cliff, sending countless snowflakes flying. It looked like it was on the verge of death, and the bloody mist it breathed out caused the surrounding snow to melt away, revealing a large patch of muddy ground that looked like a scar. The man stood in front of the fox demon unknowingly, holding a red wine gourd and drinking a mouthful of wine. Compared to the giant fox demon that was curled up together, he was no different from an ant standing in front of a human, incomparably insignificant. Before you cultivate the 8th tail again, stay by my side obediently. There are some things that you can't meddle in for the time being. The man said slowly, if it wasn't for the incense back then, you would already be dead. Since you are still alive now, cherish it well. Let's go, let's continue our journey. The man waved his sleeve and removed the secret restriction of heaven and earth, returning the small world that he had casually cut out to the big world. The fox demon gradually changed back to human form. It struggled to get up and staggered behind the man. The woman in the palace dress looked desolate. The difference of one tail was like heaven and earth. In the past, it was enough for it to look down on its own kind. But now, it was nothing. However, it did not have any thoughts of revenge. To them that were born and raised in this world, old Master Bai's joy and anger were the might of the heavens. In the cave, the green-robed child wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with lingering fear, "It's too scary, too scary." The girl in pink was ignorant. "Is that senior's wife very powerful?" The green-robed child stomped his feet and scolded, "Silly girl, you're really a silly girl. If a fox demon that's at least at the 9th realm isn't scary, what else is? Furthermore, if a maidservant is so powerful, wouldn't the man who is the master of the fox demon be even more perverted?" The girl in pink said meekly, "Our master isn't as powerful as us." Chen Pingan could not help but chuckle. The green-robed child's eyes lit up. That's right." The green-robed child laughed out loud. Then, he coughed a few times and said bitterly, "I've lost my composure, I've lost my composure. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, master. Everyone makes mistakes. Let this flaw go with the wind and forget about it." Chen Pingan continued reading. However, he could not calm down and could only put away the Confucian classic. After thinking for a moment, he found the few prescriptions of the young Taoist Master Lu. They were all written in small, square script. Then, he picked up a thin branch and squatted on the snow-covered ground at the entrance of the cave to copy the words. In order to prevent the prescriptions from getting wet from the snow, he had to protect them carefully and could only copy one word at a time. The green-robed child who had embarrassed himself tonight wanted to sleep. The girl in pink walked around Chen Pingan and continued to perfect the snowman. At the end of the last prescription, Taoist Master Lu had taken out a green jade seal from his sleeve and stamped it on the paper. Hence, there were 4 words written in red, Lu Chen's edict. Chen Pingan copied the entire prescription from beginning to end during his calligraphy practice tonight. He did not even miss the last 4 words. On the other side of the cave, Chen Pingan meticulously used a tree branch to write the words Lu Chin. At the bottom of the cliff, which was already very far away, the man who was following behind the woman in palace attire suddenly turned his head. When Chen Pingan finally finished writing the two words edict, in an instant it was as if the world had been turned upside down. The man remained motionless with a grave expression. However, the woman in palace attire was already pale with fright. She could barely stand. The fox demon was uneasy. An instinctive fear seeped through her body. She subconsciously approached the man and called out softly, "Master Bai." The man retracted his gaze and walked forward. "It's fine. We'll just mind our own business. Who was the small well and who was the vast river? Only the heavens knew." 176, that's all for today. Early in the morning, the three of them set off on their journey. Facing the wind and snow, Chen Pingan, who was leading the way in front, suddenly stopped after he finished practicing a boxing stance. The girl in pink asked softly, "Who is the master thinking of?" Languid, the boy in green said, "In this damn weather, the master may want to find a beautiful place to take a dump. At least his butt won't be cold." The girl in pink said angrily, "Disgusting." The boy in green sighed, "Good advice is unpleasant to the ears." The Southern Stream Kingdom, which was full of Taoists and famous scholars, was particularly lively this year. A grand ceremony had just come to an end. At the border of the Southern Stream Kingdom, behind a towering mountain, there was a deep path between the mountains and forests. A young Taoist nun was walking slowly, holding an emerald bamboo branch in her hand. Her fingers were gently twisting it, and behind her was a smart and magical white elk. A man in white with a long sword was walking side by side with her, looking lonely. She said helplessly, "I've told you more than once. It's not that I don't like you just because you're in the lower 5 states, but it's also not that I'll like you just because you're in the upper 5 states. Wei Jean, it's really impossible between us. Why are you still unwilling to give up? Otherwise, tell me, how can I give up?" To ask a Taoist nun who was devoted to Taoism to speak so bluntly. It seemed that the man was really entangled with her, which made her a little annoyed. The man was Wei Jean, the genius sword practitioner of the immortal level of the Wind Snow Temple. The so-called geniuses of the cultivators on the mountain were actually divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. Wei Jean was worthy of being the first class of such a young swordsman of the 11th state. His speed of breaking through the state was far faster than his peers. Wei Jean looked dispirited. He didn't look like a man who had just broken through the threshold of the 10th state. He said with a wry smile, "Is it because you have someone you like? For example, the martial uncle in your sect?" The young Taoist nun stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at the sword cultivator of the Wind Snow Temple, whose name shook the whole continent. She was so angry that she laughed and said, "Wei Jean, why are you so unreasonable?" Although Wei Jean was expressionless, he felt somewhat wronged in his heart. He did not know how to explain or redeem himself, so he remained silent for a moment. Even though Wei Jean was so disheartened, his clothes wrinkled, in the eyes of outsiders, no matter where he stood, he was still the most vigorous sword in the world. Unfortunately, this outsider did not include the young Taoist nun in front of Wei Jean. The heart of the sword was as clear as glass, but it did not necessarily mean that one was well versed in the ways of the world. Especially in matters of love, which was the most unreasonable thing in the world, it was even more vexing. Wei Jean whispered, "He Xiaoliang, I only have one last question for you." She nodded and said, "Just ask." Wei Jean hesitated for a moment, and then he turned his gaze away and said with a hoarse voice, "You value fate the most. Then if one day, you finally encounter someone who's fated with you, then even if you don't like him in your heart, would you still choose to become Tao companions with him for the sake of the so-called Grand Tao?" All was silent. It was as if even the invisible wisps of wind between heaven and earth had frozen at this moment. The young Taoist nun smiled and said, yes. Wei Jin's eyes were completely dim, and he still did not look at the woman who had fallen in love at first sight. His eyes were red. Even if you and he become immortal companions in the eyes of the world, you will still be unhappy. He Xiaoyang, I won't lie to you, I don't want to see you unhappy. He stood beside the Taoist nun He Xiaoyang and asked directly, the great Tao often goes against the customs of the world. After all, this is the vast world. Have you thought it through? He Xiaoyang reached out and gently patted the white deer's soft back. She nodded and said, Uncle Master, I have. The young Taoist nun's face dimmed. The Taoist priest looked at the pond full of green lotus leaves. In the cold winter, countless lotus leaves had been frozen outside the mountain. Here, the plants were still slender and elegant, like the midsummer scene. He said softly, if it really comes to that, I will stand by your side. He Xiaoyang not only did not shed any tears of gratitude, but also sighed, the great Tao is really ruthless. The Taoist priest nodded. Indeed. It's good for your cultivation that you can think this way. The reason why he stood on He Xiaoyang's side and chose to stand opposite his senior brother Taoist master Xian Fu was not that he felt pity for He Xiaoyang, but that he stood on the great Tao. It just so happened that He Xiaoyang was on this great Tao. If one day this pair of master and disciple were reversed, he would also make the same choice. He Xiaoyang put away her thoughts and asked with a smile, Uncle Master, that guy we jokingly call Little Uncle Master Lu, who is he? He has been stranded at the border of Southern Stream Kingdom for nearly a year. The Taoist priest shook his head and said, I can't divine that person's origin. Since he is willing to call me senior brother, and I lost to him in chess, I can only let him be. I can only divine that he is in Lizhu Cave Heaven, the dead end of the deadlock. But Qi Jingchuan's actions were unexpected, so he still had no chance to make a move in the end. And he has some relations with the orthodox sect of the Divine Grandeur sect. That's all, I can't divine anything more. Even He Xiaoyang felt a little creeped out. Although Qi Jingchuan's last attack was quickly concealed by the various sages, He Xiaoyang had not only seen the beginning of the great battle with her own eyes, but also felt the aftershocks of the great battle. Even if she had comprehended it, it was already the end of the great waves crashing onto the shore. The ripples on the shore had already shocked He Xiaoyang. At the same time, He Xiaoyang was even more determined to pursue the Tao. The world is so vast, and the masters are so lofty. Why don't I, He Xiaoyang, go there and have a look? The Taoist priest smiled and said, don't think too much. When the water falls, the stone will come out. After that, the Taoist priest, who was considered to be of high seniority in the continent, slowly walked by the lotus pond, thinking leisurely. The Taoist priest thought about some of the most natural things in the world, such as why it rained, why people were respected, why there were waxing and waning, why there were grotto heavens and blessed lands, and so on. These things that everyone was used to were boring. That's what I like about Master the most. At the end, the girl in pink was in high spirits and her face was filled with joy. The boy in green rolled his eyes. I told you a long time ago that cultivation depends on talent and not hard work. Again. No wonder Master doesn't like you. The girl in pink stood up and quickened her pace to chase after Chen Pingan. The boy in green extended his hand and quickly formed a snowball. He stuffed it into his mouth and chewed viciously. He thought as he walked. He wanted to kill that extremely boring young master with a single punch and end everything once and for all. However, at the same time, he wanted to pinch his nose and admit his mistake against his will. However, he could not bring himself to say it as he did not want to be as boring as that bumpkin. He could not help but turn back. The boy in green missed his hometown. Here, including himself, there were only 3 of them. He did not have anyone who shared the same path. Back in his hometown, there were big bowls of wine and big chunks of meat. There were many distinguished guests there, and they were happy to settle grudges. There was no right or wrong that haunted one's heart. There was no bullsh*t logic that spoiled one's appetite. There was no master that made him so unhappy. 177. The Aquarius continent had always liked to divide the North and South with the Lakeview Academy. The North was full of barbarians, the South was full of civilization. Southerners looking down on Northerners was a matter of course. Even if it was the great Sui dynasty of the North, when faced with the refined scholars of the Southern Stream Kingdom, they would still have to admit that they were inferior by a head. Therefore, the noble families of the South were ashamed of marrying into the North. Near the end of the year, in a bustling market in the South, there was a barefoot middle-aged monk carrying an alms bowl. His face was firm and resolute, walking slowly. A juggler used all his skills to win cheers. The monk saw a small monkey tied to a wooden stake, thin and skinny, which made its eyes look big. The monk squatted down, took out half of a hard biscuit, broke it a little, placed it in the palm of his hand and extended it to the skinny monkey. However, it was frightened by the monk's kindness and fled back in panic. The iron chain was straightened in an instant, and with a rebound, the little monkey covered in whip marks fell to the ground. Its body curled up and it whimpered softly. The monk gently placed the broken biscuit near the wooden stake, broke the remaining half of the biscuit in half, and scattered them on the ground. He then put down the iron alms bowl, got up and retreated, and finally sat cross-legged 3 or 4 steps away from the wooden stake. He closed his eyes, moved his lips slightly, and silently recited the scriptures. He cultivated when he walked, he cultivated when he sat, he cultivated when he walked, he cultivated when he sat. After the monk sat down, the little monkey looked at him timidly for a long time, and finally plucked up the courage to grab a piece of biscuit, returned to its original position and ate it. Seeing that the monk was indifferent, it became bolder and stole another piece. After repeating this, it found that there was some clear water in the iron alms bowl, and drank it. In the middle of winter, the clear water in the alms bowl was warm, which made the little monkey feel comfortable, and was even less afraid of the monk. Its big eyes stared blankly at the barefoot and bald guy, as if it was full of puzzlement. After the monk finished reciting the scriptures, he opened his eyes and got up. The little monkey hid again, and the monk just bent down to take back the iron alms bowl, and left. The little monkey held on to the wooden stake, looked at the monk's back, and soon disappeared into the crowd. For the first time, it let out a light burp, scratched its skinny and fleshless cheeks, and blinked its big eyes. The barefoot monk walked with his head down in the crowd, and even if a passerby bumped into his shoulder, he did not raise his head, but bowed with his right hand in front of his chest, nodded slightly, and continued to walk. There was a crazy old man in the market. His hair and eyebrows were in knots, and his clothes were ragged. Whenever he met children, he would ask them the same question, regardless of whether their parents were rich or poor. Most of the people were not surprised by this. Most of them took their children's hands and walked away quickly. Some of them laughed and scolded him. Some of the young men with bad tempers would even push the old man. From the beginning to the end, the old man just repeated the same strange question. A group of young prodigals who knew the old man well blocked him. One of them asked with a smirk, "I have a child who hasn't been named yet. What do you want?" Of. Damn you. The old man was kicked in the stomach by the young man, and fell to the ground. The old man held his stomach and rolled on the ground. A monk crouched down and helped the old man up. The group of wanderers laughed and left. After the old man was helped up, he grabbed the monk's arm tightly and asked the monk the very disrespectful question again, "Have you named your child?" The middle-aged monk looked at the old man, shook his head, and patted the old man's dust before continuing to walk. The old man was still asking for trouble in the market, and he was looked down upon and scolded by countless people. Pedestrians. The monk walked with his head down. If he saw small insects, he would pick them up and put them on the side of the road. Finally, he saw an old temple that had been abandoned for a long time. The monk saluted with one hand outside the door and slowly walked in. In the corridor under the eaves outside the main hall, the monk began to sit cross-legged and continue to practice after eating the food in the bowl. In the twilight, Crazy Owl staggered back. He did not look at the monk and went straight to the main hall. He fell on a pile of straw, rolled up a piece of broken quilt, and tried to cover his hands and feet as much as possible. Then he fell asleep. Nothing happened that night. The old man liked to give people random names. He woke up at noon. After waking up, he left the temple and went to the city to gather with the people. As for the middle-aged monk, the old man did not see him at all. At first, people had guessed that Crazy Owl might be an eccentric person, but later they found out that he was just an old piece of trash. He didn't fight back when you hit him, he didn't talk back when you scolded him, he would cry when you hit him, and if you hit him hard, he would bleed. In the end, only some idlers were willing to make fun of him. The old man had lived in this abandoned temple for many years. In the next half-year, day after day, the monk lived here temporarily. Occasionally, he would go to the city with the old man to beg alms. Occasionally, he would go out of the city with the old man and return to his residence. The two did not talk to each other. They even rarely looked at each other. Every time the old man saw the monk, he was at a loss and could not remember anything. That night, it was raining heavily. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Amidst the storm, it was likely that even the shouts that were close at hand could not be heard clearly. The old man huddled in the straw shop would tremble with fear every time the thunder roared. The sleeping old man clenched his fists and kept murmuring, "It's Grandpa's fault for giving you a bad name. It's Grandpa's fault. It's Grandpa's fault. It's Grandpa's fault." There were no tears left on the old man's dry face, but it seemed particularly heart-wrenching. As the rapid thunder became intermittent, the old man's murmuring faded away, although the rain was still dense and frightening. But just as the old man fell into a deep sleep, the monk bent his finger and gently knocked. Dong! The sound of a wooden fish echoed in the ancient temple. It sounded like thunder in the corridor. The old man shuddered and suddenly sat up. He looked around. At first, he was at a loss, then relieved, and finally sorrowful. He stood up and walked out of the hall. The short old man in ragged clothes walked with a fierce momentum, like a tiger coming down from the mountain and a dragon crossing the river. But although the momentum was amazing, the old man's body was still very weak. He was just a tiger that refused to fall. The old man walked out of the temple and looked up. He was speechless for a long time. In the end, there was only disappointment left. The monk said softly, "All sentiments are bitter." The old man did not even look at the monk. He sneered, "What bitter? I'm happy. How can being a heartless immortal be carefree? What *t immortality? All of them are high and mighty. They only remember immortals and forget people. Ordinary people who forget their roots will be struck by lightning. Immortals who forget their roots are real immortals." What a joke. The middle-aged monk said again, "All sentient beings are bitter." The old man was silent. He sat cross-legged and clenched his fists on his knees. He mocked himself, "It feels like a lifetime has passed." At dawn, the old man who had fallen asleep suddenly woke up. His eyes turned cloudy again, and then he continued his day in a daze. Just like that, a month passed. On a full moon night in mid-autumn, the old man finally woke up. But this time, his spirit was not as good as before. He looked old. He and the monk sat in the corridor under the eaves and looked at the bright moon. The old man muttered to himself, "My grandson is very smart, the smartest scholar in the world. It is a pity that his surname is Chui. It is unfortunate that he met a grandfather like me. He is even more unfortunate. It should not be like this, it should not be like this." The middle-aged monk was silent. There was a saying in Aquarius Continent's Chui clan, "There is a temple but no monk. The wind sweeps the floor. There is incense but no fire. The moon lights the lamp." When winter came, the snow fell. The old man slept in the temple. His teeth were chattering and his face was ashen. It was as if he could not survive the winter. The monk entered with an alms bowl and gave the old man a warm dry biscuit. The old man received it in a daze and threw it on the ground. His eyes regained some clarity. He looked at the monk who picked up the dry biscuit and handed it over again. The old man shook his head. "I only want to see my grandson once. If not, I will not be able to rest in peace. I cannot swallow this anger. I want to apologize to him. It is grandfather who has let him down. I cannot go crazy. I need to wake up. Monk, save me." The old man gripped the monk's arm tightly. "Monk, as long as you let me see my grandson with a clear mind, I'm willing to do anything for you. I'll kowtow to you right now and become your disciple." "Yes, yes, yes. Monk, you are very resourceful. You will definitely be able to help me escape from the sea of bitterness." The old man who woke up this time had his spirit and chi withered like rotten wood. He showed signs of dying and his consciousness was no longer clear. The monk said indifferently, "Why can't you let go of your obsession? Even if you see him, what can you do now that things have come to this?" The old man looked sad. "How can I let it go? It is not just my problem. I can't let it go. I can't let it go for the rest of my life." The middle-aged monk thought for a moment. "Since you can't let it go, then take it up first." The old man asked in a daze, "How?" The monk answered, "Go to Dolly." The old man nodded, "Yes, my grandson is in Dolly." The monk shook his head. "Your grandson is in the Great Sui Kingdom. But your grandson's teacher is in Dolly Longquan County." The old man fell into a panic. He retreated and leaned against the wall. He shook his head vigorously. "I don't want to see the sage of literature." After a moment, the old man suddenly became furious. "If you want to harm me, just kill me. If you want to harm my grandson, I will shatter your golden body with one punch. Even if your Buddha comes, I will still punch." After saying that, the old man struggled to stand up. His aura was so strong that it did not lose to the two pure martial artists who fought in Liju Grotto Heaven. However, all that was left of him was a bluff. The monk's face was calm. He lowered his head and stared at the iron bowl in his hand. There was clear water rippling in the bowl, a bowl of water from Buddhism, 84,000 worms. The old man frowned. "Bald donkey, don't play games with me." The monk turned his head and gently lifted the iron bowl. "This is the most interesting thing about your grandson." He saw the word small. "I think I can talk to his teacher." The old man's eyes were resolute. "Monk, your plan is too big. I will never agree to it." The monk sighed. "Rootless grass." The monk got up and left just like that. The old man took the time to sit cross-legged and began to breathe. His originally withered skin slowly glowed with a golden light. Then, he carved the words Dolly Longquan County on his palm with his finger. It was a bloody mess. He kept telling himself, "Go here, you must go here. Just look, don't talk, don't ask, don't do." His heart was surging and engraved in his heart. The old man returned to the temple and fell asleep immediately. The snow outside the temple was getting heavier. But just as the cold air approached the temple door, it automatically melted. 178. This time, Chen Pingan did not pass through Yefu Pass to enter Dali's border. After walking out of the plank road and the valley, Chen Pingan and the other two encountered a group of elite cavalry. In the vast wind and snow, the two sides faced each other. Most of the Dali elite troops had already turned their horses around silently, but suddenly, one of them charged out and galloped to Chen Pingan's side. It was a young and determined face, full of vigilance and scrutiny. In the depths of the Dali scout's eyes, there was also a hint of determination that Chen Pingan did not understand at that time. When this rider suddenly charged out, the rest of his comrades also gritted their teeth and followed. For a moment, snow flew everywhere and hit them in the face. Chen Pingan shouted in Dali's official language, "We are from Longquan County. We returned from Huangting country and entered the pass through Niuli." At the same time, Chen Pingan took out the customs clearance document issued by the Longquan County government from his bosom. He had traveled thousands of miles and was covered with the official seals of various countries and passes. Seeing that the horseman was about to get off his horse, Chen Pingan jogged forward in 3 steps and extended his hand high up. The horseman's body became even more tense, and the pupils of the entire group of scouts constricted as if they were facing a great enemy. The scout bent over and took the customs clearance document. After carefully reading it, his smile suddenly brightened. The hand that was originally tightly holding the hilt of his sword secretly made a safe troop gesture behind his back. The rider still insisted on dismounting and returning the document. After Chen Pingan carefully put it away, the young rider smiled and said, "In such terrible weather, if you run into trouble, you can temporarily rest at our beacon and prepare food. It won't be too late to continue your journey when the wind and snow lessens." Chen Pingan felt the rider's sincerity from the bottom of his heart. He immediately saluted with a smile and said, "It's fine. I can use this opportunity to practice my boxing stance. It's hard to endure, but I can still bear it." Dali valued martial arts and its people were valiant. Its name shook the entire continent. The young man in straw sandals was so tenacious that he quickly won the favor of this pair of elite scouts. Even an old sergeant with a rough face and a serious face at the border also smiled knowingly. Both sides then parted. The scouts continued south to investigate while Chen Pingan continued north to return to his hometown. The sergeant looked back at the backs of the 3 people returning north. He restrained his smile and turned to reprimand the rider under his command. "Why are you acting like a hero? Do you want to die?" Let's not talk about the young man's depth. The 2 maidservants and attendants in thin clothes beside him are obviously cultivators with cultivation. Otherwise, how could they withstand the training of this weather? Otherwise, how could they bear the hardships of this weather? We were in close proximity just now, can't you see that they look well? If the 3 of them are really spies from the enemy, your rash questioning will not only cause our entire team to be wiped out, but will also delay the transmission of the spy report. The young cavalryman stammered. He was still somewhat unconvinced. "Corporal, as B-class scouts at the border, we are still within the borders of the Li dynasty. No matter where the Qi refinement warriors are from, they have to follow the rules of the border army, right? If they really dare to kill us, we will definitely make them suffer after the investigation." Taking 10,000 steps back, "Isn't the prince still around? I believe that no one has the ability to arm wrestle with the prince." The old sergeant who had been in the military for half his life was so angry that he lashed out with his whip. However, it only hit the empty space outside the young rider's shoulder. It was all bark and no bite. He laughed angrily. "If it was when I first joined the army, your behavior would be provoking the Qi refinement warriors. Do you know that? You won't even know how you died. If you meet a righteous general, he will at most help you to ask for a few dozen taels of silver as compensation. If he is not righteous, it's none of your business." Being able to become a great scout in the border army of Great Lee, he was undoubtedly one of the best soldiers in Great Lee's army, and not many of them were fools. The young cavalryman quickly tried to make up for it by saying, "Please calm down, Senior Sergeant. When we reach the lair of the Gao clan of Great Sway, I'll use my military merit to exchange you a tender and beautiful woman from a wealthy family, so that you can cool down." The old sergeant laughed and scolded, "Get lost. With your little military merit, it's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Don't talk nonsense, continue to patrol. The higher-ups have spoken. Be careful of the Huangting Kingdom. We have to be more careful in this kind of weather. We are not afraid that they will rush in and seek death. However, after so many years of war, it is always our horse hooves that trample on other people's homes. There is no reason for others to trample on our homes." The young rider smiled mischievously. I know. I will go first. I guarantee that not even a fly can fly into the Oxback Valley ahead." The young rider took a deep breath, pulled on his slightly stiff and thick mink hat, shook off some ice shards, and slowly ran forward. A middle-aged scout couldn't help but ask, "Squad leader, there was such a huge commotion at the border between the two kingdoms earlier. I heard that the Huangting Kingdom's territory had collapsed and many people died, but we didn't suffer any losses here. Is there a reason behind this?" "Sergeant, you have a lot of gossip. Many of your old comrades are now lieutenants. I know that you have specially looked for people to drink. Is there anything you can say?" The old sergeant looked dignified and did not reveal the secret. He just grinned, his eyes were burning, and his tone was gloomy. "There is nothing to say. It's just that we will have meat to eat soon. It's a good thing." On the other side, Chen Pingan, who was moving forward against the wind and snow, slowly said, "I have seen the cavalry of the Great Sway Kingdom before. They escorted us from the border to the capital. Compared with our Dolly cavalry, I always feel that there is something different. I can't pinpoint it specifically." The little boy in green said lazily, "Master, this is a simple matter. The cavalry of the Great Sway Kingdom is a watchdog raised in a big house. They only look powerful. Of course, when it comes to a real fight, they are probably just passable. What is the Beko Kakyung building? Can a flying sword come out?" The green-robed child laughed out loud and flicked his finger gently. A snowball hit the pink-dressed girl's forehead. With a whoosh, a flying sword will fly out from the white jade capital of Dolly's capital city. With the speed of a land sword immortal of the 5 realms, it will fly across thousands of mountains and rivers in the blink of an eye and pierce through your head. Is it fun? The girl in pink covered her forehead with both hands. She was scared out of her wits. The little boy in green sneered and said, "With your insignificant skills, do we need to use the flying sword of the Beko Kakyung building to kill you? It's true that you are a silly girl, but the Dolly Imperial Court is not stupid. The dozens of flying swords of the Beko Kakyung building are now targeting the Chi refinement warriors. They are all those old tortoise bastards hiding under the water in the Great Sway Kingdom. I'm guessing that some of the Great Sway Kingdom Chi refinement warriors who are qualified to be on the list must have secretly left the territory of the Great Sway Kingdom in order to avoid the sharpness." Although Chen Pingan did not interrupt, he felt that most of the arguments and guesses of the Imperial River Water Snake were reasonable and well-founded. Therefore, he listened to all of them silently and remembered them in his heart. Therefore, Chen Pingan could not understand why such a smart guy who could see through the problem would be willing to be the scapegoat of the water god who had ulterior motives in his hometown of the Imperial River. Could it be that he was hiding under the light? Chen Pingan did not open his mouth to ask. After all, this was the matter of the little boy in green. Chen Pingan began to walk silently against the wind and snow, over and over again. In the knee-deep snow, the movement of the mountain-shaking fist manual had to be extremely slow. The longer Chen Pingan walked from the cliff plank path to here, the more energy and mental energy he spent. The further he went, the more it would be 10 times or even 100 times more than usual. From the outside to the inside, Chen Pingan was almost frozen into a block of ice. In the later stage, Chen Pingan did not even need to deliberately circulate the 18 halting sword aura. The mysterious qi that was like a fire dragon patrolling the pass would automatically move quickly on its own and help Chen Pingan to barely maintain a breath of vital qi. Every time he breathed in and out, it was a pain that penetrated to the bone marrow. The mischievous little boy in green felt a headache coming on. He felt that it was unreasonable. Was it not good to accept one's fate if one's talent was poor? Other people made rapid progress on the path of cultivation, but Chen Pingan was here every day to achieve half the results with twice the effort. How embarrassing. The girl in the pink dress was about to die of heartache. After half an hour, the wind and snow gradually subsided. The journey after that was not too difficult. The three of them bypassed 2 passes and dozens of towering beacons of various sizes. Chen Pingan was still looking for trouble. Every day, after practicing his boxing stance, he took the initiative to spar with the little boy in green. He was often punched by the little boy into the deep snow and could not be seen. However, the second level was still a pitiful second level. Chen Pingan's advancement in martial arts was really unshakable. It was unknown whether the little boy in green was lamenting his misfortune or angry at his failure to strive. There were a few times when he hit his master hard, causing him to fly out like a kite with a broken string. He had to struggle for a long time before he could stand up. The girl in the pink dress who was watching from the side turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. On this monotonous journey home, the first snow of the year came to an end. The three of them finally arrived at a town marked on the map as Fengya County. Because Chen Pingan had chosen a path that led to his hometown, the West Mountain, they would not pass by the Xiuhua River, Red Candle Town, and Chidun Mountain. Chen Pingan wanted to visit more unfamiliar places. Reading a few books, learning more than 1,000 words, traveling thousands of miles, and practicing millions of punches. This was Chen Pingan's current wish. After all, he had to walk step by step. Chen Pingan's journey home this time was very fulfilling every day. Of course, he suffered a lot. Compared to rushing to the Great Sui Kingdom's academy to study, he could spare more time to strengthen his body by practicing punches and temper his spirit with qi. Dripping water could penetrate stone, and swallows could carry mud. Every little thing was nourishing. The little boy in cyan would think that he was wasting time, but Chen Pingan could clearly feel the accumulation of benefits. This feeling was like a young man in Clay Bottle Alley who worked hard every day. It was equivalent to a few more copper coins coming into his account. His family's wealth was quietly increasing. Outsiders might find it boring, but Chen Pingan himself felt very good. As the end of the year approached, they entered the bustling county market. Fengya town was different from other towns at the border of Dali. It was more scholarly because there were obviously more bookstores. Of course, it was not an extravagant hope to have a unique good book. Most of them were coarse and cheap private block-printed books with many mistakes and omissions. The little boy in cyan and the girl in pink both had high standards. One was rich and used to seeing good things, while the other had been dealing with books of sages since childhood. As a result, only Chen Pingan strolled around the bookstore seriously, admiring the long row of 12 complete sets on the bookshelves. Unfortunately, there wasn't much space in his basket, and it couldn't fit such a large set. Moreover, the price was too high, so he had no choice but to settle for the next best thing, and buy a book signed by Cheng Shuidong. The old bookstore owner sincerely praised the young master's good taste. He then explained that the book of the old assistant minister of Huangting Kingdom was now in his pocket and he would definitely make a profit. This was because there were rumors in the market that the man would soon come out of seclusion and be invited to be the deputy headmaster of a new academy in Dolly. In the night, Chen Pingan, who had returned from a rewarding journey, chose a simple inn and asked for 2 adjacent rooms. The girl in pink slept in one room alone. The little boy in green followed Chen Pingan over the threshold and immediately wrinkled his nose with a look of disgust. He vigorously shook his hand in front of his nose to disperse the sour smell that had been there for a long time. As expected of a water snake that had cultivated into a spirit. The smell that was difficult to get rid of no matter how hard he wiped it was all expelled out of the window by the little boy in green. After Chen Pingan closed the door, he spread out the map of the southern province of Dolly on the table. This was because these geographical maps that could not be shown to others had always been exclusive to the government. It was a big crime for the people to privately possess them. Chen Pingan looked at the distance between Fengya County and Longquan County. The distance between them was less than 600 miles. Half of it was the official road that was convenient for traveling merchants and the other half was the relatively difficult waterway of the Chongdan River. Compared to the long journey back and forth, 600 miles could be considered close at hand. After Chen Pingan ate his food, he began to practice the sword furnace. From time to time, he would hear the curses of a woman and the begging of the innkeeper. It was so similar to the scene in his hometown, Apricot Blossom Lane. It was just that at that time, Gu Kan's mother was still alive, and the vicious Granny Ma was not dead yet. Every day, there would be the sound of reading in the school, which spread far to the Iron Lock Well. When he went back this time, the old locust tree was gone, and the gatekeeper was no longer there. On the eve of the new year, the door of the neighbor's courtyard in Mud Bottle Lane was destined not to be posted with a brand new festive couplet. Chen Pingan sighed and put away the sword furnace. He went to the window and took out the small silver sword embryo from the small pocket that was specially sewn in his sleeve. He gently held it in his palm and slowly rubbed it. The little boy in green shouted angrily for no reason, "You're courting death." Chen Pingan heard the sound and turned his head to look. He saw the little boy in green pinching a cloud of gray smoke with 2 fingers. He suddenly clamped it, and there was a slight crackling sound. The gray smoke gradually dissipated, and there was a faint wailing sound. Seeing Chen Pingan's puzzled expression, the little boy in green took the credit happily and said, "Master, this little demon that doesn't know life from death has been crushed by me. It still dares to behave atrociously in your territory. It's really tired of living." The little boy in green pointed to the scattered fog. "It's called Pillow Evil Spirit. It doesn't have a physical body. Wherever this little thing goes, the wind it brings is one of the many evil winds in the world. It likes to chase those vicious shrews on the street. Every time they talk, this kind of evil spirit will secretly appear and collect that atmosphere. It's the best way to alienate relatives, especially the relationship between husband and wife. The so-called pillow talk in the market is its specialty." Chen Pingan sighed and smiled. "If you encounter this kind of evil spirit in the future, just drive it away. There's no need to fight." The little boy in green nodded and tilted his head, asking, "Master, aren't you a bodhisattva? Why don't you enforce justice on behalf of the heavens when you encounter such evil spirits?" Chen Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What do you mean by enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? I don't have such great ability." Chen Pingan quickly stopped talking and didn't say anything else. The little boy in green felt a little disappointed for no reason. Because he didn't hear the good man's great principles. In the past, he always felt that listening to it was boring and annoying. After that time at the Martial Saint Temple, Chen Pingan never said it again. He actually felt that it was even more boring. The little boy in green lay on the table for a while and felt that he was seriously ill. He simply climbed onto the table and lay down on all fours. He stared at the ceiling lifelessly and saw a small spider web that no longer had an owner. After staring at it for a long time, the little boy in green began to toss and turn on the table. The girl in pink tidied up the bedding and mattress over there and then ran over here to help her master tidy up. She didn't forget to carry Cui Dongshan's book box properly. Throughout the journey, she protected the book box at all times. From this, it could be seen that the white-clothed youth's display of his remarkable ability in the library of the Jilan Chao family had left a deep psychological shadow on her. Chen Pingan put away the silver ingot again and walked towards the table. The little boy in green hurriedly sat back down on the stool. Chen Pingan took out the book that still had a rich ink scent from the basket on his back. The little boy in green hurriedly brought over the oil lamp attentively and helped to light the wick. The master and servant sat on 3 sides. The little boy in green did not dare to disturb Chen Pingan, who was reading the book. He smiled and asked the girl in pink sitting opposite him, "You're about to eat a snake gallstone and enter the middle 5 realms. Are you happy?" With Chen Pingan beside her, the girl in pink was much more courageous. "Don't you dare have any ideas about my snake gallstone." The green-clothed child chuckled and said, "Master told me in private that the snake gallstones are divided into different sizes and ranks." "Silly girl, you didn't make any contributions or hard work along the way, so you were the most useless. Therefore, I only gave you the smallest and worst one. I accompanied Master to feed him so many times, so the 2 that I got were the biggest and best ones. One is as big as 10 of yours." The girl in pink immediately turned to look at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan flipped a page of the book and smiled. "Don't listen to his nonsense." The girl in pink glared at the little boy in green who was lying about the military situation. The little boy in green slammed the table. "Rebellion." The girl in pink sat beside Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan was used to this and did not deliberately support the little fire python. He continued to read quietly. With the dim light of the oil lamp, Chen Pingan flipped through the book page by page. He even took out a bamboo slip left over from Chiduan Mountain and a small carving knife given to him by the shop owner when he bought the jade hairpin. When he read some good sentences that lit up his eyes, he would carve them stroke by stroke on the bamboo slip. The little boy in green put his cheek on the table and rolled his eyes, pretending to be mysterious. The girl in pink did not dare to look him in the eyes. She moved closer to her master and watched Chen Pingan read or carve words. Chen Pingan suddenly frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "The book says that after you become rich, you have to build roads and bridges. You can't build mansions and tombs." The little boy in green snorted at this but did not say anything. He maintained his half-dead posture. The girl in pink nodded and said softly, "Master, some scholars are particular about this. They hope that after they become rich, they will do good deeds and bring benefits to the village." Chen Pingan felt a little helpless. He had originally planned to immediately spend money to build a large tomb for his parents before the end of the year. It would be grand and stylish, and there wouldn't even be a decent tombstone. The little boy in green could not help but say, "Master, you are no longer a scholar. Why are you so particular about this? Besides, if you are really worried about something, you can just build roads and bridges. When the time comes, I will personally help. Not only will we spend money, but we will also do the work ourselves. The heavens will definitely have nothing to say." Chen Pingan was enlightened. The knot in his heart was quickly untied. He turned to look at the little boy in green and gave him a thumbs up. He said happily, "Well done. Well said." The girl in pink was happy with her master. The little boy in green was stunned. He quickly lowered his head and almost cried. As they walked past the official roads and waterways. The atmosphere was harmonious. Finally, they saw the silhouette of a lonely mountain. Chen Pingan stopped in his tracks. He reached out and patted the heads of the little boy in green and the girl in pink. Then, he pointed at the mountain. He smiled and looked at the mountain called Luopa Mountain. This time, Chenpingon did not hold back. "We're home. My home." The second volume ended. 179. After seeing his own mountain, Chenpingon began to run wildly. He no longer cared about walking or setting up piles. He did not have the slightest bit of melancholy due to his homesickness. Chenpingon only focused on running. The bags of soil that occupied more than half of the basket were stacked layer by layer. They rustled as his shoulders moved up and down. The little boy in green and the girl in pink followed behind him. The former looked around. In fact, after approaching the border of Dalilongquan County, the two had already noticed the strange spiritual aura. They felt comfortable all over. At this moment, the big mountain that fell into their eyes made the water snake swallow constantly. It was simply drooling as if it saw the most sumptuous meal on the table. The little boy in green had once unintentionally mentioned that for flood dragons like them, eating clouds and drinking dew was only a low-level cultivation method, and their progress was slow. Only by fusing with the roots of the mountain and swallowing water would they be able to advance bravely and vigorously. It was a pity that the famous mountains and rivers full of spiritual aura were either divided by immortals and regarded as exclusive property, or they had already built god temples that were conferred by the imperial court. Even the little boy in green, who was a powerful demon with good cultivation, did not dare to touch them easily. Once it involved immortality, especially ghosts and demons, not to mention friends and confidants on the path of cultivation, they might not even recognize their parents. On the contrary, the fire python, who had been immersed in a scholarly aura since childhood, was much more reserved than the little boy in green. Obviously, they were both branches of the flood dragon, but their opportunities to attain immortality were very different. Approaching the foot of Luopa Mountain, Chenpingon slowed down. With his excellent eyesight, he found that there were a lot of dust flying on the mountain, which made Chenpingon nervous. Logically speaking, Luopa Mountain had the help of the sage Master Wan, so there should not be any accidents. The lord of the land of Chidun Mountain, Wei Pai, had promised to build a bamboo house on this mountain. However, a small bamboo house should have been built. Then, Wei Pai should have returned home and would not stay for a long time. Why was there still a strange scene of construction on Luopa Mountain at this moment? Could it be that the black python did not change its bad habit of choosing people to eat on his mountain and angered the county government to send people into the mountain to encircle and suppress it? Chenpingon was about to hurriedly let the little boy in green transform into his real body so that he could climb the mountain quickly. Suddenly, he remembered a sentence that he had recently read in a book. It was about the principle of not panic in the face of trouble. The words were very beautiful. Just by reading it twice, Chenpingon felt that it was less tacky. He had specially engraved it on the bamboo slips before. Chenpingon immediately took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm, and silently told himself, "Don't rush, don't rush." What the book said is the principle of burning porcelain. The book. Just as he was about to start climbing the mountain, Chenpingon saw a blur in front of his eyes. He looked carefully and found an acquaintance in white standing at the foot of the mountain with a smile. He blurted out, "Wei Pai." The little girl in pink could not help but exclaim. The silly girl was amazed. This was the second immortal she had seen in her life after the young Chui Dong. He was so handsome that it was unreasonable. She immediately felt a little embarrassed and hid behind her master Chenpingon. The little boy in green was stunned on the spot, and then turned his head aggressively and asked, "Master, is this guy here to snatch the territory?" "Of course not." Chenpingon shook his head and smiled. He looked at the lord of the land, who was more outstanding than when he was in Chidun Mountain, and asked curiously, why are you still in Luopa Mountain? You gods of mountains and rivers, aren't you not good to leave your territory for too long? Wei Pai smiled and said, what a coincidence. Now I have moved to Mount Biyun and become your neighbor. Chen Pingan, you must take care of me in the future. Speaking of this, the god of the north peak of Shishui country, who had fallen from the altar in the past, was now about to become the honorable god of the north peak of Dali. He even jokingly bowed to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan was too embarrassed to accept this bow, so he turned sideways to avoid it and asked with a smile, is the bamboo house finished? Wei Pai straightened his back and nodded, it's done. I guarantee that there are no shortcuts. It's on Luopa Mountain. Shall I show you? Originally, I chose the best place for it to take root, but it was occupied by the mountain god temple of Luopa Mountain, so I had to change the site. But it's not bad. The view is wide, the sky is high, and the ground is far away. The scenery is very beautiful. I have been staying there for the past year. You are not allowed to burn the bridge after crossing the river and drive me away. The girl in pink thought that the guy in front of her was good-looking, but she didn't expect that he had a good temper. Then the little girl was a little proud. Her master was so powerful that even his good friends were so handsome. The more the blue-clothed boy looked, the more guilty he felt. Suddenly, without warning, the white-clothed Wei Ba bared his fangs and brandished his claws, making a threatening gesture towards him. The blue-clothed boy was so scared that he retreated hundreds of feet. Wei Ba laughed heartily, with that black python on the mountain, our Luopa Mountain will be lively. Chen Pingan corrected him, Luopa Mountain is not yours. Wei Pai said helplessly, yes, yes, yes. You, Chen Pingan, are the master. I'm just a guest, okay? The group began to climb the mountain. Wei Pai explained to Chen Pingan considerately, now, the big and small mountains to the west of the town are all owned. They are all breaking ground and busy with the mountain opening. In addition to opening up the mountain roads, they are also building pavilions and so on. Luopa Mountain has a mountain god temple, so it is even busier. The Ministry of Works of the Dali Imperial Court is in charge of spending a lot of money. In addition to the tens of thousands of convicts of the Lu dynasty who can be ordered around for free, the Longquan Commandery Office and the county government have also hired many of your local youths to help build immortal mansions. It seems like they won't stop until they have created a paradise on Earth. It's a bit of a waste of money and manpower. Wei Pai pointed to the wide yellow ground. In the future, this place will be paved with stone slabs transported from other places. Anyway, it's not worse than the bluestone ground of Peach Leaf Alley on Fulu Street. Chen Pingan asked cautiously, I don't need to pay for it myself. Wei Pai smiled and pointed to the sky, as long as you don't want to build a cable bridge in the air and connect it to other mountains, then you don't need to spend a single copper coin. Chen Pingan said in shock, could it be that someone has done that? Wei Pai nodded and said, yes, there are more than one or two families. Between several mountains in the north, they have already mobilized their families' consecrators or hired chi refinement warriors who specialize in building grotto heavens and blessed lands. They have started to build long bridges. One of them is not an iron cable bridge but a stone bridge. I heard that the stones were all fished out from the lake. I estimate that from the beginning to the end, it will cost at least 1,000,000 taels of silver. But the effect is definitely great. Walking on the stone bridge, surrounded by smoke, I feel like an immortal. Looking at the sunrise and sunset and the clouds rolling, even I am tempted. Chen Pingan clicked his tongue and said, Tisk, tsk, they are so rich. Wei Pai joked, if you are willing to sell a Rosy Clouds Peak or Immortal Grass Mountain, you will immediately become a rich man. You will also be able to be so extravagant. Chen Pingan said in annoyance, what are you thinking about? Why would I want those flowery shelves? The mountains are the foundation of my life. Wei Pai laughed loudly. A money grubber was still a money grubber. The second realm was still the second realm. He had changed his straw sandals, but the young man was still the same young man. The little boy in green found Wei Pai annoying no matter how he looked at him. He could not wait to kick that guy's ass and kick him until he fell flat on his face. On the way up the mountain, he saw several groups of prisoners and survivors of the Liu dynasty. There were old and young, young and strong, and women. Most of them were haggard and looked haggard. However, the Dali soldiers supervising them on the side should have received the orders of the imperial court. They did not purposely make things difficult for these prisoners of the fallen country. Some of the old and weak who had fainted were supported by their friends and family to the side of the blazing stove, where they were fed a few mouthfuls of food and a mouthful of hot water. Wei Pai said casually, "It was not so good in the beginning." The prisoners of the Liu dynasty died from exhaustion, freezing, and falling. Of course, there were also those who were beaten to death or committed suicide because they could not bear the humiliation. In the short span of 2 months, there were as many as 600 people. Later, it was Wu Yuan, who was promoted to governor of Longquan on the spot, who submitted a memorial to the imperial court at the risk of losing his official position. Only then was the sudden decline in the number of refugees stopped. Chen Pingan asked in confusion, "Governor?" Wei Pai drew a large circle with his hand. The vast territory of the Dragon Pearl Cave originally had a radius of 1,000 miles. Even though the borderlands are now being fought over by the neighboring provinces and counties, each of them asking someone in the imperial court to plead for leniency and then dividing some of the land, if Longquan is still just a county, it still can't manage everything. Even if it is promoted to Longquan County, it is still a bit far-fetched. Chen Pingan nodded. Along the way, he had already gained a clear understanding of the size of the territories of the provinces and counties. After all, it was measured step by step. He asked, "The black python on the Chidun mountain did not cause any trouble when it came here, did it?" Wei Pai shook his head. "It has been cultivating obediently in the Luopa mountain and has never hurt anyone. Now, even if it went out to look for water and was bumped into by someone on the way, it would not be strange and would be fine. Some bold local youths even dared to throw stones at it from afar, but it still endured it." Chen Pingan frowned. "This won't do. I have to find someone to make it clear. Wei Pai, do you know who is in charge of this place? No matter the result, I have to make it clear that there is no reason to bully people like this." "How is it bullying people? That is just a wild python that has just been enlightened." Wei Pai laughed involuntarily at first, but then he teased, "Besides, the black python has rough skin and thick flesh. Even if it was slashed a few times, it would not hurt or itch." "Chen Pingan, you don't have to make a fuss. Besides, if I remember correctly, you don't have a good impression of the black python. Why are you favoring it now that you have just returned to the Luopa mountain? If the black python dares to hurt people first, I will ask someone to kill it this time. I am willing to spend money to do so." Chen Pingan shook his head. "But if it doesn't, then it has nothing to do with whether it is in the Luopa mountain or not. If it is in any other place, as long as the black python goes up and down the mountain obediently and someone provokes it, it is not fun at all. It is called courting death. If I dared to do so, I would have died 100 times in the mountains." "That makes sense." Wei Bian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "I'll help you talk to them about this matter later. I'm very familiar with the relationship between these mountains." The girl in pink put her hands on the rope of the bamboo box in front of her, full of curiosity. Such a big mountain, and after walking for so long, they had not even reached the halfway point. It was all her master's. Master was not bragging. He was really rich. The blue-clothed boy listened to the long-lost truth and felt refreshed. Of course, it was not that he felt that Chinpingan's words were reasonable, but that he had refuted the white-clothed immortal who he could not see through. It made the blue-clothed boy feel very excited. Chinpingan seemed to ask casually, "Wei Pai, do you know Wan Shou? She is a girl in the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River." Wei Pai pretended to be deep in thought, then came to a realization. "You are talking about the daughter of Saint Wan Jiao. I have seen her a few times from afar. Her family Shinshou Mountain was built with the greatest effort by the Dali imperial court. She went into the mountains a few times to check on the progress and would come to visit the Treasure Book Mountain, Rosy Clouds Peak, and other mountains. Before the bamboo building was built, she also came to Luopa Mountain once. With her hands behind her back, she watched me work on the top of the bamboo building. She even asked me if I wanted to help. Master, the scenery here is so good. Can we live here in the future?" "Of course. Master, give this place to me. I can ask for less of an ordinary snake gall stone. How about that?" "No." As if infected by their cheerful mood, Wei Pai, who was no longer the lord of the land of Chidun Mountain, turned and looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance with a smile. Living with good people is like entering a room of orchids. After a long time, one will become fragrant. Chinpingan took them down the mountain and went to the town. Wei Pai appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and his figure had already disappeared. The boy in green reminded in a low voice, "Sneaky. One look and you can tell that he's not a good person. Master, don't deal with that guy in the future. I'm just saying that because I'm old and prudent." Chinpingan ignored him. Along the way, they climbed the mountains and crossed the ridges. When the three of them saw the houses in the west of the town, Chinpingan sighed softly. Previously, they climbed up the inconspicuous Shinju Mountain. Chinpingan had looked at his hometown and pointed out the approximate locations of many places to the two guys beside him. For example, the clay bottle alley where his ancestral home was, the school where Mr. Chi used to teach, the dragon riding alley with 2 shops, the Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley where the most letters were delivered, the blacksmith shop outside the town, the Immortal's Tomb in the east and the old Porcelain Mountain in the north, and so on. The only exception was the stone bridge that had been restored to its original appearance. Chinpingan only glanced at it from the corner of his eyes when he looked at the blacksmith's shop. Not only did he not introduce any details, his gaze did not even pause. Having seen with his own eyes the dangers and oddities of the outside world, he must be very careful. The boy in green swaggered and said, "Master, shall we go to the dragon riding alley first and look at the straw shop and the New Year's shop?" Chinpingan said softly, "Let's go to my parents' graves first." The three of them did not go through the town. Instead, they walked downstream along the river. Silently, Chinpingan walked across the stone bridge where the old sword had disappeared. He passed by the blacksmith's shop where the low thatched cottages and the tall sword furnaces stood. Finally, he came to the small grave. Chinpingan took off the basket on his back and took out the cotton bags that were smaller than his fist to add soil to the grave. The young man's tanned face did not look sad, nor did he look like he was returning home in glory. The young man who had walked through mountains and rivers for thousands of miles, the first thing he did after returning home was to silently open the bags and add soil to his parents' graves. The quality of this artifact isn't bad, but it's a pity that as long as I come into contact with water, I'm born with an invincible physique. Stinky bitch, your little ability isn't enough at all. Waha, after I catch you, I'll throw you onto my master's bed. I guarantee that I'll get the snake gall stone. The boy in green and the otherworldly item at the bottom of the river fought back and forth. Both sides took out their magic weapons and the Dragon Whisker River glittered. Of course, this was because the boy in green wanted to play tricks. Otherwise, with his strong body and good cultivation, even if he did not show his real body, he could still injure the opponent with brute force. After a while, the boy in green turned around and jogged all the way to Chinpingan. In his hand, he was holding a bunch of long black hair. When he reached the shore near Chinpingan and the girl in pink, the boy in green let go of his hand and said proudly, "Master, this woman looks good. Her butt is round and can be twice as big as this silly girl. Why don't you take her as a maid?" The girl in pink blushed. She was ashamed and angry. A head and a fair neck appeared on the surface of the river beside the little boy's feet. This was a woman-like river-een spirit. Her face was plump and her expression was delicate and pitiful. Her black hair was like a waterfall. It spread out on the surface of the water and swayed with the violent waves of the river. When she saw Chinpingan, he seemed to be slightly taller and still as poor as before. However, for some unknown reason, he had recruited such a powerful underling like the boy in green. The woman's eyes were gloomy and unclear. She quickly collected her complicated thoughts and lowered her head slightly. She was about to cry and said, "I am the new river god of the Dragon Whisker River. According to the rules, I need to inspect all the passers-by who pass by the river. This is my duty. If I have unintentionally offended you, please show mercy and don't lower yourself to my level." Chinpingan asked the boy in green to go ashore quickly. He clasped his fist and apologized to the unfamiliar river god of the Dragon Whisker River. "We have offended the river god's wife. My name is Chinpingan, I am a local of Dragon Spring. May I know where you are from?" A strange look flashed across the woman's eyes. She quickly said timidly, "Since I have become a god of the mountains and rivers, I have to cut off all ties with the secular world. This is the same principle as how monks don't talk about their names and Taoists don't talk about their lifespans. Therefore, young master, please don't ask about my background. In short, not only do I not have the intention to harm others, I will also protect the water of this Dragon Whisker River." The boy in green was furious. "You are shameless, aren't you? Are you bullying my master for being easy to talk to?" Chinpingan reached out and pressed the boy's head. He did not let him return to the water and fall out with the river god. He nodded and smiled at the woman. "Thank you for your trouble, river god's wife." The woman hurriedly raised her lotus-like arm and waved it. "You flatter me, you flatter me. No discord, no concord. Young Master Chin, you don't have to worry. If you have any problems in the future, you can send someone to the riverside to inform me. I will definitely not refuse." Chinpingan did not continue to exchange polite greetings with the river god. This was not his strong point. Moreover, the other party kept calling him young Master Chinpingan, which made Chinpingan feel uncomfortable. He quickly left with the boy in green and the girl in pink. Soon, they approached the blacksmith shop by the riverside. Chinpingan hesitated whether to greet Saint Ruan Jiao and Miss Ruan or return to the small town of Mud Bottle Alley first. The woman, who had been promoted from a river woman to a river god but had no temple to burn incense, slowly dived into the bottom of the river. Her eyes were gloomy and her face was full of anger. She stepped on an old tortoise in the mud at the bottom of the river. She did not stop until the tortoise's shell was smashed. The unstable woman regretted it immediately. The old tortoise, which was as big as a millstone, had lived for almost 200 years. Now that the Lizhu cave was overflowing with water, flowers, trees, birds and animals, the old tortoise had a trace of spirituality. Perhaps in 200 or 300 years, as long as it succeeded in enlightening its apertures, it would become a useful soldier under the woman. The woman sighed and bent down to the pile of broken tortoise shells. "If you want to blame someone, blame that little bumpkin surnamed Chin. He is the one who got you into trouble. He is the chief culprit. Young Master Chin, Bah! The little bastard who caused the death of his parents is the same as you. Why didn't he just die on the way and be trampled to pieces? The woman hated the young man from the clay bottle alley very much. She cursed and walked gracefully under the water. Her black hair, which was more than 3 meters long, was trailing behind her, like the long skirt of a rich woman. She wandered down unconsciously. When she came back to her senses, she had already come to the junction of the Dragon Whisker River and the Tiefu River. Under her feet was the rapid waterfall. She was so scared that she turned around and ran away. During this year, Longquan County was very lively. Countless monsters and spirits poured in from all directions, hoping to cultivate here and absorb Reiki. If it was said that she, the Dragon Whisker River god, was only taking advantage of the situation at most, asking for some toll from the monsters and helping her grandson accumulate some wealth, then the fiend in the Tiefu River below, the true and proper god of the river, really had a huge killing intent and a heavy killing nature. The number of wild and rogue cultivators who died under her hands could not be counted with 2 hands. The strange thing was that the Dali Imperial Court and Longquan County never asked about it at all, which made the woman very envious. As a result, she became more and more concerned about the river god temple that had not come yet. Over at the blacksmith's shop, Chen Pingan was hesitating whether he should pay them a visit or not. However, he saw the figure of a girl in green appear in the direction of the stone arch bridge. She saw him. After confirming that it was indeed him, she stopped for a moment, then she quickened her pace. Chen Pingan brought the 2 little fellows to welcome her. He smiled and greeted her from afar, "Miss Ruan." Ruan Xiao responded with a sigh and jogged to Chen Pingan. After standing still, she said softly, "You're back." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Yes, I'm back." For a moment, they were speechless. The little boy in green widened his eyes. Wow, she deserves to be the daughter of the Saint of the Wind Snow Temple. She is really handsome. Unfortunately, you can't judge a book by its cover. It seems that she has a bad temper and is very likely to beat me to death. Otherwise, I would definitely call her madam. The girl in pink blinked her eyes, full of curiosity and admiration. She thought that when she grew up, she would also look like the gentle and weak sister in green in front of her. Ruan Xiao was the first to break the silence. She said with a smile, "Let's go to the shop and drink some hot water first. Then I'll help you carry the things you put in my house back to the mud bottle alley." Chen Pingan nodded. After that, Ruan Xiao talked about the trivial things in the town. She said that she had helped to repair the house of the unknown owner in the mud bottle alley. However, the business of the straw shop and the New Year shop was not very good. When she said that, she felt a little guilty and embarrassed. She also took the initiative to bring the cage of hens and chicks in Chen Pingan's neighbor's house back to the blacksmith shop to raise them. However, 2 of them were accidentally eaten by wild cats. When Ruan Xiao talked about that, she was even more disappointed. Chen Pingan was so happy that he quickly comforted her. It was not a big deal. There was no need to worry about it. He could kill the hens and make a pot of chicken soup tomorrow. Now that his cooking skills had improved greatly, it would definitely be delicious. Ruan Xiao was so anxious that she said that she could not kill them. They were very obedient. They were big and small, and now they all had names. Chen Pingan couldn't stop smiling. Only then did she know that Chen Pingan deliberately did bad things. The gentle girl, Xiao Xiao, glared at him gently. It was only then that the little boy in green realized that the master had dug a big hole for him from the beginning. How was this sister bad-tempered? The little boy in green felt that he had suffered a great loss. Even if he had to steal the snake gall stone that he had missed, he would not be able to calm down, let alone make a scene and throw himself into the water. When they walked into the orderly blacksmith shop, the little boy in green, who was walking unsteadily, immediately turned pale with fright. The girl in pink hid behind Chin Pin Gon. There were 7 wells. They were scattered all over the place. Sword chi shot up into the sky from every well. Even if it was just one more look, it made the eyes of the little boy in green and the girl in pink hurt. They almost couldn't help but cry. They wished that they could show their true forms to resist the invisible pressure and the majestic sword intent. The 2 little fellows shivered. The excitement and agitation they had when they arrived at Dragon Spring vanished immediately. They only felt that this place was filled with danger and was like a lightning pool in the mortal world. The young man was like the most delicious pastry. She liked him so much that she couldn't bear to eat him. She was very worried that Chin Pingon's heart would change after this trip. His heart lake would become turbid and muddy, and he would be contaminated with bad habits and chaotic karma. Now it seemed that Chin Pin Gon had indeed changed a little, but he was still very good. While Ruan Xiao felt relieved, she liked Chin Pin Gon even more. See, I knew he wouldn't disappoint me. They walked all the way to the mud bottle alley and walked into the narrow and dark alley. Even though the little boy in green was mentally prepared, he was still dumbfounded. His master grew up in this shabby alley. Ruan Xiao skillfully unlocked the door and opened the door behind the courtyard door. Together with Lu Xianyang's and Song Jisun's house, there were a total of 3 bundles of keys. She handed them all to Chin Pin Gon. After Chin Pin Gon put them away, he stepped over the threshold and looked at the familiar house. It was very clean and tidy. There was even a pot of unknown small plants on the windowsill. In the cold winter, it was green and lush. It was an unexpected surprise. Chin Pin Gon was about to speak when Ruan Xiao smiled and said, "Don't say thank you again." Chin Pin Gon was a little embarrassed. He put the basket on the ground and took out the heavy luggage on the table. He squatted on the ground and felt around. Finally, he took out a small bamboo slip. He stood up and handed it to Ruan Xiao. He blushed and said, "I don't know what to give you. There are a lot of things to eat in the towns outside, but I'm afraid it will be crushed. It's not good to leave it for too long." Ruan Xiao was stunned. She took the palm-sized green bamboo slip. It was cool to the touch and she lowered her head to look at it. She found that there was a line of small characters engraved on it, "Mountains and rivers may meet again." The writing was neat and earnest. Ruan Xiao smiled and squinted her eyes. She gently rubbed the engraved words with the pad of her finger. She lowered her head and said, "I like it very much." The little boy in green was dumbfounded. How could this be? The only daughter of a saint liked such a shabby bamboo slip and a line of shabby words. Did I spend hundreds of years in the pugilistic world in the past for nothing? He remembered that in the past, the water god brothers had taken a fancy to an arrogant auntie on the mountain. They had given her piles of treasures and borrowed many dharma treasures of good quality from him. However, he had never seen that woman grin and accept everything with a smile. She did not have a good expression on her face. He opened the cloth bag in front of Ruan Xiao and revealed a large pile of stones. There were at least 80 to 90 of them. There was also a slightly smaller cotton bag inside. After opening it, there were still stones. However, they were of different colors and sizes. There were only about 10 of them. The girl in pink looked as if she had been struck by lightning. The eyes of the little boy in green lit up and he swallowed his saliva. He wanted to pounce on the stones and swallow them all. Perhaps when he walked out of this shabby alley, he would be a real master. With such a small mountain of snake gall stones, there was hope for him to reach the 9th or 10th realm, let alone the 8th realm. However, when he thought of the girl standing beside him whose father was a saint, the little boy in green resisted the urge to kill and rob. Chen Pingon picked out 2 snake gall stones that had never faded after coming ashore. One was peach red and crystal clear while the other was dark green and thick. He handed them to the girl in pink and the little boy in green respectively. Then, he took out 4 ordinary snake gall stones and gave them to the 2 little fellows who treated them like treasures. The girl in pink was still carrying the book box. When she held the 3 snake gall stones in one hand, she burst into tears and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. The little boy in green stared at the snake gall stones in his hand with an intoxicated and infatuated expression. Chen Pingon patted his head and smiled as he took out a pair of top-grade snake gall stones that were almost the same in appearance and color. They were fresh and tender yellow in color, and their texture was as fine as frozen mutton fat. He still gave one each to the little boy in green and the little girl in pink. Only then did the little boy in green remember that he should have 2. After receiving them, he chuckled foolishly. The girl in pink did not dare to reach out to receive them. "Master, we've agreed that I only have 1 good snake gall stone." Chen Pingon patted her little head. "Who am I? I'm your master. Do I need a reason to give you something? Keep it well." After the girl in pink carefully received it, she cried even harder. The little boy in green had a conflicted expression on his face. He was ecstatic but also resentful. He asked tentatively, "Master, can you give me 1 more?" Chen Pingon smiled. "If you don't bully her in the future, I'll give it to you." The little boy in green nodded vigorously. "I definitely won't bully the silly girl today. Can you give it to me tomorrow? The day after tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow at the latest?" "Master, can you give it to me?" Chen Pingon asked in return, "What do you think?" The little boy in green gritted his teeth and turned to the girl in pink. He said solemnly, "Silly girl, I won't bully you for the next month." Chen Pingon laughed angrily and slapped him on the head. "At least a year." The little boy in green pretended to be aggrieved, but he was secretly delighted. To flood dragons like us, a year is nothing. Even 100 years is not considered long. Chen Pingon was not really stupid. He was just too lazy to care about the little boy in green's guts. After all, with them accompanying him on this journey, he did not feel lonely at all. Chen Pingon was actually very grateful to the 2 of them. After turning around and putting away the big and small cloth bags, Wanxiu had also put away the gift. In the room, 2 adults and 2 children sat around the table. Wanxiu suggested, "Shall we take a look at the shop?" Chen Pingon nodded. "After looking at the shop, I'll make a trip to the Li Baoping's mansion on Fulu Street. I have something to give to Li Baoping's brother." It was the Golden Mountain Coaster Carp. After locking the door, they left the yard together. The lively mountain coaster carp was placed in a small clay pot. The pot was filled with well water that Wanxiu had brought from the Iron Lock well. The mountain coaster carp was finally like a fish in water. It swam freely in the pot and was very happy, constantly splashing water. The little boy in cyan had just swallowed an ordinary snake gall stone. He wanted to show himself well, so he took the initiative to hold the clay pot. After the water splashed on him, he suddenly said in shock, "This well water is special." Wanxiu nodded. "It's a pity that the Iron Lock well has been bought by a foreigner. The commoners can no longer carry water. They can't even get close." Of course, it was not a problem for her to carry water. After the scare in the blacksmith shop, the little boy in green was already jittery and did not dare to run wild. When he heard the bad news, he almost beat his chest and stamped his feet. He could only grumble about why Chen Pingon did not buy the well earlier. Wanxiu asked softly, "Why don't I talk to someone? If you're willing, you might be able to buy the Iron Lock well." Chen Pingon quickly shook his head. "No need. Besides, I don't have any money now. Ruan Xiao wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing Chen Pingan's determined expression, she could only dispel the idea in her heart. As they approached the dragon-riding alley, Chen Pingan said, "There's a little girl called Shi Chuanjia. She seems to be the shopkeeper's daughter." Ruan Xiao was a little confused. "I don't know." There were actually many things that the girl did not care about. When the shopkeepers of the two shops heard that the real owner of the shops had appeared, they all came to join in the fun. Most of them were honest women and girls. After seeing Chen Pingan, they were inevitably a little disappointed and returned to work in the shops one after another. However, they called Ruan Xiao shopkeeper, which made the girl feel a little embarrassed. Chen Pingan sat for a while in the shop and drank some hot tea. He felt a little ashamed because he did not know what to do or say. Instead, it was Ruan Xiao who methodically asked about the relevant matters, how much money was in the account and how much profit was made. Chen Pingan looked at the girl in green who had a serious expression. He scratched his head and began to feel that his gift had been too careless. Before leaving for Fulu Street, Ruan Xiao glanced at the little boy in green and the girl in pink. She whispered to Chen Pingan, "Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley have changed greatly. Many outsiders have moved in. Among them, the Leaf family is a little special. Their elder has successfully reached the 10th realm. According to the reward order issued by the late Emperor of Dali, the current emperor has bestowed 2 positions to the Leaf family. The descendants of the Leaf family can directly obtain 2 clean official positions. For some reason, one of them became an official in the capital, while the one who stayed at home refused. Therefore, the atmosphere in Fulu Street has been a little strange recently." Chen Pingan thought for a while and had the 2 children stay in the shop. He took the clay pot and went to Fulu Street. He did not let Ruan Xiao lead the way. Ruan Xiao did not insist and returned to the blacksmith shop. The girl left the small town and walked towards the stone arch bridge that she had walked on countless times. The covered bridge had already been taken down, and the old sword strips had already vanished. There had once been busybodies who had attempted to search for it, hoping that it would be an opportunity that was better than nothing. However, it was all in vain. For the busy Longquan prefecture where undercurrents surged, far too many strange things had happened. There were also layers upon layers of great undertakings that needed to be planned, so how could they possibly have the time to care about such a small matter? Ruan Xiao walked on the stone bridge. She could not help but take out the bamboo slip and raise it high into the air. She would never tire of looking at it 100 times. She suddenly felt that if she could carve another line of words on the back, that would be even better. For example, Chen Pingan presents this to Ruan Xiao. In the small town. (181) Good. There were always some people that you would have a good impression of at first sight. They were unreasonable. After Chen Pingan saw the scholar, the heavy mood he had accumulated after walking through half of Fulu Street was swept away. He quickly walked forward with the jar in his hand. The young scholar smiled warmly. He did not stand in the same place but walked towards Chen Pingan. He took the initiative to speak. "You must be Chen Pingan. I am Li Shixing, Bao Ping's older brother. I've already received the latest letter that Bao Ping sent from Cliff Academy. As her brother, I really don't know how to repay her. I heard that you've been studying. Why don't you come to my house more often? I have a collection of books. Please help yourself." Not only that, the young man took the jar from Chen Pingan's hand and bowed. "I can only thank you for your kindness." This made Chen Pingan somewhat at a loss. He could only point at the clay pot and said with a reserved expression, "Young Masterly, there is a mountain coaster carp in the clay pot. I found it on the mountain on the way back and came to give it to Bao Ping." Li Shixing looked down at the golden fish in the jar. It was swimming leisurely in the small space. He raised his head and looked at Chin Pingon. He sighed. I once saw a magical description of the mountain coaster carp in the writings of the ancestors. The golden mountain coaster carp is 1 in a million. I did not expect to have the opportunity to see it with my own eyes. Don't worry, I will take care of it. When Bao Ping comes home in the future, she will be very happy. The sincerity and enthusiasm of Li Shixing, the son of an aristocratic family, made Chin Pingon completely speechless. Although at that time he dragged Cui Dongshan along and stared at the mighty group of mountain coaster carps until his eyes were sore, he finally caught this one with great difficulty. But no matter what was written in the book, no matter how mysterious Cui Dongshan's description was, to Chin Pingon, it really couldn't be considered precious. As long as it was someone close to Chin Pingon's heart, he was willing to give his heart. Chin Pingon was really not good at chatting. He scratched his head, said goodbye, and turned to leave. Li Shixing hurriedly called out to Chin Pingon, "Why don't you come to my house and sit for a while? I'll show you around today. Next time, you can come and read by yourself. I'll inform the concierge later." Chin Pingon shook his head and said, "Next time." Li Shixing smiled helplessly. "At least let me put down the mountain coaster carp and return the jar to you." This time, Chin Pingon did not stand on ceremony. He nodded and said, "Then I'll wait here." Li Shixing smiled and said, "Wait a moment, I'll be back soon." He turned and trotted away with the pot in his hands. At this moment, the young man no longer looked like a sage who talked about the principles in the books. He really looked like the big brother of the red cotton-padded jacket girl. Not long after, Li Shixing ran back with the pot in his hands. There were a few books under his armpits. After Chin Pingon took the pot, he bent down and put it on the ground. He wiped his hands and took the books. He followed Li Shixing's example and put them under his armpits. Finally, he picked up the pot in a funny way. "I'll return the books after I'm done reading." Li Shixing smiled and waved his hand. "You don't have to rush to return the books. Take your time to read them. They're much more obedient than Bao Ping. They won't run around by themselves." Li Shixing put away his joking expression and said slowly, "Chin Pingon, don't think that I'm just being polite by inviting you over to read. I really hope that you'll come more often. Although Bao Ping is smart, she's still young. She has a childish temperament. It's harder to get her to read at home quietly than to reach the sky." Instead, he stood where he was, with one hand behind his back and the other hand unrestrained. Li Shixing stopped his backward momentum, his face slightly pale. Although Chao Jun was a sword cultivator, his kick was powerful and heavy, not at all inferior to a pure martial artist at the peak of the fifth realm. This was the terrifying aspect of sword cultivators and military cultivators. They practiced qi and tempered the body at the same time. Therefore, Li Shixing didn't feel good after taking such a blow. The flow of qi in his body was inevitably affected to a certain extent. Within Li Shixing's sleeve that caught Chao Jun's flying sword, there were continuous bangs. Then, there was the faint sound of silk tearing. Afterwards, threads of snow-white sword light seeped out from the cracks. Li Shixing's 5 fingers were either bent like a bow or straight like a halberd. He quickly formed a Taoist spell and silently chanted a word in his heart, "Suppress." The sleeve that had been tight and abnormally disorderly immediately calmed down. The sound of the flying sword striking the sleeve quickly became a slightly trembling hum. Chao Jun wasn't surprised at all. He smiled and said, 7. Li Shixing's entire sleeve, from his elbow down, instantly shattered. Near his wrist, the sword light shook. It was like a beautiful scenery filled with moonlight, but it contained great danger and killing intent. Li Shixing's 5 fingers that formed the spell changed accordingly, becoming a true gripping spell. In the palm of his hand that no one could see, the lines on his palm swayed slightly like water and changed their trajectory. Li Shixing's arm instantly glowed with a misty greenish-purple light. The sword edge crazily encircled the white swimming fish on Li Shixing's arm. The sword chi that it brought along and the greenish-purple chi that Li Shixing emitted knocked against each other, creating a clear sound of metal and stone. It was concentrated and ear-splitting. As a result, dust and mud continuously fell from the high wall on one side of the clay bottle alley and the low wall of the old house on the other side. Chao Jun's phoenix eyes, which were originally narrowed into slits, opened a little and teased, "Interesting. There are thousands of Daoist spells, and I've seen no less than 200 of them. I've never seen one as simple and useful as yours. Surnamedly, your 6th realm cultivation is a little too strong. It's always been 6th realm sword cultivators bullying 7th realm chi refinement warriors. There's never been a 6th realm chi refinement warrior like you who can take on a 7th realm sword cultivator head-on. If word gets out, I, Chao Jun, will be laughed at by all the sword cultivators in the world." After experiencing the initial unfamiliarity, Li Shixing seemed to have some strength left. He could even open his mouth and laugh. "Maybe your logic isn't high enough." Chao Jun nodded in deep agreement. "Hence," he said one word with a face full of smiles, 8. The flying sword that was as agile as a white fish swooped back to its owner, Chao Jun. Then, it stopped hovering. The flying sword instantly dimmed. The short sword was just a short sword. There was no trace of sword chi overflowing. It no longer had the brilliant aura from before. The gloomy and cold sword intent that gave people a treacherous feeling earlier suddenly changed and became open and aboveboard. The flying sword disappeared into thin air in an instant. On a courtyard wall in the alley between the two of them, extremely fine traces appeared. It was just a little bit of powder and debris that floated down. Li Shixing stretched out 2 fingers on his right hand, trying to grasp the curved short sword again. Li Shixing suddenly turned his head. In the next moment, the flying sword drilled a hole in the high wall on Li Shixing's left. Net first. The flying sword disappeared again. However, a drop of blood began to appear on Li Shixing's left cheek. Then, it gradually expanded into an inch-long blood mark. It was indeed as the rumors said. When fighting with sword cultivators, there was only a fine line between life and death. Li Shixing muttered in his heart, "So this is 8. It is indeed powerful." The combat power of sword cultivators could be recognized as the best among the 100 chi refinement warriors because of a well-nourished flying sword. Its fierceness lay in its point and at most outline. No matter how lofty and majestic a mountain was, if one wanted to drive a nail into the cliff or chisel a ravine, it would not be difficult at all. They were both different types of chi refinement warriors. Even the military cultivators who cultivated both the body and the soul could not be compared to sword cultivators. They were more direct and efficient when fighting with others. No matter how many Dharma treasures one had, no matter how powerful one was, sword cultivators pursued a fatal blow and a sword to break all techniques. Chao Jun maintained a conceited posture with one hand behind his back. His other hand patted the hilt of the long sword. A cultivation genius like you must be the existence that your family has placed high hopes on. Don't you have a few defensive treasures? I don't believe it. Let me say this first. No matter what your purpose is, if you continue to hide it and are unwilling to disclose it to the public, someone will really die. This is because I am afraid that I will accidentally hit too hard and not be able to hold back. By then, you will definitely die with grievances. In the face of the enemy's sarcasm, Li Shixing was not angry. His voice was still warm and gentle. Chen Pingon, I may need to trouble you to step back a little. It would be best if you could step back 4 to 5 feet away. Chao Jun raised his hand and patted his forehead hard. He said with an aggrieved expression, you still have the leisure to talk nonsense in front of a powerful enemy. I am very angry. There was a hidden killing intent in the young sword cultivator's words. At the same time when Chao Jun patted his forehead and made a sound, the flying sword had already been concealed by the sound. It had truly reached Li Shixing's back silently. Ding! An ethereal and melodious sound resounded throughout the clay bottle alley. Chao Jun was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed and said, this works too. Then I won't stand on ceremony. A green bamboo leaf appeared behind Li Shixing's back and blocked the flying sword's assassination. Ding 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 ding, in the alley, a series of similar sounds rang around Li Shixing. Apart from the bamboo leaves, there were also peach leaves, willow leaves, locust tree leaves, all the leaves were green. Chao Jun narrowed his eyes and stared at the battlefield. Li Shixing remained motionless. All around him were leaves of different heights and were floating up and down. The short sword named Bayuk shuttled among them, constantly breaking the formation. "183. It was close to the end of the year, and the weather was cold. The narrow muddy road of Mud Bottle Alley became very hard. Chen Pingon took a deep breath and looked at the tall figure. He called out softly, brotherly. Li Shixing did not turn around. He said with a smile, don't worry, I can handle it. Even if I am not his match, the small town has its rules. I will not let him do as he pleases. The young swordsman called Chao Jun laughed. Are you talking about the Dali Imperial Court or the military Wanqiong? If it is the former, I advise you to give up. If the Song clan has a backbone, they will not be cowards. If it is Wanqiong, let me keep you in suspense. You can wait and see. Chao Jun looked at the handsome scholar in green robes. Compared to his appearance, the other was truly young. This made Chao Jun unhappy. He pressed his thumb against the hilt of the short sword at his waist. You really want to fight? If you lose, just admit it. Maybe you will find it a blessing in disguise. Li Shixing smiled. Since you say your reasoning is all in your scabbard, I will listen. I heard that Li Zhu Grotto Heaven forbade all sorcery. Now that the Grotto Heaven has shattered and fallen, you have reached the middle 5 realm in just 1 year. Not bad. Chao Jun's eyes were full of praise. But he quickly shook his head. What a pity. Li Shixing stretched out a palm. Please. Chao Jun could not help but laugh. A frog at the bottom of a well does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since we are not fighting to the death, I will suppress my realm so that you will not lose unwillingly in the first battle of your life. Li Shixing smiled and did not speak. When you come out of the well, you will find that a person like me is worthy of. Chao Jun pushed off with his toes, bent his waist and charged forward, laughing loudly. Once he chose to attack, the aura of this smiling young swordsman changed. His words echoed in the narrow alley. Honest. A beam of dazzling white light exploded, and the sword chi scattered wildly in all directions, instantly filling the entire alley. In addition, Chao Jun's figure was too fast, so his blurry figure blended into the crowd and was hard to detect. It made people think that he was a mountain stream after a storm, using the alley as the riverbed, crazily surging towards Li Shixing and the others who were downstream. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. Amidst the ferocious stream of sword chi, one could vaguely see an even more condensed snow-white brilliance, like a white fish quietly swimming in the stream. The water stopped flowing. Li Shixing did not seem to be in a hurry. He turned sideways, raised his hand, and waved his sleeve, reaching for the snow-white fish-like short sword. Then, he grasped Xiao Jun's sword-wielding wrist lightly and precisely. Xiao Jun smiled faintly and released his fingers. The short sword that was 2 to 3 feet away from Li Shixing's chest swooshed towards Li Shixing's heart. Li Shixing's expression was calm as he placed 2 fingers on his left hand in front of him. In the nick of time, he managed to catch the white fish. The white fish turned over and rolled. The blade twisted. Li Shixing could only retreat. Xiao Jun closed in, his sword-wielding hand already punching towards Li Shixing's neck. As Li Shixing used his elbow to block Xiao Jun's fist, the white fish had already shot towards him. Li Shixing shook the wrist of his other hand and waved his large sleeve. That white fish had walked right into the trap. Xiao Jun sneered and kicked Li Shixing's abdomen, causing the green-robed scholar to retreat 4 or 5 steps. He did not take advantage of the situation to pursue. He stood where he was, one hand behind his back, the other hand elegant. Li Shixing stopped retreating, his face slightly pale. Xiao Jun was a swordsman, but his kick was powerful and heavy. It was not inferior to a pure martial artist at the peak of Realm 5. An extremely fine mark appeared on a wall in the alley between the two of them. It was just some powder and debris falling. Li Shixing stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand, trying to hold the short sword that had made an arc again. Li Shixing suddenly turned his head. In the next moment, the flying sword drilled a hole in the high wall on Li Shixing's left. Starting on the net. The flying sword disappeared again. But a bead of blood appeared on Li Shixing's left cheek, and then it gradually expanded into a bloody mark that was more than an inch long. It was as the rumors said. When fighting with a sword cultivator, life and death was a fine line. Li Shixing thought to himself, so this is 8. It's really powerful. The reason why the combat power of a sword cultivator could be recognized as the best among the Qi refinement warriors was because of a well-nurtured flying sword. The sharpness was in the point, and at most, it was a line. No matter how lofty or majestic a mountain was, it wasn't difficult to hammer a nail into the cliff or carve out a ravine. They were both different among the Qi refinement warriors. Even the military cultivators who cultivated their physique and soul were not as straightforward as a sword cultivator when fighting with others. No matter how many Dharma treasures you have, no matter how powerful you are, I, a sword cultivator, pursue a fatal strike and a sword to break all techniques. Xiao Jun maintained an arrogant posture with one hand behind his back, and the other patting the hilt of the long sword. A cultivation genius like you must be someone that the family has high hopes for. Don't you have a few treasures for self-defense? I don't believe it. Let me make this clear. No matter what your motive is, if you continue to hide it and are unwilling to make it public, you will really die. Because I'm afraid that if I get too excited, I won't be able to hold back. By then, you will definitely die with regrets. Li Shixing was not angry in the face of the enemy's sarcasm. His voice was still warm and gentle. Chen Pingan, I might need to trouble you to retreat a little more. It would be best if you can retreat to 40 to 50 feet away. Xiao Jun raised his hand and patted his forehead with force, saying with an aggrieved expression, you still have the mood to talk nonsense in front of a formidable enemy. I'm very angry. There was a hidden killing intent in the young sword cultivator's laughter. At the same time that Xiao Jun slapped his forehead, the flying sword had already reached Li Shixing's back under the cover of that sound, truly achieving noiselessness. Ding! An ethereal and melodious sound reverberated throughout the mud bottle alley. Xiao Jun was stunned for a moment before laughing. That works too. Then I won't stand on ceremony. A verdant bamboo leaf appeared behind Li Shixing, blocking the flying sword's attack. Ding 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 ding, in the alley, a series of similar sounds rang out around Li Shixing. Other than bamboo leaves, there were also peach leaves, willow leaves, locust leaves. All sorts of leaves were green. Chao Jun narrowed his eyes and stared at the battlefield. Li Shixing did not move an inch. All around him were leaves of varying heights and undulating in the wind. The short sword named Bayuk shuttled among them, breaking the array continuously but to no avail every time. Although green leaves fell to the ground continuously and withered instantly, Chao Jun felt somewhat helpless. This was because he roughly estimated that the scholar had at least over 100 leaves. Hence, Chao Jun was not in a good mood. Did this fellow's family sell leaves? Even if they did, would anyone buy them? Chao Jun was unwilling to give up just like that. He did not believe that a mere level 6 Qi refinement warrior could last till the end. It was not easy to control so many leaves at the same time. The mental energy that Qi refinement warriors had to expend was extremely significant. Hence, Chao Jun secretly told himself that although it was not an honorable victory, he could reluctantly treat it as a stupid battle to sharpen his sword edge. He did not know how long this person could last. That short but sharp flying sword began to rampage unscrupulously. In the alley, leaves fell one after another. After falling to the ground, they turned from green to yellow. Li Shixing suddenly reminded him, if we continue fighting like this, we can last till next year. Otherwise, why don't you talk about the other sword after talking about the theory of this sword? If it's possible, you can use your natal flying sword as well. No matter what, at least we have to determine the winner first. Because my friend has to hurry on with his journey. Chao Jun suddenly widened his eyes and finally stopped smiling. Will you die if you don't brag? Li Shixing sighed and did not speak anymore. He merely shook his one remaining sleeve, and out of it came a great deal of unthinkable things. There were a few spring leaves left, but other than that, there were summer thunder the size of a fingernail, autumn wind that was no longer than a finger, and winter snow the size of goose feathers. The opponent had a sword that could break all techniques. What should I do? Will I be able to accumulate 10,001 Dharma stones? 184. Chao Jun looked at the messy gadgets. They were like heavy armored infantry on the battlefield, encircling Li Shixing like an iron bucket. Chao Jun saw some clues and said in admiration, "You must be very good at playing chess, and you must be proficient in yin-yang divination." With the cultivation of a 6th realm Qi refinement warrior, unless the scholar in green was the reincarnation of a banished immortal, he would not be able to control so many items at once. However, the scholar in front of him was obviously opportunistic. Every time he defended against the piercing of the white fish flying sword, he could roughly calculate the trajectory and the breakthrough point of the flying sword. Therefore, other than maintaining the spring leaves and autumn wind, the area where the scholar really needed to inject his aura was not too big. This was like a battle of attacking and defending a city. Chao Jun's side had strong combat power, but they did not have enough manpower. They could only focus on one side of the city wall. The scholars seemed to have filled the 4 sides of the city wall with guards, but in fact, 3 sides were empty. He only needed to predict the future and predict the direction of Chao Jun's attack. Then, he could defend with ease. Chao Jun's mind moved, and the snow-white flying sword withdrew from the battlefield and returned to its owner. Chao Jun glanced at it. The sword tip and the blade were a little worn, and the loss was more than expected. Fortunately, the sword intent in the white fish short sword had improved after hundreds of times of polishing. In the end, it was a profitable business. Chao Jun was a little conflicted. Emperor Dali did not dare to fight against the forces behind the 3 sects for a Qi Jingchen. However, for a Qi refinement warrior of his own family who had a chance to reach the upper 5 realms, he was most likely willing to fall out with the Chao family who had taken root in another continent. Chao Jun was a little hesitant. He put the white fish back into the scabbard, and at the same time held the hilt of another sword, which was called a mozhao. He pretended to be annoyed and said, "Don't be a coward if you have the ability." Li Shixing smiled and asked, "Do you have the ability to be a coward?" Chao Jun was at a loss for words. He was once a genius sword practitioner who had high hopes placed on him by a continent of sword immortals. What he pursued was unparalleled sharpness and lethality. Of course, he had neither the ability nor the interest to be like the green-robed scholar in front of him, who neither fought back nor scolded back. Relying on a large pile of strange junk, he defended the city wall and refused to take the initiative to attack. There were once people who described sword cultivators as light cavalry, coming and going like the wind, as fast as lightning. Flying swords were like crossbows, meeting people on narrow roads and engaging in small-scale battles. Often, the enemy would die in a single exchange. As for the flying sword of a sword immortal of the upper five realms, its lethality on the battlefield was like an arqueballista. Even if it was just placed quietly on the city wall, it was a huge deterrent to the enemy. Military cultivators were heavy cavalry. Once they raised their momentum and spirit to the peak, they were equivalent to charging heavy cavalry. They had both offensive and defensive capabilities and were invincible in breaking formations. As for the pure martial artists who were regarded as hopeless by the mountain, they were just heavy armored infantry with average lethality. Even if it was a Grand Master of the Eighth Realms, who could travel with the wind, if they did not succeed in killing the enemy in a short distance, once the distance between them and the Qi cultivators widened, they would fall into a protracted battle. They were far from being comparable to the Qi cultivators. Seeing that Chao Jun did not speak, Li Shixing reached out and gently moved some small thunders, and autumn winds in front of him slowly moved, making his vision clear. Li Shixing took the initiative to speak. "The logic of your sword is not clear." In other words, he was willing to listen to the logic of the ink. Chao Jun gently rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "Your words are really unpleasant, but I admit that you have the qualifications. I have a suggestion that you can consider. Let's have a battle of life and death. All the consequences have nothing to do with the country. How about it? Do you dare to bet with me?" Li Shixing shook his head and said, "You have already seen that I am not good at attacking. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, you are actually in an invincible position." He did not mind revealing his background at all. Chao Jun said helplessly, "Are you being honest or stupid?" Chao Jun looked at the young scholar and suddenly thought of the most impressive scholar in the South Saw continent. He was the family head of the Mellow Qin family. It was rumored that the old man of the Qin family, who was extremely knowledgeable, hid the wind in his sleeves, carried the bright moon on one shoulder and the red sun on the other. Chao Jun collected his thoughts and turned his head to look. He saw a bright red little fox standing on its two legs on the eaves of an old house in the clay bottle alley. It said to Chao Jun, "The old ancestor asked me to tell you to stop before going too far. If you are killed by Ruan Qing, he will find a place here and bury you. After all, you are returning to your roots." Chao Jun looked disgusted. "What? Say that again." The little fox coughed, instantly turning from a cultured and refined appearance to a fiendish one. It put its hands on its hips and cursed, "Chao Shi, that old bastard, told you, you son of a bitch, to hurry up and stop. If you offend the blacksmith surnamed Ruan and get beaten to a pulp, he won't help you take revenge. He has several hundred direct descendants and can't help all of them. He even said that it was a pity that you haven't married that wife of yours, otherwise he wouldn't have asked me to persuade you to stop. It's best if you are beaten to death so that he can take advantage of the situation." Chao Jun's face was calm. He nodded, "That's right. That's the tone of an old bastard." Li Shixing did not care about this. "If you don't want to fight, then please make way." "I don't want to fight, I don't want to fight." I can't beat you to death and you can't beat me to death. How boring. Chao Jun smiled. Let's go take a look at the blacksmith's shop and pay our respects to the saint. Chao Jun's figure rose from the ground, shooting straight into the clouds before rapidly descending towards the blacksmith's shop. As for the dog's hid rule of not flying in the air without permission within the Longquan prefecture, Chao Jun really did not care about it. In the end, there was a loud bang. Chao Jun immediately shot out like a shooting star. In the end, when he finally stopped with great difficulty, he was already several hundred kilometers away. Previously, he had already tumbled countless times in the sea of clouds. He sat cross-legged in the air, vomiting blood non-stop. Chao Jun's face was like gold paper. He did not fly into a rage out of humiliation or become flustered and exasperated. Instead, a habitual smile appeared on his face. As expected, the fellows who came out of the Wind Snow Temple all have bad tempers. I wonder if the divine immortal platform Wei Jin will give people a pleasant surprise. The fox with bright red fur circled around Chao Jun, taking pleasure in his misfortune. You've suffered, haven't you? Chao Jun smiled. It's not like I'm dead. The fox clicked its tongue. The ability to bully the weak and fear the strong, you do take after Chao Shi. Chao Jun said, if I don't bully the weak and fear the strong, then should I bully the strong and fear the weak? Is there something wrong with your head? The fox did not take it to heart. It raised a paw to scratch its chin, stood on its tiptoes, and looked at the small town. What about that strange sword embryo that you failed to snatch? Chao Jun said with a dark face, you still have the nerve to say that. If it wasn't for you encouraging me to kill and snatch the treasure, I would have at most made a fair trade with that young man. The fiery red fox scolded with a stern face, as a person, you have to stick to your heart. You can do whatever you want outside, but when you're in the small Longquan County, you should continue to maintain it. It's just that there's an 11th level military saint, but aren't you also followed by an 11th level sword cultivator ancestor? One has the right time and place, while the other has a handy divine weapon. They're both unreasonable trash among chi cultivators, and they're on par with each other. If they fight and you watch from the side, you might even be able to understand something. Why not? Chao Jun sneered, with Chao Shi's temper, if I scheme against him, he'll get back at me by a foot. The fiery red fox touched on his sore spot, repeating the same old tune, at most, I'll let him sleep with your wife a few times in the future. What's there to be afraid of? Chao Jun remained silent, maintaining his smile as he stared at the fox. The young swordsman's smile did not waver at all. The fox pretended to be surprised. Wow, you're really angry. The Chao Jun who's been sloppy for 100 years actually has a time when he's serious. Chao Jun smiled. When I'm free, I suddenly have the desire to kill all mosquitoes and flies. The white fish was unsheathed, and a rainbow light flashed. The fiery red fox's head was tossed high up, but there was no splatter of blood. The head was still talking. Oh my, the speed of your sword is as slow as a tortoise-moving house. You call yourself a genius swordsman, what a disgrace. The headless body swaggered, shaking its buttocks, completely ignoring the white fish flying sword that pierced through its body time and time again. The head in the air continued to provoke, your embroidery needle is just scratching an itch. In the air, sword light splashed, and a white rainbow flashed. Not to mention the body that was cut into 17 or 18 pieces, even the head had turned into 8 pieces. However, when the white fish flying sword showed a trace of stagnation, the fox was restored to a complete body in an instant. The cycle repeated. Finally, Chao Jun sighed and sheathed his sword. The fox twisted its neck, walked to Chao Jun's side and sat down. Young man, you should speak with confidence based on your capabilities. Chao Jun nodded. Makes sense. I'll listen to you. If that's the case, after you marry your wife, can you let me sleep with her? Anyway, she's a girl, and I'm a girl. It's hard to say who's taking advantage of who. You can stay on the mountain with him. Don't be afraid of him. If he dares to go back on his word and secretly bully you, I'll take care of him. The little boy in green stomped his feet and said, Master, silly girl, can't the two of you remember me? Am I the kind of person who goes back on his word? Who in the Huangting nation doesn't know that the sword-controlling water god has a brother who keeps his word? If he says he'll eliminate the root of the problem, he won't leave anyone behind. If he says he'll kill his ancestors, he won't kill his grandson. Chen Pingan chuckled, so powerful. The little boy in green immediately turned his head with a bashful expression. He stretched out a hand and shook it gently. Master, I'm just boasting to boost my courage. Don't take it seriously. Chen Pingan pressed his head with one hand and stretched out the other. Give it to me. The little boy in green was a little dazed and raised his head. What? The girl in pink reminded him softly, You promised Master that you would hand over an ordinary snake gallstone if he let you return to Luopa Mountain. The little boy in green squeezed out a smile. Master, you have a big family business. Don't be like this. Chen Pingan didn't retract his hand. The little boy in green could only obediently take out the smallest snake gallstone and place it in Chen Pingan's palm. Chen Pingan handed the snake gallstone to the girl in pink and said with a smile, As long as he doesn't bully you on the mountain, you can give it to him as a reward. The girl in pink carefully put away the snake gallstone. The little boy in green grabbed the girl in pink's arm and said anxiously, Let's hurry to Luopa Mountain. We can't stay here for long. The two little fellows had just turned out of Mud Bottle Alley when the little boy in green suddenly stopped. Without waiting for him to speak, the girl in pink threw the snake gallstone to him at lightning speed. The little boy in green put away the snake gallstone that he had just recovered and nodded with a smile. Silly girl, aren't you tired? Let me help you carry your bookcase. The girl in pink shook her head vigorously. The little boy in green sighed. You have a hard life. Fortunately, fortune favors fools. The girl in pink grinned. The little boy in green puffed out his chest. Let's go. Lead the way. Let's go home. Since there was no need to go to Lu Xian Yang's house at Mud Bottle Alley, Chen Pingan sent Li Shixing to the entrance of the alley. Li Shixing stopped and hesitated for a moment before saying, It might be too early to say what I'm going to say next. However, just like the annotations on the books that I gave you, you only need to read them. In that case, you only need to hear what I'm going to say. Chen Pingan nodded. Go on, brotherly, Li Shixing said slowly. Have you heard of the case of a white horse that is not a horse? Chen Pingan scratched his head. On the way to school, Bao Ping and Li Huai once quarreled about this. The more I listened, the more confused I became. Li Shixing smiled and thought for a moment. Then let's not think too deeply about it. Let me put it another way. 1 grain of sand plus 1 grain of sand, how many grains are there? Chen Pingan was puzzled. Isn't it 2 grains? Li Shixing smiled. Of course it is. Then how many piles of sand are there when 1 pile of sand plus 1 pile of sand? Chen Pingan asked tentatively. It's still 1 pile, right? Li Shixing patted Chen Pingan's shoulder. Rumor has it that when the ancient saints invented words, the ghosts and gods of the world cried in fear. Of course, this is a great merit. However, you have to understand that words are sometimes an invisible barrier to our understanding of the world. So when you study in the future, don't always chew on words. If you encounter a bottleneck, you might as well take a step back first and then take a few steps forward. Try to walk as high as possible. If you don't climb the mountain, you won't see the flat ground. Chen Pingan was confused and had a headache. It was similar to when he flipped through the book, Primary School. In a daze, he felt that there was no way forward and there was no way back. Li Shixing comforted him. Take it slow. Don't rush. Chen Pingan nodded. Understood. Li Shixing, who had lost a sleeve, walked back to the mansion on Fulu Street alone. When the servants and maids saw the young master's predicament, they were somewhat puzzled. The young master had grown up. Other than following the elders to visit the tombs, he almost never went out. Why was he so bumpy when he finally went out for a walk? He couldn't have gotten into a fight with someone, right? Li Shixing returned to his courtyard. He first saw the crabs and the mountain coaster carp living in peace. Then, he changed into a new set of clothes. Then, he huddled in the study room to read for a while. Finally, he went to a room that was often locked. He unlocked the door and pushed it open. When Li Shixing, the owner of the room, raised his eyes and looked around, all he could see were tall 100 treasures standing against the wall. On top of the 100 treasures, there were no antiques or exquisite porcelain that Longquan County produced. Instead, there were square seals of different heights, sizes, and materials. Other than the 100 treasures that were piled high with seals, there was only a table and a chair in the room. There were 3 unfinished seals on the table. They were made of wood, topaz, and bronze. There was also a large box of well-made carving knives and a few ancient books made of rare materials. Li Shixing gently closed the door and sat on the chair behind the table. The 3 seals on the table were all missing a character. The bronze seal was engraved with "Subdue" and missing a character at the end. The topaz seal was engraved with Lord Dutian and missing a character in the middle. The wooden seal was engraved with Qi Transformation and missing a character at the very beginning. Carving was like drawing a talisman. It was particular about finishing in one go. Li Shixing was clearly not like this. Not only did he not draw a knife to carve, he instead closed his eyes and began to sleep. His breathing was continuous, like the gurgling of a stream. The small room was a completely different world. When Chen Pingan returned to the ancestral mansion, he discovered that the scholarwood sword on the table was slightly slanted. Although Chen Pingan's heart was shaken, he still sat at the table without revealing anything. 185. Back then, Qi Jingchen used the locust tree branch that Li Baoping moved to secretly cut it out and secretly put it in Chen Pingan's basket. There lived a golden incense stick figure of unknown origin. However, after briefly appearing twice at Autumn Reed Inn and Chao Clan's Jilan Mansion, the shy incense stick figure never appeared again. Chen Pingan let it be and didn't insist on anything. Deep in the night, in the young family's shop, the old man was smoking a pipe. He frowned and stretched out his hand, and the incense stick figure fell from the void to the ground. Old Yang said coldly, "Qi Jingchen painstakingly hid you. What does he want to do?" She stood timidly on the ground as if she was afraid of the old man. Her hands gripped the corner of her clothes tightly, and her lips moved slightly. Old Yang frowned more and more as he listened. He pondered for a long time. "I agree." He knocked the ground with his pipe and a small temple rolled out, standing in front of the incense stick figure. The incense stick figure was full of joy. Just as she was about to walk in, she suddenly raised her head and stopped talking. Old Yang said coldly, "It's best to know everything, but if you can't do that, you might as well not know anything. Only then can you live well." The incense stick figure still seemed a little hesitant. She wanted to go back to Mud Bottle Alley and say goodbye to the young man. Old Yang picked up his pipe again and exhaled thick smoke. "Only when you put all your intelligence into your belly can you be called smart. Do you really think that kid doesn't think about anything except practicing martial arts, and only knows how to be kind and generous all day long. You've followed him all the way. You're really stupid, but he's not stupid. The incense stick figure pouted and was a little discouraged. However, when she walked into the small temple, she was stunned. She was like a tiny grain of rice placed in a large vat. On the tall walls of the small temple, names were shining brightly, emitting different colors. Above the head of the little incense stick figure, the stars were bright and resplendent. The old man put away his pipe and placed his hands behind his back as he walked out of the medicine shop. He walked all the way out of the town, and when he passed by the stone bridge, he let out a sigh filled with regret and confusion. He slowly walked down the stone bridge and followed the Dragon Whisker River to the blacksmith's shop. He didn't walk into the shop but instead came to the side of the river. He lightly stomped his foot and the river deity's woman immediately flew out from the bottom of the river. Her soul was shaken and she was a little dizzy. When she realized that it was old Yang, she immediately smiled and said, "Great immortal, there's no need to use your skills." Old Yang said expressionlessly, "Go to the source of the Dragon Whisker River immediately. Take the initiative to disperse half of your golden body and merge it with the river water. Help Wan Jiao increase his gloominess in water." The young woman was dumbstruck. Cutting off half of his golden body was easy for the old man to say, but whether it was the pain he suffered or the damage to his Tao, it was immeasurable. The woman wished she could run as far away as possible. It was a pity that she couldn't escape. Old Yang added, "If it's done, when Wan Jiao succeeds in forging the sword, I'll help you ask for a river deity temple. At most, you'll be able to restore your golden body in 50 to 60 years. After that, you'll have endless incense sticks. This is a small profit. You'll definitely make a profit." The woman was submissive and her voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. "Breaking half of my golden body is too painful. I'm afraid of pain." The old man didn't speak. He just looked at the sparkling surface of the Dragon Whisker River. Wan Jiao smiled and asked, "Senior, you don't think highly of Chen Pingon from the beginning?" Old Yang said expressionlessly, "It's fine as long as there is someone watching over him." The post house road to the north was reopened, making the originally lively Red Candle town even more lively. At night, a pleasure boat with green bamboo curtains leisurely sailed out of the bay towards the small town. As soon as it entered the river that divided the small town into two, there was business. It was an old rich man dressed in brocade and a middle-aged strong man dressed in coarse linen. They looked like rich lords who had brought their guards and servants out to drink with girls. The pleasure boat was medium-sized. There were 5 boat women. 2 were rowing the boat, 2 were playing the zither and cooking wine, and the last one was a beautiful woman. She sat beside the old man and carefully served him like a little bird. This made the old man in brocade laugh heartily. He pointed at the rough man opposite him and said, "How is it, old Xie? Clothes make the man, Buddha makes the gold. Is the old saying right?" The man didn't know if he was angry from embarrassment or if he was a straightforward person. He took a cup of wine from the woman's hand, thanked her, and said to the old man, "Don't thank me, I'm not familiar with you." The old man was a thick-skinned person. When he took the wine, he took the opportunity to touch the back of the boatwoman's hand. He didn't forget to wink at the beautiful woman and raise his eyebrows. The boatwoman was disgusted, but she had to force a smile. The old man didn't care about this. He drank a mouthful of wine and said, "You're not familiar with me, but I'm familiar with you. Your name, Old Xia, has spread from the northeast all the way to the south. Every time I talk to my old friends about you, when they know that you're from the same hometown as me, they all ask me to introduce you. They say that it's a pity that they can't meet such a great hero." The man only frowned and didn't say anything. He lowered his head and drank. The old man had a mustache. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged with his head tilted to one side. He looked at the red and green feasting on the shore. He twirled the wine cup in one hand and stroked his mustache with the other. No matter how others looked at him, he looked wretched and vulgar. What's more, the old man was sitting cross-legged with his knees deliberately pressed against the woman's plump buttocks. Even the woman, who was used to seeing beautiful women, regretted not sitting next to the taciturn man. When the old man raised his arm to stroke his mustache, he revealed a section of his sleeve. The boat women on the pleasure boat who were good at reading people's expressions were somewhat disappointed. It turned out that the old man had a long, dark green rope tied around his wrist. If it was worn on a child's hand, it could be considered slender and cute. However, when it was worn on the old man's hand, it was neither fish nor fowl. The old man suddenly retracted his gaze and asked the beautiful woman beside him, "Do you women of the pleasure field believe in pledges of eternal love?" She wasn't the only one who didn't know how to answer. The other boat women also looked at each other. They didn't know what the old man was up to. The old man laughed aloud and pointed at the man opposite him. "Looking for him really is useful. He's the king of a mountain and is in charge of quite a few mountains. Pledges of eternal love, pledges of eternal love. The pledges of eternal love here." The man frowned and didn't say anything. He slowly drank his wine absent-mindedly. The old man pointed at himself. "Actually, I'm useful too. There's a very, very tall building in the world. Its name is so domineering. It's called Shanghai Tower. It's by the sea. My home is near Shanghai Tower." The man finally couldn't hold it in any longer. His face was filled with displeasure. "Chow, why are you showing off all this to them?" The old man drank some wine and picked up some food with his chopsticks. He glanced at the man from the corner of his eyes. "It's only interesting to talk about this with them who don't understand anything. Showing off all this to the people on the mountain is really boring." The man's brow was filled with gloom. He lowered his head and drank his wine. Pledges of eternal love were often mentioned by storytellers roaming the streets of the secular dynasties. They were mostly used to describe the love between a man and a woman. Regular people had long since been unaware of its true meaning. In reality, this saying was rather important to the people on the mountain. It referred to the fact that cultivators could make pledges to the mountains and seas. Pledges possessed indescribable binding power. They were even more effective than the black and white words of the people at the foot of the mountain. As long as the mountain was one of the 5 main mountains conferred by the imperial court within the country, it was fine. The higher the realm of the chi refinement warrior, the higher the requirement for the grade of the mountain. It was mostly an alliance between large countries or a business contract. As time went on, matchmakers and marriage contracts gradually became the majority. Pledges of the sea had already lost most of their meaning. This was because with the fall of the last true dragon in the world, the vast 5 lakes and 4 seas and the 9 territories outside of the 9 provinces no longer had a master. The secular dynasties didn't have the authority to confer titles to the gods of the 5 lakes and 4 seas. As a result, there was no longer a proper water god who could appear and rule over the 5 great lakes and the 4 boundless seas. It was said that the sun rose in the east and set in the west. The place where the sun rose was somewhere in the East Sea. The old man with the surname Chow did not care about the feelings of the man at all. He ate the food that went with the wine, making loud chewing noises. He placed his hand on the thigh of the woman beside him and asked with a smile, "Beautiful sister, you've heard of the magnificent town tower, right?" The woman shook her head. "How can that be?" The old man patted the woman's firm and supple thigh gently. "Allow me to explain it to you. In our world, there are 9 buildings of providence that I don't know who built. They're located in 9 different places. They're the mountain tower, the country tower, the sea tower, the demon tower, the Immortal Tower, the Sword Tower, and the Dragon Tower. These 8 majestic buildings that soar into the clouds and almost reach the sky are all named with 2 characters. Only the last one has 3 characters. It's the strangest of all. It's called. The man slammed his chopsticks and said angrily, "Enough. Qiao Shi, are you done yet?" As he slammed his chopsticks on the table, all the boat girls fell into a strange state. It did not hinder their breathing, and their hands moved skillfully without hindrance. However, they seemed to have turned a blind eye to the 2 guests who were close to them on the boat. "Since we're already here, our identities will soon be exposed. You, Xiashi, are someone who came out of the Pearl Grotto heaven. If you deliberately hide your identity, it'll make people suspicious. It's better to be like me, swaggering into the town. Who knows, we might have to fight and show Dolly, lest they don't take a land sword immortal seriously." Qiao Shi looked at the man opposite her and said with a smile, "It's said that Xiashi from the Julu continent is open and aboveboard, like the blazing sun hanging above his head. He has never done anything wrong in his life. Why? Are you going to make an exception this time?" Qiao Shi leaned forward and picked up a pickled radish from a small pinkish-green porcelain plate. She threw it into her mouth and said, "Isn't it just a broken porcelain? As long as you say something and nod, I'll help you solve it." Xiashi, I really don't want to criticize you, but we've already made it to this point. Why are you still being led by the nose? Aren't you a coward?" The man sneered and said, "Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Is the guy who bought your natal porcelain someone easy to talk to?" Qiao Shi said with a look of surprise, "Why? Old Xia, are you not well informed? Didn't you hear that a junior in my family just got engaged to a direct descendant of Madame Qin? Madame Qin invited an expert from the Liu family to do a divination. Guess what? 8 big words. A beautiful couple, a match made in heaven. I'm not bragging about this, but in our continent, it's not a small matter." Xiashi sneered and said, "Qiao Shi, it's fine if you're not embarrassed about this, but how can you look so proud? Who gave you the cheek?" Qiao Shi's skin was as thick as a wall. She asked back, "How is it embarrassing? My family's descendant abducted a wife with his own ability. As the ancestor, why shouldn't I be happy?" Xiashi crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, "Tell me, why did you call me here? If it's about the porcelain, you don't have to say any more. I won't agree to it. I'll take care of my own business. Besides, I don't trust you, Qiao Shi." Qiao Shi exclaimed and rubbed her eyes. As expected of the continent's famous hero Xia. "Your awe-inspiring righteousness is really dazzling. I have to rub my eyes quickly, or I won't be able to take it." The green silk rope on the wrist of this seemingly absurd old man appeared again. Everyone in the South Saw continent knew that Qiao Shi's swordsmanship wasn't the best among the land sword immortals. However, his sword, as a magic weapon, was enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the continent. Qiao Shi's wrist was actually tied with a veritable river of water that was rolling and flowing. This river was Qiao Shi's sword. Xiashi had long heard about these things that weren't considered secrets from other continents. Even so, he still asked directly, "Do you need to fight before you can shut up?" Qiao Shi just ate and drank. She shook her head and said, "Everyone in the South Saw continent says that I, Qiao Shi, am temperamental and eccentric. Xiashi, do you think that people like me are difficult to deal with?" Xiashi began to close his eyes and rest. Every time a guest boarded the boat and the business was done, the boatwoman would take down a lantern hanging at a fixed position at the bow of the boat, indicating that the boat was full and no longer receiving guests. Qiao Shi shook her chopsticks. "Wrong, very wrong. The most difficult person to deal with in the world is someone like you, Xiashi. It's too difficult to befriend." Xiashi closed his eyes. My patience is limited. Xiaoxi rolled her eyes and said, okay, let's get down to business. Some people can't bear to see the rise of the Song clan, but you, Xiaoxi, are stubborn. You have to keep your promise and have to come out of the mountain, so that the trip to the inverted mountain has to be delayed. Unfortunately, the mellow scholar Qin family can't bear to see Qi Jingchen doing well. Previously, he also had a very bad impression of Dolly, but now he has changed his mind. The reason is unknown, but I don't care. Anyway, the mellow scholar Qin family not only opened a school in the small town in the name of the Qin family of Dragontail Commandery in the Aquarius continent, but also asked me to go on a long trip. It's a betrothal gift for the grandson of my family. Although I don't know the specific plan, I will continue to appear here and keep an eye on you. Xiaoxi didn't open his eyes, but there was a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Are you sure you can stop me? Xiaoxi finally finished eating the various dishes on the small plates. She put down her chopsticks and said confidently, I'm not sure if I can beat you, but I'm sure I can stop you. Xiaoxi suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head to look. A young-looking swordsman did not carry a long sword, nor did he carry a long sword on his back. Instead, he placed the long sword horizontally behind his back. Languid with both elbows on the scabbard, he looked at Xiaoxi with a smile. This person was in the ghost bride's mansion with the plaque Xiaoshui Gao Feng hanging on it. Less than an inch after he unsheathed his sword, he used a pocket-sized mountain in front of him to block the fierce sword of the land sword immortal Wei Jin. In Red Candle Town, he met Alliance and drank wine. On the ferry of Xiuhua River, he also greeted Qin Pingan. At that time, it seemed that it was the first time Qin Pingan cupped his fists and saluted someone. In the end, it was also him and his subordinate, Lu Yu, who brought Wei Pai of the Chest Dun Mountain to Longquan. At that time, Wei Jin of the Immortal Platform addressed him as that person from the Mo clan. Qin Pingan sat in the house for a long time while facing the scholarwood sword. In the end, he realized that he could not calm down. He could not read, he could not practice calligraphy, he could not even practice his walking stump and sword furnace. Qin Pingan carried the basket on his back, packed the scholarwood sword, and left the ancestral house. After walking out of Mud Bottle Alley, he went straight to Luopa Mountain. When he appeared in front of the bamboo house, the green-clothed child and the pink-dressed girl were shocked. Qin Pingan walked up to the second floor of the bamboo house and his heart calmed down. The pink-dressed girl wanted to follow, but the green-clothed child grabbed her neck. He scolded her softly, "You are really stupid. Can't you see that master is not in a good mood?" The pink-dressed girl was at a loss. The green-clothed child dragged her to sit on a small bamboo chair on the first floor and said solemnly, "With our master's temper, there are only two situations that can make him so strange." The pink-dressed girl pricked up her ears and listened carefully. The green-clothed child stretched out a finger and said in a low voice, "The first situation is that he lost money, and it is not a small amount." The pink-dressed girl thought deeply. The green-clothed child laughed evilly. "The second situation is that master is deeply hurt by love. For example, he is tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep alone. On a whim, he ran to Miss Ruanxiu to confess but was rejected by her. Or when he confessed to the girl he loves, he went overboard and wanted to kiss her and hug her fiercely. Then he slapped Miss Ruan and scolded her for being a hooligan. This made our master so angry that he could only come to the bamboo house to cool off." The pink-dressed girl said doubtfully, "Master would not do such a thing." The green-clothed child sighed, "You don't understand us men." Qin Pingan sat cross-legged on the second floor and looked into the distance through the gap between the railings. The scholarwood sword was placed horizontally across his knees. He took out the silver sword embryo and looked down at it. Unlike the strange movements in Mud Bottle Alley, the sword embryo was as quiet as a dead object. For some reason, Chen Pingan's state of mind was at peace. It was even steadier than when he practiced martial arts. His mind and thoughts were clear. Chen Pingan raised his head again and gripped the sword embryo in his hand. He said calmly, "If it is not mine, even if it is under my feet, after I pick it up, I will take the initiative to find the owner and return it to him. If it is mine, it is mine. You can't go anywhere. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will catch you and bring you back." The silver sword embryo gradually became warm. Not long after, it became boiling hot. Chen Pingan clenched his teeth. He only held it with one hand and placed his other hand lightly on the scholar wood sword as some kind of emotional support. In the end, he had no choice but to hold the sword tightly. His palms had long been burned red from the heat. The pain pierced his heart and his spirit trembled. The pain brought by the burning sword embryo was more like a horror similar to molten copper pouring on the bottom of one's heart than flesh and blood. The method of 18 halting sword qi began to flow naturally. It hit the named qi mansion and aperture acupoints again and again, desperately resisting the shock brought by the burning. Before, Chen Pingan had been stuck between the 6th and 7th level, unable to break through the threshold no matter how hard he tried. No matter how Chen Pingan practiced his martial arts and stances, or how he practiced with the green-clothed child to temper his body, he could not find the right method and thus could not enter the door. In order to reduce the perception of pain, Chen Pingan's body trembled violently. He had to distract himself to think about other things. He thought about Cui Dongshan's recitation of the sage's classics, about the young Taoist Lu Chen's writing of the prescription, about the Wei and Jin dynasty's sword of wind and snow temple, and about the strange scene of the white rainbow flying sword hitting the spring leaves and autumn wind in Mud Bottle Alley today. One thing after another, it was still useless to think about it. In addition to the bloody flesh in Chen Pingan's palm sticking to the sword embryo, he also began to bleed from the 7 apertures. Not only that, the fine pores of his skin began to ooze blood, and finally condensed into horrifying beads of blood. The appearance was miserable, but the inside was even worse. The meridians between the qi mansion in his body seemed to have been trampled by the hooves of an iron horse, splashing mud everywhere. "I regret it." Wei Pai waved his sleeves and jumped down from the railing. In between, he patted the boy in green's head. He chuckled and said, "Naughty." It seemed like a casual pat, but the boy in green slapped him so hard that he fell on the railing. He clutched his crotch in pain and grimaced. If it was any other place, even a mountain of copper or iron would collapse under him. However, this bamboo building was not just any ordinary sturdy. Wei Pai sat beside Chen Pingan. He held Chen Pingan's wrist with one hand. His pulse was stable. It was a good sign. The girl in pink asked softly, "Immortal Master Wei, it's cold outside. Do you want to move my master into the house?" Wei Pai smiled and said, "You're a flood dragon. You have an innate resistance to extreme heat and cold. That's why you don't feel it. Actually, there's an advantage to this bamboo building. It's warm in winter and cool in summer. Even if an ordinary person takes off his clothes in the bamboo building on a snowy day, he won't be frostbitten. Therefore, it's more appropriate to let your master lie here and sleep. Don't touch him at all." The girl in pink heaved a sigh of relief. She quickly bowed to Wei Pai to express her gratitude. Wei Pai did not mind. He smiled and asked, "Did Chen Pingan bring a change of clean clothes?" The girl in pink shook her head and said, "Master probably didn't plan to stay long on this trip up the mountain. He didn't put any clothes in his basket." Wei Pai frowned. Looking at Chen Pingan's clothes that looked as though they had been soaked in blood, it would definitely be bad if he woke up wearing those clothes. He suggested, you can go to the small town to buy clothes or go to Mud Bottle Alley to get clothes. Go quickly and return quickly. Chen Pingan should wake up before long. The girl in pink acknowledged and was about to leave. The green-robed boy glared at Wei Pai with a dark gaze. I don't trust you. Wei Pai thought for a moment. You stay then. The green-robed boy tossed a gold ingot to the girl in pink. Other than buying new clothes for master, prepare a few sets for us too. The girl in pink smiled. I don't need it. The green-robed boy said with a straight face, I'm just being polite with you. The girl in pink was a little sad. She ran down the bamboo building and down the mountain. After that, the green-robed boy sat on the railing with his back facing Chen Pingan, who was lying on the ground, and Wei Pai, who was sitting, deep in thought. Chen Pingan slept for a full day and night before he woke up. After washing up and changing into clean clothes, he felt refreshed. He did not wear straw sandals and stood barefoot in the corridor of the second floor of the bamboo building. The soles of his feet were covered with a layer of calluses that were as thick as iron and stone. The earliest calluses he had when he was young were made by rough straw sandals. Later, they were made thicker by mountain rocks, gravel, grass, and thorns. It was as if someone was conscientiously building a road and paving a bridge. The scene on the other side began to be faintly discernible, getting closer and closer each time. Moreover, compared to the tempering of the body by practicing martial arts, the effect of the sword chi rampaging through the body was more obvious. It somewhat forced Chen Pingan to have no choice but to cultivate both inside and outside. It was like a great mountain. Before, Chen Pingan had always wanted to open up the mountain and build a road, but he didn't know where to start. He cut through the thistles and thorns, and his progress was extremely slow. In the end, after the sword embryo entered his body, it was like a little boy in blue robes had revealed his true body. Wandering between the mountain ridges, an extremely rough mountain road naturally appeared. Chen Pingan only needed to follow behind its butt, constantly mending, digging, and filling in. Chen Pingan wasn't afraid of suffering, but there weren't many people in the world who liked suffering. Chen Pingan was no exception. But if suffering could be exchanged for benefits, Chen Pingan wouldn't hesitate to ask for it. Because he had lived alone for so many years, living bitterly, Chen Pingan understood a principle. In life, there were many people who did many things. Suffering was suffering, and it was only suffering. You reap what you sow. It depended on whether God, who liked to nap, agreed or not. He still had to put most of his belongings in Miss Ruan's blacksmith shop. There were too many people in Luopa Mountain, and Chen Pingan was really worried. Previously, if it weren't for Li Shixing, Chen Pingan would have suffered a great loss even in front of his own house in Mud Bottle Alley. No wonder the little boy in blue robes kept repeating that catchphrase. Jianghu was dangerous. Chen Pingan's head swayed to the side, and he suddenly reached out his hand to cover his mouth. Blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers. Chen Pingan breathed heavily and opened his palm. There was a pool of scarlet blood. Chen Pingan said angrily, "Next, I will go down the mountain and build a grave for my parents. During this time, let's have a temporary truce. How about it?" The sword embryo that was about to collide with another Qi mansion's aperture wall slowly calmed down, as if it had acquiesced to Chen Pingan's request. After that, Chen Pingan went down the mountain alone. Carrying a basket with most of his belongings, he found Wan Xiu at the blacksmith shop. He had no choice but to ask her to help him put the items back into the yellow mud house. After hearing that Chen Pingan wanted to build a grave, Wan Xiu wanted to help. Chen Pingan shook his head and refused, saying that it wasn't a big deal. He just needed to spend some money to hire some craftsmen, and he could afford it. Ruan Xiao didn't insist. She only said that if he needed help, he didn't have to be polite. Chen Pingan said with a wry smile. If he was really polite to her, he wouldn't have made this trip. The girl smiled. Chen Pingan no longer had any worries. He took the money to the small town and quickly found someone. Afterwards, he asked the old craftsman about the rules and etiquette of building a grave. After discussing the price, he picked an auspicious day and started work. Chen Pingan watched from beginning to end. If he could help, he would. If it wasn't convenient, he wouldn't interfere. Everything was arranged according to the instructions of the old craftsman. It was probably because the young man gave enough money. Moreover, the craftsman felt that the young man's heart was sincere. Therefore, everything went smoothly without any setbacks. In the end, the grave was carefully built. It wasn't any better than an ordinary family's. It couldn't be said to be luxurious. Moreover, the words on the tombstone were carved by Chen Pingan himself, staying up all night. After paying the bill, Chen Pingan bowed to the group of craftsmen to express his gratitude. The last person brought the offerings back to the grave. When Chen Pingan was preparing the offerings, he hesitated for a moment. Then, he brought a pot of good wine. When he was toasting his father, he looked at his mother's grave and scratched his head. "Mother, father doesn't seem to have drunk wine. Let him drink it once." Then, he turned his head slightly and smiled at another adjacent grave. "Father, if you're not used to drinking wine, or if you make mother unhappy, just send me a dream. Next time, I won't bring you wine." Chen Pingan finished pouring the pot of wine and wiped his face. He grinned. "Father, mother, if you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree." After that, Chen Pingan went to the immortal tomb and worshipped a few statues. Chen Pingan didn't build roads and bridges. Instead, he chose the immortal tomb. In the name of Ruan Xiao, he hired craftsmen to repair the broken statues. He would pay, and she would do it. Ruan Xiao didn't know why, but she didn't ask anything. She just nodded and agreed. After the last catastrophe, all the people in the town could hear the explosion of the immortal tomb at night. It was similar to the sound of firecrackers. The statues were getting rarer and more broken. Chen Pingan listened to Ruan Xiao's suggestion. In principle, the large-scale renovation was to repair the old statues and maintain the original appearance as much as possible. If it couldn't be guaranteed that the statues would be restored, they would only make sure that the newly erected statues wouldn't collapse again. They couldn't be tampered with. Therefore, temporary bamboo sheds were built to shelter them from the wind and rain. Occasionally, Chen Pingan would go to the two shops in Dragon Riding Alley to sit. Then, he would be busy. Before the eve of the new year, Chen Pingan made a special trip to Luopa Mountain to find the little boy in green and the girl in pink. When Ruan Xiao heard the news, she said that she was going to keep an eye on the construction of the Shinshu mountain. So, she went to the mountain with Chen Pingan. However, they didn't part ways. Instead, she changed her mind halfway. She said that she wanted to see the bamboo building of Chen Pingan's family. Last time, she saw it carelessly and wanted to see it again. Of course, Chen Pingan wouldn't refuse. When Chen Pingan and Ruan Xiao appeared at the foot of the mountain, the little boy in green stood on the railing and clicked his tongue in wonder. Majestic confrontation, the scenery is beautiful and spectacular. The girl in pink stood on her tiptoes and looked into the distance. She wondered, there aren't any peaks south of Luopa Mountain. The little boy in green turned his head and glanced at her. He smiled mischievously and said, "You're still young." He hugged the back of his head with both hands. His feet were rooted to the ground. His body swayed back and forth on the railing like a swing. He muttered, "Where can I find such a good girl? She's clearly the only one in the world. Master, if you don't know how to cherish her, you'll be punished by the heavens." "Really, what I said is true to my conscience." The girl in pink deeply agreed and said, "Miss Xiao Xiao is really very good." Chen Pingan and Ruan Xiao slowly climbed up the mountain. Ruan Xiao said that she had received a letter from the Pillow Inn. After that, there was indeed a blind old Taoist who brought the lame boy and the round-faced girl into the small town. They went to the shop at Dragon Rider Alley to look for her. However, the three of them quickly continued north. They said that they wanted to try their luck at Dolly's capital. Chen Pingan remembered the old Taoist who had gone through thick and thin together. He thought of Lin Shi and the Cloud Gem book that he cultivated. He asked her about the Five Thunders execution. Unfortunately, Ruan Xiao was never interested in these things. She didn't know much and could only tell him what she heard. As they chatted along the way, Chen Pingan learned that Master Wan had taken in 3 registered disciples this year. One of them was a young man with long eyebrows. His surname was Xia. Although he had lived in Peach Leaf Alley for generations, in his generation, his family had declined. If he didn't enter the blacksmith shop, he would have to sell his ancestral home and move to another alley. He also had an older sister and a younger brother. A young man who didn't like to talk. He was the last to become Wan Xiao's father's registered disciple. In the first heavy snow of winter, he knelt by the well for a day and a night, begging Wan Xiao to take him in as a disciple. He didn't move an inch and was covered in snow. Perhaps it was because sincerity could move metal and stone. Wan Xiao agreed to let him enter the shop to forge swords and iron. After the young man with the surname Xia, a young girl from the Wind Snow Temple became the second disciple. According to Wan Xiao, the young girl was of average talent in the Wind Snow Temple. She seemed to have made a big mistake and was expelled from the sect. She then went to find Master Wan, who had established her own sect. Wan Xiao said that she was actually undetermined. She subconsciously wanted to find a way out first before doing anything. She could stay and even teach her swordsmanship, but she wouldn't take her in as a disciple. She worked as a handyman in the blacksmith shop for a long time. One day, she chopped off one of the thumbs of her hand that held the sword. She went to Wan Xiao with a pale face and said that from that day on, she would start practicing swordsmanship with her left hand and start all over again. Speaking of this, Wan Xiao's expression was always calm, as if she was talking about an old hen and her nest of fluffy chicks. Chen Pingan was blind under the light and didn't realize this. In his impression, this young girl was very good, so good that he couldn't find any fault with her. At that time, Chen Pingan was thinking more about the mountain. Chen Pingan knew that as long as one could become a cultivator, no one was simple. He had Lin Shi by his side. Yu Lu and Xia Lingyue were even more favored by the heavens. However, through Cui Dongshan's words and Wan Xiao's chat, Chen Pingan roughly understood one thing. Even if one successfully went up the mountain and became an immortal in the eyes of the common people, they would still be divided into different grades and ranks. It turned out that cultivation was difficult at the beginning, difficult in the middle, and difficult all the way to the end. In this regard, Chen Pingan had some experience recently. Because after the tomb was repaired, the sword embryo began to cause trouble. It was even more aggressive. In Chen Pingan's aperture acupoints, it was simply rampaging with irresistible force. Therefore, in the small town's mud bottle alley, there was a guy who often staggered as if he was drunk, or inexplicably squatted by the immortal tomb and coughed. Otherwise, he would shut himself in the ancestral house and roll on the wooden bed. Approaching the bamboo house, Wan Xiao asked, "Will you also spend New Year's Eve on the mountain?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "No, I will definitely go to Mud Bottle Alley to celebrate New Year's Eve." After that, I will go back to the ancestral house to put up spring festival couplets, the word fu, and the door gods. After the New Year's Eve dinner, I will keep vigil and set off firecrackers in the morning. Besides, the 2 shops in Dragon Riding Alley also need to be put up. There are too many things to do. Guanshou asked, "Can I help you?" Chen Pingon smiled and shook his head. No, it just sounds busy. In fact, it's very simple. The boy in green and the girl in pink did not have any objections when they heard that they were going down the mountain to celebrate New Year's Eve at Mud Bottle Alley. When Chen Pingon was packing his luggage, he suddenly asked, "Will it be ugly to put up spring festival couplets and door gods in this bamboo house?" The boy in green said decisively, "Of course it will be ugly. Red with green, it's simply vulgar. Master, I will definitely not agree to this." The girl in pink nodded gently, agreeing with the boy in green's opinion. Chen Pingon said helplessly, "I was just saying. If you don't like it, then forget it." The boy in green probed, "At most, you can put up the word chun or fu instead." Chen Pingon smiled, "Forget it." The boy in green felt a little guilty. "Master, you don't hold a grudge against me, right? If you really want to make it feel like New Year's Eve, we can discuss it properly. For example, as long as you give me an unusual snake gall stone, I will take the initiative to help you put up the spring festival couplets. It won't be a problem to put them up all over the bamboo house." Chen Pingon tipped him with a chestnut, "Thank you." After leaving the mountain, Wanxiu parted ways with them and went to Shinshu Mountain. Unknowingly, it was already New Year's Eve. They went to the grave mound and returned to Clay Bottle Alley. When they were about to put up the spring festival couplets, the boy in green and the girl in pink said that they were crooked and that they were not. This made Chen Pingon a little flustered. During the New Year's Eve dinner, Chen Pingon, who had prepared a sumptuous meal, did not forget to give each of them an ordinary snake gall stone. The boy in green threw it into his mouth without a word. He chewed on it crisply and smiled like a flower. The girl in pink lowered her head and ate reservedly, her face full of happiness. At night, there was a small stove with enough charcoal under the table. The 3 of them put their legs on the edge of the stove and changed into new clothes. On the table, there was a large pile of pastries from his shop. In front of Chen Pingon was a book, bamboo slips, and a carving knife. He wanted to keep vigil. Year after year, it was the same. However, it was different this year. Chen Pingon was no longer alone. The girl in pink was munching on melon seeds while the boy in green rested his cheeks on his hands. He looked at Chen Pingon and asked with a smile, Master, it's the new year. Will you be happy and reward me with another snake gall stone?" Chen Pingon read seriously under the light that was brighter than previous years. He did not even raise his head. No. The boy in green was not upset. Instead, he smiled happily and asked again, Master, let me set off the firecrackers tomorrow morning. Chen Pingon raised his head and nodded with a smile. Sure. He turned to look at the girl in pink. She quickly put down the melon seeds in her hand and made a playful gesture of covering her ears with both hands. Chen Pingon made a face at her and then continued to read his book. The 2 little guys looked at each other and smiled. Then, they looked at the top of the young man's head in unison. There was an inconspicuous hairpin there with 8 small words written on it. The content was related to scholars. Regarding this, it was like whether the couplets were crooked or not. They had a private dispute. The boy in green felt that it did not match the master at all, while the girl in pink felt that it could not be more suitable. After midnight, it was a new year. The boy in green went to bed early and fell asleep. Under Chen Pingon's persuasion, the girl in pink leaned on the table and dozed off. Chen Pingon kept vigil alone. There was only the soft sound of pages flipping in the room. The first ray of dawn appeared between heaven and earth. Chen Pingan got up gently and opened the door. He looked up to the east. Suddenly, he could not help but cough lightly. Then, Chen Pingan opened his mouth and spat out a snow-white rainbow about an inch long. It was a small and bright flying sword. It hovered quietly in the courtyard. It showed off its abilities. Chen Pingan, did you really think that you were the child of fortune who was trying to build good karma? Although he gripped the snake gallstones tightly in his hands, the boy in green could not help but remind him, Master, if you give away things like this, you won't be able to save up a rich family fortune. How are you going to get a wife in the future? The girl in pink held the New Year's money with both hands. She lowered her head and did not say a word. Tears streamed down her fair and tender cheeks. The boy in green hesitated and asked, Master, aren't you afraid that my cultivation will skyrocket after I eat these 3 snake gallstones? In the end, you won't be able to catch up to me for the rest of your life. Chen Pingan asked in return, if you had a friend who was doing well, would you be happy? The boy in green nodded. Of course I'd be happy. The friends and brothers I've made in this life are not just for show. Chen Pingan asked again, if your friend was doing much better than you, would you be happy? The boy in green hesitated. Chen Pingan munched on sunflower seeds and smiled. I'd be even happier. At this moment, the boy in green was in a daze. He suddenly felt that the pugilistic world he had been in for hundreds of years was completely different from Chen Pingan. Was his pugilistic world too deep? Or was Chen Pingan's pugilistic world too shallow? After Chen Pingan said that, he did not think too much about it. It was just a casual conversation. On the other hand, the boy in green was sullen. After the girl in pink put away the stones, she was also somewhat silent. Chen Pingan was somewhat regretful. Could it be that he had given the wrong New Year's money? Or should he have given it out later? He was troubled. In this mud bottle alley, after Song Ji's Xin Gu Kan, and his mother left, a new family appeared. Before the end of the year, they took the initiative to take out their ancestors' house deed and ran over to the Longquan County Yamen. The Yamen wanted to carefully inspect it, because every inch of land in this small town was worth an inch of gold. Who knew how many people outside wanted to squeeze in? Even if they couldn't buy a house, they were willing to rent a house and live here. Therefore, the county Yamen wanted to be careful and not let any crafty people take advantage of this loophole. But soon, Wu Yuan, who had been promoted from the first county magistrate to the first governor of Longquan County, personally came to the county government and took over this matter. Soon, a young man named Xiao Jun appeared in Mud Bottle Alley. His ancestors had moved out from this place and now he had returned to his hometown to work. Xiao Jun lived in seclusion and almost never showed his face. The neighbors were rather curious about this. Due to the fact that many of the town's residents had participated in the construction of the mountain and the regulations from the county government, the people of Longquan had no choice but to believe that there were immortals in the world. In the beginning, they guessed that the handsome and extraordinary Xiao Jun might be one of the immortals. But when they thought about it, an immortal living in Mud Bottle Alley, wasn't it a little too worthless? But today, 2 strangers came to Mud Bottle Alley. One was an old man from a rich family with a green silk rope around his hand, and the other was a young man with a long sword behind his back. They walked in from Gu Kan's house, so they passed by the courtyards of Song Jisin and Chen Pingan. The courtyard walls were low. The old man glanced at the boy in green and the girl in pink with a playful smile. The girl in pink was a little confused and did not take it seriously. The boy in green looked indifferent, but in fact, he was praying silently in his heart. Could it be another old immortal or great demon? The young swordsman smiled and waved his hand. Chen Pingon, we meet again. Chen Pingon stood up and opened the courtyard door. He smiled and asked, are you here to pay a New Year's visit? The young swordsman shook his head. I have something to deal with, but it's fine to pay a New Year's visit. The old man smiled and said, I heard that it was you who caused my family's ancestral house to be trampled on by a mountain-moving ape. Then you paid to fix it. The elder of the sword cultivator Chao Jun's family. Chen Pingon's heart tightened and he apologized, Sir, I'm sorry. It's indeed my fault. The old man waved his hand, I know. It's just a rundown house. If it's not fixed, it will definitely collapse. Why are you apologizing? It should be our Chao family thanking you. Previously, that Chao Jun fellow wanted to snatch your things, right? Don't worry, I'll go teach him a lesson. I forgot to say. Happy New Year. In the end, the amiable old man actually took the initiative to cup his hands and shook them slightly as a New Year's greeting. Chen Pingon hurriedly returned the greeting. The young swordsman frowned and quietly stepped forward. He stood between the old man and Chen Pingon and put his arm around the latter's shoulder. He smiled and walked towards the courtyard door. He turned his head and said to the old man, Sir Chao, you go home first. I'll visit you later. The old man narrowed his eyes and nodded. He didn't care and slowly left alone. After a few hundred years, he finally visited the old place again. The two painted door gods on the courtyard door, after Chen Pingon and the young swordsman crossed the threshold, the little spiritual light that couldn't be seen by the naked eye disappeared. After the young swordsman entered the door, he whispered, in the future, when you're in Jianghu, remember that a man needs to hold his right hand with his left hand. This is called auspicious greeting. Otherwise, it's a taboo. It's easy to bring bad luck to the other party. Chen Pingon suddenly looked at the young swordsman. He said casually, just remember these rules. There were only 3 small stools in the house. The girl in pink quickly gave them up. The young swordsman didn't hurry to sit down. He smiled and said, it's not right to come empty-handed on the first day of the new year. I'll just give you 2 small gifts. He stretched out his hand. There were 2 wordless jade plates in his palm. However, the 4 corners of the jade plates were engraved with the unique cloud seal pattern of the Song clan. They're called peaceful jade plates. You can hang them around your waist. They'll be useful for you too when you're staying here in the future. If you're going on a long journey, it'll be more convenient for you to travel through Dolly territory. The little boy in green was a little envious because he knew how precious these things were. The girl in pink didn't know the reason. She just looked at Chen Pingon. It was up to her master whether to accept them or not. Chen Pingon hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, accept them. After the girl in pink and the little boy in green received them, they bowed to the young swordsman to express their gratitude. After the young swordsman gave the gifts, he immediately bid farewell and left. Chen Pingon didn't know how to make him stay. He could only send him to the entrance of the courtyard. At the Chao family's old residence, the rich old man stood beside the pool in the house. A red fox sat at the entrance of the courtyard on the roof. Chao Jun sat on a chair with his legs crossed. He glanced at the old man from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't even be bothered to greet him. After the young swordsman walked in, the old man smiled and asked, "You're on good terms with that young man?" The young swordsman smiled and said, "With Elder Chao's cultivation and status, you actually attacked a young man from a shabby alley." Chao Shi laughed and said, "It's just a light punishment. At most, the family will be plagued with bad luck for a year. It's nothing. Even ordinary people with more ancestral yin and stronger yang energy can withstand it." Besides, didn't you interfere and help the young man get rid of that bit of bad luck? The young swordsman shook his head and didn't say anything else. The affairs of the world were so absurd. Xieshe was also a big shot from the Black Pearl Grotto heaven. His character was honest and his reputation had spread across several continents. He was recognized as a grandmaster. To be able to stand out in the Julu continent where sword cultivators were everywhere and Taoism was on the decline, he had the potential to become a powerful heavenly lord. Even Xieshe's enemy cultivators would admire him. On the other hand, Chao Shi had a strange character and a bad reputation. Everyone said that he was mean and ungrateful. It was only because of his good fortune that he rose up the ranks. But Chao Shi, a sword celestial who came from an unorthodox background, chose to stand on the same side as Dolly. Xieshe was about to do something dishonorable. Chao Jun stood up and smiled. I know you. You're Su Ruo from the Mo family. You've been roaming the Jianghu for many years in the central divine continent. You're very famous and have the reputation of being a dragon in the human world. I think the reason why Wei Jin from the Aquarius continent roamed the Jianghu all year round and didn't like to stay in the mountains is probably because he learned from you when you were young. The swordsman thought of the high-spirited young sword celestial in the Wind Snow Temple. He shook his head and smiled. He didn't copy me. Chao Shi suddenly remembered something. He jumped into the dried-up pond and turned over a green stone slab. There was an ordinary rusty copper coin hidden inside. This famous sword immortal of the land laughed heartily and put the copper coin into his sleeve. He clicked his tongue and said, "Good omen, good omen." Chao Shi raised his head and looked at the young swordsman. In my opinion, the broken natal porcelain was caused by Dolly and Longquan. It was your fault first. However, Dolly made compensation and the other party accepted it. Logically speaking, this matter should be considered settled. But now, the buyer is going behind the scenes and finally used Xieshe, the great bodhisattva, to scare people. This matter is not done properly and is quite unscrupulous. In fact, it's very easy to solve. Kill Xieshe in one go. With me, you, and Saint Wanqing, the three of us working together, not only will Xieshe lose, he won't even be able to escape. Xieshe is looking for death. He can't blame anyone else. The young swordsman asked, even if Xieshe is killed, this falling Lizhu cave will be completely destroyed. What will happen to Dolly? Chao Shi said casually. The effect of killing Xieshe is great. It's not inferior to building a Beko Kekyung building. The young swordsman did not answer. No wonder he had such a ferocious disciple by his side. So the little boy in Sian grabbed Chen Pingan's hand with tears in his eyes and said from the bottom of his heart, "Master, I will definitely treat you better in the future." Chen Pingan pushed his head away and laughed. "You are the most afraid of trouble. Don't you feel ashamed?" The little boy in Sian looked at the simple-minded silly girl from the corner of his eye and felt that he was quite ashamed. He silently sat back on the bench and sulked. The girl in the pink dress was indeed more generous than him. She held the delicate and warm peace plate and couldn't put it down. Of course, the one with the most generous heart was their master, Chen Pingan. He took out pieces of bamboo slips engraved with characters and placed them on the yellow mud wall between the two courtyards. It could be considered as drying the bamboo slips. (188), Chapter 2, The bamboo slips lay quietly on the wall of the courtyard, basking in the warm sunshine of early spring with their owners. Then, an unexpected guest came. Dong Shuijing. Dong Shuijing, the simple young man who was unwilling to travel with Li Baoping and the other two classmates to the Great Sui Kingdom, chose to stay in the small town. Shi Chuanjia, the little girl with pigtails, chose to move to the capital of Dolly with her family. The last 5 people who stayed in Mr. Chi's school parted ways and went their separate ways. After seeing Dong Shuai-jing, Chen Pingan hurriedly invited him to sit down in the courtyard. The girl in the pink dress nimbly brought out some snacks. Dong Shuai-jing was a little reserved and a little embarrassed. He was like a child who had made a mistake, sitting in the school and waiting for his teacher to punish him. Chen Pingan really did not think that Dong Shuai-jing was wrong to stay in the small town at that time. During the trip, he was called by the timid Li Huai at night to take a dump together. He heard Li Huai talk about Dong Shuai-jing's background. He said that the reason why he was named Dong Shuai-jing was because when his mother was pregnant with him, she went to the iron lock well to fetch water with her big belly. In the end, she gave birth to Dong Shuai-jing when she bent down. Because of that, he became the laughing stock of his classmates. Dong Shuai-jing never deliberately explained anything. Others laughed at him and just let them be. As for the fact that Dong Shuai-jing and Lin Shi both like Li Huai's sister, Chen Pingan knew very well. As for whether it was true or not, Chen Pingan was not very interested. Song Jisin, who lived next door, said early on that in the small town, the young masters of Fu Lu Street and Peach Leaf Alley already had maids to sleep with. For those in Dragon Riding Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley, the matchmakers might have already helped them find partners. It was normal in the small town for those who were 1 or 2 years older to become fathers. As for the poorest alleys like Mud Bottle Alley, it was possible for men to be single until they were 30 or 40 years old. Dong Shuai-jing briefly talked about the new school in the small town, and Chen Pingan followed up with some interesting stories about the trip. He did not dare to say anything too strange, for fear that Dong Shuai-jing would think too much. After all, an honest person did not mean that he was stupid. When Dong Shuai-jing learned that the small town would have its own courier station in the future, he asked Chen Pingan for the mailing address of Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom. The young was very happy and said that he must write letters to Li Baoping and the other 3. But in the end, Chen Pingan did not say anything, and kept Dong Shuai-jing was alone, and might not be able to afford it. But in the end, Chen calm. Dong Shuai-jing left happily. The little boy in green clicked his tongue and said, "This big blockhead isn't bad. I thought he was here to freeload food and drink from master. If he dares to open his mouth." He subconsciously looked at Chen Pingan and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He changed his tone and said, "Then I'll persuade him nicely. I'll definitely reason with him and tell him that one should put oneself in his shoes." Chen Pingan smiled and patted the head of the little boy. "It's been hard on you." On the 2nd day of the first lunar month, the custom of the small town was to visit relatives. Chen Pingan had no relatives to visit, so he simply took the 2 little guys to Luopa Mountain. Luopa Mountain was located in the southwest direction of Longquan in the county. The 3 nearby mountains were of different sizes, but their scale was far smaller than Luopa Mountain. They were called Leaping Fish Mountain, Fuyao Foothill, and Tiandu Peak. Each of them was bought by immortal forces outside of Doli. In order to build a unique mansion, it was still in full swing before the New Year's Eve at the end of last year. Today, when Chen Pingan and the other 2 passed by Tiandu Peak, the mountain was finally quiet. In this year, on each of the major mountains, there were mansions, palaces, pavilions, courtyards, tall pavilions, viewing platforms at the top of the mountain, long bridges suspended between the 2 mountains, and so on. There were all kinds of strange and luxurious buildings, rising from the ground between the mountains, which made people gasp in amazement. As for the opening of Luopa Mountain under Chen Pingan's name, because almost all of it was the fixed expenses of Dolly's Ministry of Works, and he, as the mountain lord, had no additional construction needs, so although the mountain was big, it seemed relatively lonely. Luopa Mountain, which was guarded by a mountain god, was like this, not to mention Baoyu Mountain, Iridescent Clouds Peak, and Immortal Grass Mountain. Lifeless, it made the cultivators in charge of supervising the nearby mountains feel funny every time they looked at their neighbors. It was too absurd to have big money to buy a mountain, but not small money to open a mountain. When Chen Pingan and the others approached their own mountain, Wei Pai appeared mysteriously again. Chen Pingan handed Wei Pai a small bag, which contained a high-quality snake gall stone, and asked Wei Pai to help deliver it to the fierce black snake from Chiduan Mountain. Wei Pai smiled and accepted the New Year's money, saying that he would deliver it and would not be greedy. Climbing the mountain together, Chen Pingan asked Wei Pai about the school. Of course, Wei Pai knew more inside information than Dong Shui Jing, so he told him tirelessly. As it turned out, it was a family school opened by the Qin clan of Dragontail Creek. However, it was open to everyone, and it did not charge any fees. Even many young felons of the Liu clan could enter the school to study. This was equivalent to saving several dozen lives all at once. Otherwise, it would really be hard to say whether those physically weak children would be able to make it through the cold winter next year. With the prosperity of Longquan County, there were also a large number of clans that had migrated from the nearby counties. Most of them were influential clans that did not lack money or people. They wantonly bought houses and land in the small town and the surrounding areas, spending a lot of money. The large houses on Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Lane were naturally the first choice. Now, even in the area of Dragon Riding Lane and Apricot Blossom Lane, many old houses had changed owners one after another. In just a short year, the school had over 100 students, and the teachers were all eminent writers. Speaking up to this point, Wei Pai smiled and asked, "Do you feel that there's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken?" No matter how many mountains Chen Pingan had, as long as he was still in Longquan County, he still had to rely on someone else. As the mountain deity, a sneeze could make the mountains under his jurisdiction tremble. He could intercept spiritual energy, dig up the mountain roots, and so on. He could do it without anyone noticing. Wei Pai asked with a smile, "There's a lot of activity at Shinqiu Mountain. Even if the mountain opening has not been interrupted today, Chen Pingan, do you want to go take a look? It's very interesting." Chen Pingan was rather expectant. He nodded vigorously and said, "Sure, I've always wanted to go take a look." Wei Pai whistled. Very soon, a series of noises came from the mountain. The activity grew louder and louder. In the end, a huge black snake with a golden thread growing from its abdomen slithered over and appeared in their field of vision. The boy in blue and the girl in pink were both rather nervous. It was very normal for flood dragons to kill each other. Moreover, this black snake had already made a name for itself, displaying the aptitude to transform into a flood dragon. Many of the flood dragon descendants who had cultivated a human body and reached the 7th, 8th, or even the 9th realm did not even have the slightest sign of transforming into a flood dragon. The boy in blue often said that they relied on talent to cultivate, and that it was not entirely an excuse for their laziness. He was at least half right. Wei Pai tossed the bag to the black snake. "Chen Pingan gave you your New Year's money. Don't be in a hurry to eat it. Next, you'll take us to Shinqiu Mountain." The black snake's eyes were extremely calm. It did not struggle or resist at all. It slowly lowered its head, showing sufficient docility and kindness. The group of 4 stood on the black snake's body. They crossed Luopa Mountain and descended from the northern foot of the mountain. During this time, the black snake carefully bypassed the mountain god temple. After leaving Chiduan Mountain and arriving at Luopa Mountain, the black snake's violent temperament had become much more restrained. It was obvious that Wei Pai's contribution was the greatest. As they rapidly advanced, the white-robed Wei Pai pointed to a group of people at the foot of the mountain in the distance and explained with a smile, "Those are the disciples of the school of Mo who are skilled in the art of mechanisms. There are also a few yin-yang practitioners who are skilled in geomancy. They were all hired to come to the mountains of Longquan County." These two groups of people often appear together and cooperate seamlessly. They are the key people who must be used to establish a sect and build an immortal mansion. Afterwards, halfway up the mountain, they saw a few huge gray toads with bulging bellies. They were snow-white and were slowly moving up the mountain. As it turned out, they were the river-swallowing toads that could hold several tens of thousands of kilograms of river water in their bellies. A graceful woman even specially came out of Bundle Shop to personally lead the way for them and explain the treasures of each building. Chen Pingin's horizons were broadened. In the one-piece building, there was a special kind of poetry jar. It was engraved with poems from Taoist classics. There were 7 jars. The tallest one was about half a person's height, and the shortest one was about the length of an arm. It was said that there was spring water inside, all drawn from the world's 100 famous springs. The spring water was as clear as jade and flowed like a rainbow. It was most suitable for brewing tea and entertaining guests. A man can go without grain for a day, but he can't go without water. Water is the essence of food. That's why people say that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Drinking water is the most important. Our bundle shop has specialized cultivators who accurately measure the spring water from various places. They use a small silver square bucket and a small scale to measure its weight. It is light, clear, and sweet. Only when all 3 are present can it be stored in these jars. I don't dare to say that it is nectar, but it can guarantee that it is full of spiritual energy. Every caddy of spring water will definitely not flow into the secular world. Although the woman's appearance was not peerlessly beautiful, her voice was gentle. It was like the tinkling of spring water, pleasing to the ear. In the spectacular building, as soon as they crossed the threshold, they saw a set of screen scrolls that were as tall as a person. There were 12 peerless beauties drawn on it. They were all from a continent or a country, and they were all drawn from the works of great artists. What was even more extraordinary was that the beauties were vivid and lifelike. They either lowered their heads to play the zither with their sleeves flowing like water, or supported their cheeks as they gazed over, or held a fan to catch butterflies. At a glance, the screen was filled with peerless beauties. Each of them had their own merits. It was too beautiful to take in all at once. There was also a climate screen painted with the 20 solar terms. The hibernation awakening was a scene of lightning and thunder. During the Qingming festival, there would be drizzling rain. During the Mid-Autumn festival, there would be a full moon hanging in the sky, shining with pure light. All sorts of wonderful ideas made the onlookers unable to help but praise them. Because Wei Pai was present, the woman made an exception and brought Chen Pingin's group to visit the private spirit garden. At the time, there were still farm cultivators carrying rare flowers and herbs working in the fields. Cultivating a spirit garden, in addition to being able to sell precious flowers and trees, could also preserve the fate of the mountains and rivers. At the same time, it was pleasing to the eye. Therefore, it had always been favored by the immortal forces. After seeing these incredible scenes, Chen Pingan finally understood what it meant to be really rich. After thanking the woman who had not introduced herself, they went down the mountain and walked out of the memorial arch building. Wei Pai first asked Chen Pingan to turn his head to look at Oxhorn Mountain. He reached out his hand and snapped his fingers in front of Chen Pingan's eyes. He said with a smile, "Look again." "What's the difference?" Chen Pingan looked over and found that the entire Oxhorn Mountain was shrouded in a layer of greenish-gray fog. From time to time, wisps of snow-white lightning flashed past. Wei Pai explained, this is the so-called Great Mountain Protecting Formation. The formation of Oxhorn Mountain comes from the famous steaming cloud dream swamp. It was originally a landscape painting by a scholarly sage. Later, it was constantly deduced and perfected and finally turned into a formation. In addition to protecting the mountain and resisting attacks, it also has the effect of placing feng shui stones. It can block evil and evil aura and turn turbid aura into pure aura. Chen Pingan sighed, that's really amazing. Wei Pai said with a smile, do you suddenly feel that you're too poor? Chen Pingan shook his head, I don't feel that I'm poor, but I feel that I'm not rich. Wei Pai laughed heartily. The group jumped back onto the black snake's back and continued to go to Spiritual Grace Mountain. Wei Pai told Chen Pingan that it was not that there was no real gold and silver for transactions on the mountain, but it was basically just a number. This was because unless both sides had rare and precious items, it was too troublesome. This transcendent artifact cost 800,000 taels of gold. What could they do? If it was converted to silver, it was bound to be even more exaggerated. Therefore, there would be special coins for large transactions on the mountain. Very soon, they saw the Spiritual Grace Mountain in close proximity. The Spiritual Grace Mountain was too high. If not for the fact that there was also the Cloud Pagoda Mountain, this mountain was the most tall and handsome, enough to suppress the other mountains. Chen Pingan asked, is Miss Ruan on the mountain? Wei Pai shook his head and said, she's not. There was a steep mountain wall on the Spiritual Grace Mountain. Under the cover of the billowing sea of clouds, there were 4 big words engraved on it, Heavenly Grace Mountain. Unless one flew with the wind, even if Qi refinement warriors looked up, they would not be able to see the true appearance. This was because Master Ruan had set the rules back then. Within the territory of Longquan County, no cultivator was allowed to fly with the wind without permission. This caused a lot of trouble for the Qi refinement warriors around Dali. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were complaints everywhere. Back then, in the far north outside the Aquarius continent, a mighty group of sword cultivators headed south. When they passed by the sky above the small town back then, they still lowered their altitude to show their goodwill. Other than expressing their recognition of the sword forger Wan Ting, it was more to respect the 2 words of this vast world, rules. This imperceptibly added a layer of power to Ruan Fei. Among the group of sword cultivators that went to the inverted hanging mountain, there was more than one land sword immortal. Since this was the case, Ruan Fei's status in the Great Li dynasty rose. Some of the objections that were not allowed to begin with completely disappeared. In this world, once one became an immortal on the mountain, they could be very free and did not have to abide by many secular etiquette. However, one should not forget the existence of the 3 great academies of Confucianism, the 72 academies, and the 9 majestic towers. The demons and sword immortals of the mountains and seas, the 9 majestic towers, there was nothing that could not be suppressed. The rule set by Ruan Ting himself, even if he came from the Wind Snow Temple and was not a disciple of Confucianism, as long as it was in line with the larger rules and the great Tao of Confucianism, then the ruling power of Confucianism would be bestowed to Ruan Ting. In the end, it would help Ruan Ting's small rules to form a kind of silent deterrence. Both sides complemented each other and eventually complemented each other. This was the great rule of heaven and earth that the Sage of Rites personally set back then. It could not be seen or touched, but it was everywhere. Wei Pai did not climb the mountain. Instead, he let the black snake turn back the way they came and sat cross-legged. He sighed, just like here, in the territory of any dynasty, there are many mountains, immortal mansions, and sections. In the mountains, they are the mountain leaders, and in the water, they are the dragon kings. Some kings see them as vassals of the dynasty. Some emperors think that they are independent forces that only listen to orders. They are kings of different surnames, local emperors, and their tails are too big to be shaken. However, due to the power of the mountain, they have no choice but to feign civility. However, in the end, it is still thanks to the Sage of Rights that we are able to maintain peace on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. Chen Pingan sat beside Wei Pai and said softly, "These are too far away from me." Wei Pai smiled. It can be said to be far away, but it can also be said to be close. Chen Pingan looked back at the spiritual grace mountain and muttered, "I see." In Clay Bottle Alley, a girl in green stood outside Chen Pingan's ancestral home. She looked at the scene of the closed courtyard door and sized up the spring couplets and door gods. She planned to turn around and go home. Then, 3 women walked over quickly, dragging 2 10-year-old children. When they saw the girl, they smiled and said, "Miss Xiuxiu is also here." Ruan Xiu turned a deaf ear and ignored them. In fact, she was somewhat annoyed. The women in the marketplace did not care. Although they did not know who the girl's father, the Master Ruan of the blacksmith shop, was, they generally knew that Master Ruan was extraordinary. There were many mysterious rumors about how the county magistrate was on equal footing with that man. In any case, it was not that they did not believe it, but they were only willing to believe half of it. It was just that they went to the 2 shops in Dragon Riding Alley many times and dealt with the girl a lot. At first, they were anxious and uneasy, but now they felt at ease. They did not think that she had a bad temper, just that she did not smile much. Ruan Xiu wanted to act as usual and hold back from speaking. However, she couldn't hold it in today. She looked at them and said coldly, "It's fine if you went to the store to buy things for free. I can keep it from Chen Pingan and help you calculate it on my own account. However, why did you come to Chen Pingan's house to make trouble?" "Oh, my Miss Xiuxiu, sigh, you don't know our relationship with little Pingan. When we were young, we had a good relationship with his mother. So after little Pingan's parents passed away, not to mention other things, just the 2 funerals, which of us did not have the money and strength to contribute? Later on, little Pingan was all alone. If it were not for the help of us kind neighbors, the little child would have starved to death. How could there be such a rich life today?" That's right, that's right. When little Pingan saw me, he had to call me second aunt. Back then, when he was at my house for free meals, I was reluctant to eat the fish and meat, and I was reluctant to let my child eat. I would put everything into little Pingan's bowl. This kindness is not worth much, but now little Pingan is rich. Not only does he have 2 big shops, I heard that he even has a few mountains. He can't burn the bridge after crossing the river, right? He can't care about us ants, okay? How heartless can he be to do that? Miss Xiuxiu, we know that you are from a rich family and we are polite to you. You can't deny it, right? But Miss Xiuxiu, you really don't know the difficulties of us poor families. The children have to go to school, and the dragon kiln is not doing well. We are suffering. Besides, we are not asking little Pingan for thousands of taels of silver. It's New Year, and we are asking little Pingan, the elder brother, for a few dozen taels of silver as New Year's money. Miss Xiuxiu, touch your conscience and tell me, this is not too much, right?" Ruan Xiu's face was cold, and she directly said, "I think it's too much." The atmosphere in the noisy alley suddenly became very awkward. A woman slapped her thigh. "Miss Xiuxiu, you can't say that. After little Pingan left the town last time, Miss Xiuxiu asked someone to send us some gifts as thanks. We will not go against our conscience. Yes, we did accept some things, but those things can't be exchanged for copper coins. Poor families live their lives without money to buy rice, and they have no food to eat. How can they live? Forget about us adults, but the children are still so young. Miss Xiuxiu, look, my son's arms are so thin, not better than little Pingan when he was young. Guanxiu nodded with a straight face, I can bear it. The women were all dumbfounded. A woman came back to her senses and said softly, let's not talk to her. Let's look for Chen Pingan. If he has the nerve to be stingy, we will poke at his spine and see if he still wants to keep his reputation. The other two women nodded. This method was definitely feasible. One of them was beaming with joy, and she lowered her voice and laughed. Chen Pingan is most afraid of people saying bad things about his parents. This is the most effective method. Get out. Guanxiu stretched out a finger and pointed at the end of Mud Bottle Alley, and said expressionlessly, or I will kill you. "189, 10,000 words seal." An old voice came from behind Guanxiu, why did you beat them to death? Don't you mind dirtying your hands? When they saw the old man appear, they heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he was a familiar face to the people of the small town. After so many years, every family, no matter how rich or poor, had to deal with the old man. Or rather, they had to deal with the young family's medicine shop where the old man worked. After all, even if the king of hell wanted to recruit people, he had to first ask the young family's medicine shop if they agreed or not. However, it was a little too harsh on the fees, which made people unhappy. Guanxiu turned to look at the old man and did not speak. Old man Yang took big puffs of his pipe and looked at those gossipy women. They weren't vicious, but they were far from being kind. When Chen Pingan was in trouble when he was young and lost his parents and almost couldn't survive, there were indeed many neighbors who helped him. After all, Chen Pingan's parents were kind and honest people. People's hearts were made of flesh. For example, Gu Kan's mother and a few old people who had passed away now often took their children to eat at their home. The food wasn't good and the weather was cold, so they gave them some old clothes to sew and mend. But at least it helped to prolong their lives. However, there was a chewy part in the world. Those who really helped didn't want to receive any rewards. When they saw that the young man was successful, they were happy from the bottom of their hearts and were willing to tell their juniors that good people will be rewarded. They said, look, God has opened his eyes. Isn't this the son of the young couple? Now all the blessings have fallen on his son. Even they had some expectations and hope for their lives, thinking that their family could be so lucky in the future. On the contrary, those who didn't contribute much money and effort at the beginning probably made a lot of sarcastic remarks. After the young man became successful in Mud Bottle Alley, they really tried their best to ask for exorbitant prices. They all thought of themselves as bodhisattvas who saved people. For example, the three people in front of them often went to Dragon Riding Alley to get free food and even dragged their families along. The young girl, Guanxiu, endured it. She didn't want Chen Pingan to be gossiped about and didn't want the business of the shop to be bad. So she had to take out her own money to fill the hole. The amount was not too big, about 400 to 500 taels of silver in a year. However, this amount of money was not small at all in a poor place like Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley, where one could barely touch a few grains of silver all year round. Old man Yang looked at one of the women who didn't bring her children and said, go tell your man who works in the county government, and tell him to tell the person behind him that the heavens are watching what people do. Don't overdo disgusting things. Be careful that you don't give birth to a son who doesn't have eyes. If he really becomes a disaster, no one will be able to bear the consequences. The woman was a little guilty. Old Yang, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Forget it if you don't understand. The old man blew out a misty smoke ring, then I'll say something you all can understand. In the future, when you go to the shop to get medicine, the charge will be doubled. If you encounter a fatal illness, the doctor of the Yang family shop will not come to the door of your three families. He will directly prepare the coffin. The women were suddenly stunned. Old man Yang glanced at a child with delicate features and strong bones. The child was standing beside his mother timidly. He shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that the 100 taels of silver I gave your mother forcefully cut off her path to immortality. However, as a minister-counselor with real power and born into a rich and powerful family, to be so cautious and conscientious was a scene that other dynasties could not imagine. Wei Pai gently waved his sleeves and closed the door. There was a refreshing fragrance of fine wood within the mountain temple. The head of the mountain god of Luopa mountain that was worshipped in the main hall was made of pure gold. A man dressed in a scholarly robe appeared and floated out from the statue. On his neck, a face appeared a pale gold color, but it was not as prominent and eye-catching as the statue. The mountain god was Song Yuzhang. This was the former Longquan Kiln's supervisor, the Mud Bottle Alley youth Song Jisin, who had lived in the small town for more than 20 years. He had once been mistaken for his illegitimate son. The covered bridge that hung the plaque "Wind Stirs, Water Rises" was personally supervised by Song Yuzhang. In the end, Song Yuzhang left this place and returned to the capital to take up his post. When he returned to Longquan town, that dolly sent people to twist his neck and hide his head in a box. Killing to silence, getting rid of the donkey after it had left the millstone, nothing more than that. Song Yuzhang knew too much about the scandals of the Song clan. From the start, he knew that he was going to die. Even when he was on the way back to the capital, this dolly's civil official, who was worthy of the name Bone, was prepared to suddenly die on the way back. Being loyal and devoted, generously facing death, was nothing more than that. That was why Wang Yifu, the general of the fallen Lu family, who had been sent by Dolly to silence him, said those words from the bottom of his heart. So it turned out that scholars also had great heads. As the mountain god of Luopa mountain, Song Yuzhang bowed to the future northern mountain god in front of him. Little god pays his respects to the great god. Wei Pai laughed involuntarily. He moved to the side and waved his hand. Mr. Song, there's no need to be like this. Song Yuzhang followed and moved the direction of the bow. The rules are like this, there's no exception. Wei Pai could only accept this bow completely. He said helplessly, "You scholars are really stupid. It's the same when you're alive and when you're dead." Song Yuzhang straightened up and smiled calmly. Wei Pai smiled and asked, "Did the people from the Ministry of Rites in Kintianjian tell you about the things to pay attention to when you're the mountain god?" Song Yuzhang said self-deprecatingly, "They didn't dare to say much." After the god investiture ceremony ended, they left the mountain early. "They didn't treat me as a mountain god, but as a plague god. I'll have to trouble the northern mountain god to clear up my doubts." Wei Pai nodded and let Song Yuzhang stand beside him. He waved his sleeves hard. Mist rose from the mountains and rivers in the hall and spread everywhere. On the ground, a full picture of the territory under the jurisdiction of Luopa mountain appeared. The mountains and rivers were inseparable. Although a mountain god only ruled over the mountain god had varying degrees of jurisdiction over the streams that originated from the mountain or the rivers that passed by the foot of the mountain. In the world, the river gods, especially the lower-ranked Hebo and Hippo, were often not as popular as the mountain god. The former often had to take the initiative to establish a relationship with the latter. Wei Pai pointed at the ancestral temple on the peak of Luopa mountain. "I'll say the ugly words first. We mountain gods don't have much meaning. We just lie on the merit book and enjoy life. We don't need to cultivate our strength or mind. We just need to accumulate merit little by little and help the imperial court maintain the fate of the mountains and rivers. Compared to the last 10 years, whether there are more or less natural disasters in the territory under our jurisdiction, whether there are more or less natural disasters, whether there are any increase or decrease in the population, whether there are a few Juran and Jinshur, whether there are any cultivators who move and take root here, and if there are any auspicious signs, it's naturally better. These are the merits of the gods and the achievements of being an official. Song Yuzhang was an official. When Wei Pai talked about the affairs of the gods, Song Yuzhang quickly understood. It was easy to understand. Wei Pai smiled and said, "In short, all the merits and demerits are clearly recorded in the accounts of the imperial court. It's clear at a glance. Don't think that after becoming a mountain god, you only need to deal with me. In fact, the person you really need to pay attention to is still the Dali imperial court. There are a total of 3 mountain god temples in Longquan County. I occupy the mountain hall of the cloud-pinning mountain, you are in Luopa Mountain, and there's another one built in the northern area. This is very rare in other places. It's a situation where there are fewer porridge and more monks. In the future, you will have a headache because you need to compete for the incense of the kind men and women believers. Of course, you can't compete with me." Song Yuzhang joked, "How would I dare? This is called offending a superior. In the past, when I was alive, I could still tell myself that there was nothing to be afraid of. At worst, I would just resign. At worst, I would just die. But now, it's impossible. It's hard to die even if you want to." At this point, Song Yuzhang bowed again and apologized. There was a smile in his words. The mountain god has visited Luopa Mountain many times. This little god is too embarrassed to show his face. I'm really scared. It should be this little god who takes the initiative to visit Cloud Pinning Mountain. In any case, Song Yuzhang was a low-level official who had taken root in the small town for so many years. Moreover, he liked to do things himself. After staying in the 30-odd dragon kills all year round, Song Yuzhang's official aura had long been polished away. Not to mention jesting, he even knew a lot of vulgar words. Wei Pai said helplessly, "Well, Mr. Song immediately integrated from one official to another. Your comprehension is very high." Song Yuzhang asked with a smile, "The one in the north?" A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. Even Buddha had to fight for an incense stick's worth of time, let alone them, the mountain gods who relied on incense to survive. The twists and turns among them, and the flies and dogs were not inferior to the secular officialdom at all. Wei Pai thought for a moment and said softly, "He's not a good person. When he was alive, he was a Dali general with outstanding military achievements. His temper is very bad." All of the immortal factions that had bought the mountain, which one of them wasn't smart enough to know? Wei Pai purposely brought the youth to walk around the various big mountains. It was undoubtedly a straightforward and unmistakable fact. Chen Pingan was under the protection of Wei Pai. "You foreigners, no matter what your background is, as long as you want to ask for a bowl of rice in my territory, you have to consider the weight of the new North Mountain God." Because Wei Pai wasn't an ordinary mountain god. In the future, it was very likely that he would be the North of Lakeview Academy, half of the Aquarius continent. He would be the North Mountain god with the greatest strength, territory, and power. There was no one else. It was only the 3rd day of the new year, but there were already people who began to go out and travel. In the mountains to the west of the small town, a young man in a scholarly robe led a youth who looked like a page boy. Each of them held a bamboo staff in their hands. Together, they waded over the mountains and walked towards the Luopa mountain. The scholar was carrying a box of books. The page boy's face was extremely beautiful. He didn't lose to a beauty and was flawless. The man he followed was a local of the small town. Now, he was an assistant teacher in the school opened by the Qin family in the Dragontail Commandery. He had a very small reputation and was far from those famous scholars and writers. Therefore, he couldn't bear the title of teacher. However, the children in the school liked him the most. They liked to listen to him talk about those wonderful people and strange things, such as the charming and gentle stories of the fox demon who liked the scholar. The youth was even more so. He didn't hesitate to pester him to make him agree to be his teacher. The youth was born curious about everything. He lived alone in the ancestral home of the Yuan family in the small town. At this time, he asked, "Teacher, the Taoist saint said that my life has a limit, and my knowledge has no limit. If there is a limit, then there is no limit. What should we do?" The man in the scholarly robe was thinking about something and didn't reply for a while. The youth was already familiar with the teacher's 10,000 miles spiritual travel. He continued to ask, "The saint also said that life between heaven and earth is like a white steed passing a gap. It is clearly supporting the former. What should we do?" The man finally came back to his senses and said with a smile, "So you have to cultivate. Every time you cross a threshold, you can live for 10 or 100 years and read more books." The young man still felt that he had not been completely enlightened. Although our Confucian school also advocates cultivation, reading books is more for the sake of entering the world and making the world better. We have never been like the Taoist school, which only pursues personal birth and enlightenment. How can that be good? Without essence and sincerity, we can't move people. The man said with a smile. He stood in the same place and looked at the scenery around him. Then, he said again, "Down to earth, it is natural." When the young man heard the word naturally, he naturally thought of the Taoist sect that flourished in the eastern Bottle continent. He sighed and said, "I read in a book that in times of chaos, the Taoist sect went down the mountain to save people. The Buddhist school closed the door and knocked on the wooden fish. In times of peace, the Taoist school went up the mountain to cultivate, and the Buddhist school opened the door to receive money." Teacher, it sounds like the Taoist school is really good. Alas, the Buddhist school's monks are not so good. No wonder they are not popular in our continent and Buddhism is not popular. The man shook his head and said with a smile, "That's just the angry and extreme words of some scholars. It's not that they don't have the slightest bit of truth. It's just that if you talk too little about the truth, you'll end up making a generalization. The three schools can establish their own schools, of course, they have their own strengths. Moreover, the orthodoxy of the three schools is very complicated. There are many branches and leaves, and the veins are heterogeneous. Therefore, when you want to understand the purpose of the three schools, you must go back to the origin and then you can evaluate it. Otherwise, if you only know the surface and you see one or several bad Taoist priests and bad monks, you will kill them all with a stick. This is not good." The man in the scholar's robe looked at the top of a mountain in the distance. The three schools have a debate. There will be three people who will explain the foundation of the school. The profound and subtle principles of the three sides are unimaginable to others, so it is the most dangerous. The young man was puzzled. "Teacher, how is it dangerous if the three of them talk separately?" The man retracted his gaze from the high place and looked at the distance, smiling. "Since it is a debate, you need to know the strengths and weaknesses of others in addition to knowing the strengths and weaknesses of your own school. Only then can you successfully persuade the other two people to recognize your own principles. In this way, when people delve into other schools of knowledge, they will either be suddenly enlightened or be given a rude awakening. Before the debate has even begun, they will have already switched schools and embarked on a different path." The delicate young man was confused and did not understand half of it. The man smiled. "Don't think so much, just walk forward." The young man nodded vigorously. His name was Chui Xiai. He was the one who named himself. He lived in the Yuan family's ancestral house in the small town, but he was not a member of the Yuan family. The scholar in the scholar's robe walking in front was Li Shixing. In addition to holding a bamboo stick that was convenient for walking on the mountain road, there was also a peach talisman made of 2 pieces of wood hanging on his waist. It was simple and elegant. It was hanging on his waist. It was very suitable. Cui Ci could not help but ask another question. Teacher, why are we going into the mountain? Li Shixing replied, because I feel that there is something that some people are doing wrong. Since it is wrong, it cannot be wrong again. I need to do something that I can. Cui Ci smiled brightly. Teacher is always right. Li Shixing shook his head. The precious principles that have been passed down for a long time in the books, no matter which school it is from, must not be left empty. The young man was hesitant. Li Shixing teased, today you can ask one last question. The young man was excited. I saw in another book that there are 9 majestic towers in the world. Why is the last tower's name different? Li Shixing thought, you are talking about the majestic tower called Zhenbaizhe. Because Baizhe is a guy's name. If it is called Zhenbai Tower or Zhenzhe Tower, it is not suitable. The young man was scratching his heart and lungs. He wanted to ask another question, but he did not dare to. Li Shixing could not help but laugh. Just ask again. The weather is good today and the scenery is beautiful. You can ask a few more questions. The young man was overjoyed. He jumped around. Teacher, is the Baizhe that the majestic tower suppresses related to the Baizhe illustration that almost every Qi refinement warrior has? Li Shixing nodded. Yes, they have the same name. The young man clicked his tongue. Old master, there must be a lot of knowledge in this, right? Li Shixing raised his head and smiled apologetically in a direction. He then reminded the young man, the sages of the Confucian school have warned us that it is taboo to be an elder. This applies not only to the sages in the Confucian temple, but also to the sages of the 3 schools and the 100 schools. Therefore, when you walk alone in the mountains and lakes in the future, do not simply call out his name. The young man was puzzled. Baizhe. Li Shixing smiled and hit his head. What do you think? The young man laughed and did not take it to heart. The 2 of them continued their journey to the Luopa mountain. At the shore of the West Sea of the eastern vase continent, a man in a mink coat stood at the edge of the cliff. He frowned as he turned to look to the east. Beside him stood a woman in palace attire with a curtain on her head. She was the fox demon that fell off the cliff in the snowy night. She asked carefully, is there a sage from the vase continent who spoke rudely to you? Do you need me to teach him a lesson? The man retracted his gaze and said calmly, it's just Dolly, a 6th-state Qi refinement warrior. What a good saying, change the vase before the world is in chaos. The woman was dumbfounded. She shut her mouth obediently and reminded herself to speak less. Wei Pai found Qin Pingan in the bamboo building. He was practicing the sword furnace stance in the open space under the setting sun. On the other hand, the little boy in green and the little girl in pink sat on the bamboo chair and ate the food in small mouthfuls like a master. Wei Pai came to Qin Pingan's side and did not disturb him. It was only when Qin Pingan kept the sword furnace stance that Wei Pai turned around and asked the little girl in pink to bring over 2 bamboo chairs. He said that he had some serious matters to discuss with her master. Without waiting for the little girl in pink to do anything, the little boy in green had already rushed over with 1 chair in each hand. After putting down the bamboo chairs, he did not forget to bend down and use his sleeves to wipe the chairs. He returned to the little girl in pink and stood there. Noticing her disdainful gaze, the little boy in green said righteously, what do you know? This is called a man knows when to yield and when not to. Wei Ba and Qin Pingan sat side by side on the small bamboo chairs. Wei Ba was the first to speak. Don't blame me for peeking at the scene in the bamboo house. At the time, you were fighting with that sword embryo. The situation was far more dangerous than you could have imagined. It was very easy for you to go crazy and die on the spot. Chen Pingan nodded and took the opportunity to untie this little knot. Wei Pai said slowly, "There are two things about a swordsman. Sword training and sword refinement. Sword training is sword training. 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 Sword training is sword training." After Wei Bao's brief and concise introduction, he paused for a moment. It could be seen how much importance he attached to today's discussion. "Because of that sword embryo of yours, I can't see the depth of its quality, so I can't make any presumptuous assertions. However, I can briefly talk about some common principles. For example, to sharpen a real flying sword, or to temper and nurture a life-source flying sword, you need to consume countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Therefore, I brought you to the various mountains to let you understand one thing. Cultivating on the mountain requires you to eat mountains of gold and silver. The rich people at the foot of the mountain are extremely wealthy. Their wealth can be described as more than enough to spend in a few lifetimes. However, on the mountain, no one has enough money to spend in a lifetime. Perhaps, the patriarchs of the three religions are the exception." The little girl in pink behind him sat upright and still, listening attentively. As a fire python, it had nothing to do with her, but it had a lot to do with her master. How could she not listen attentively? If her master missed something, she could help to fill in the gaps later. The little boy in indigo was bored and rolled his eyes. Of course, Chen Pingan listened carefully to Wei Pai's words. If Wei Pai didn't say it today, he would soon go down the mountain to ask Wan Shou. Wei Bian kept his hands in his sleeves. He was similar to the young Cui Shi in this aspect. He said slowly, "Whether one has the aptitude to become a swordsman is the first threshold to become a chi refinement warrior. Once one becomes a swordsman, whether one has the money to cultivate a flying sword is the second threshold. And this threshold is not low at all. The toughness of a sword depends on the density of the sword body, so it needs to be hammered and tempered by a sword forger. The sharpness of the sword needs to be constantly sharpened. This is why the cliff of the dragon-slaying platform is so valuable. Even the sage Wan Jiao doesn't dare to monopolize it. He has to draw the Wind Snow Temple and the Martial Mountain together to prevent others from coveting it." Chen Pingan sighed in his heart. It turned out that the sage also had something that he couldn't do anything about. Wei Pai pointed behind him casually. There was a huge dragon-slaying platform on a mountain far away. As long as it's a divine weapon, the requirement of the grindstone will be extremely high. This is also the reason why the dragon-slaying platform is priceless. It's a rare commodity that can be hoarded. As long as one keeps it, he will make a profit. No one is willing to sell it unless they have no choice but to urgently need life-saving money. If the bundle shop released the news that there was a palm-sized dragon-slaying platform for sale, I guess the whole Oxhorn Mountain would be crowded with people. Speaking of this, Wei Pai stretched out his finger and pointed at the boy. "Chen Pingan, oh Chen Pingan, why are those snake gall stones that you give away like cabbages so valuable?" "It's because all medicines in the world are poisonous. Ordinary elixirs, no matter how effective they are or how good they are, will have a certain impact on one's qi residence, which is extremely difficult to eradicate. In the beginning, it can be suppressed and accumulated in some remote qi residence in the body. However, as the cultivation of qi trainers becomes higher, the accumulation of impurities will become more obvious. Under the divine sense of internal vision, the impurities will become bigger and bigger, which will hinder the great Tao. Qi trainers of the 10th realm can be called sages by the secular world, but why do they all hide like turtles? Do they like to be old bastards? Of course not. It's just that they are struggling to get rid of the impurities bit by bit. The little boy in green was a little frightened. He straightened his back and did not move an inch. He no longer dared to look around carelessly. The girl in pink was a little guilty. Actually, she had been thinking about the third superior snake gall stone. She was only helping the old master to preserve it. She would not eat it. Wei Pai said seriously, I'm going to tell you some secrets next. Even I have to pay a hefty price to know those. Chen Pingon, I hope you won't tell anyone. Chen Pingon nodded and said, don't worry. Other than Miss Ruan and Brotherly, I don't have anyone to talk to in the small town. Wei Pai then continued, have you heard of the inverted hanging mountain? Chen Pingon's expression changed. He did not speak, nor did he nod or shake his head. Wei Pai thought that the man in the bamboo hat had mentioned it before. He was not surprised. The inverted hanging mountain is the work of Tianda, one of the 3 disciples of the Tao ancestor. It can be said to be the world's largest mountain seal. With the support of majestic Tao techniques, it is indestructible. This is the border between the vast world and the savage world. It is the first pass, and possibly the last. Chen Pingon asked, why the last? Wei Pai smiled bitterly. Once the flood breaks the dam, how are we going to stop it from behind? Wei Pai raised his head and leaned back in his chair. He sighed and said, so not only the North Continent that produces sword cultivators, even the immortals who flew past the Aquarius continent and lowered their flying swords in your small town and showed their faces for a short while were all summoned to the inverted hanging mountain. They have to pass through the inverted hanging mountain and go to a place called the Great Wall of Sword Chi to defend against the invasion of the demons from another world. Every time the demons cause trouble and start a war, they will be summoned to the inverted hanging mountain and enter the city. On the high wall, they will practice their sword Tao between life and death. The Great Wall of Sword Chi is where the most famous sword immortals in the world gather. They have the most number of sword immortals and do the most dangerous things in the world. But do you know what they lack the most? Wei Pai turned to look at Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon could only shake his head. Wei Pai gave the answer. They lack swords. Because the battles there are too frequent and too tragic, many peerless divine weapons that were brought there by sword cultivators from the outside world, which were qualified to be ranked among the top Dharma artifacts of the continent, were either broken or their sword wills shattered. The sword owners died and there were countless casualties. So it is very, very difficult for the sword cultivators who were born and raised there to have a good sword. In addition, there are also a considerable number of sword cultivators among the demons who like to collect the remains of famous swords. Over time, the Great Wall of Sword Chi needs a large number of swords to defend against the sword cultivators of the demon race. They even have to constantly buy and request swords from the outside world through the inverted hanging mountain. The merchants who gather outside the inverted hanging mountain raise prices and wait for the best price. Countless people become rich because of this. Chen Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. Wei Pai seemed to know what Chen Pingon was thinking. He sneered and said, do you think everyone is like you? You are such a good person that you would casually give away treasures? After you give them away, you are worried that they are not heavy. Do you want to help carry them? The azure-robed child looked embarrassed and pinched his nose. He wondered if he should be moved by his conscience and treat Chen Pingon better in the future. Chen Pingon remained silent. Chen Pingon, don't take my nonsense to heart. To be honest, I actually admire you very much. Wei Ba was somewhat apologetic. He let out a long sigh, as if he had accumulated too much in his stomach. Then, his gaze turned fierce, and he sneered, among the great demons in that world, just based on the information I know, there are 3 famous peerless sword immortals. Their battle prowess is high, and their killing power is great. It's unimaginable. Now that so many years have passed, I don't know if their numbers have increased or decreased. Wei Pai patted his head. I almost forgot to say. As for why the demons are so tirelessly attacking the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it is very simple. The living environment is too harsh and the spiritual qi is thin. It is not suitable for cultivation. Their physical bodies are strong and they are good at killing. The world is like a huge breeding ground for venomous insects. The strong occupy most of the mountains, territories, cultivation resources and many descendants. And our vast world is like a big piece of fat meat. It is not in the mouth, but you can see that there are leftovers in your bowl and fish and meat in other people's bowls. How can you not covet it? Wei Pai's expression gradually returned to normal. Actually, if you want to talk about right and wrong, one is for their own survival and expansion, as well as for their descendants to live more comfortably. The other is to protect their home and defend the border. If it were a third party watching from the sidelines, there might not be such a strong distinction between good and evil. I also entered the cloud-pinning mountain and agreed to become the mountain god. It can be said that I have formed a great alliance with the Song clan. Only then can I know about this. You can just treat the following things as a fairy tale. Don't pay too much attention to it. It is said that there was a tragic battle before. More than 10 great demons came together under the Great Wall of Sword Qi and had a discussion with the top cultivators of the human race. They hoped to exchange a piece of land the size of the eastern bottle continent near the inverted mountain as a condition for a ceasefire. But of course, we did not agree. Give them an inch and they want a mile. Even a child knows the truth. After that battle, there was a gambling battle, 13 against 13. In fact, it happened not long ago, a few years ago. The demon race and the Great Wall of Sword Qi each sent out 13 experts, with 7 wins and 6 losses. If the demon race wins, they can occupy the Great Wall of Sword Qi without sending out a single soldier. If we win, we can obtain all the swords in the demon race's world. At this point, Wei Pai could not help but stand up, fight. Why don't we dare to fight these 13 battles? Do you know? Wei Pai stretched out his finger in high spirits and pointed to the south, just the battle order of the 2 camps. Our righteous world racked our brains. An ancestor of the Lu clan of the central region, which is known as half of the Yin-Yang school, paid a huge price to roughly calculate the battle order of the demon race's experts. This is a peak-level battle that has never been seen before and will never be seen in the future. Both sides have eliminated their top 3 strongest experts so as to prevent them from getting carried away and breaking through the boundaries of the 2 realms, causing the 2 realms to be in chaos and instability. In this way, this fair battle would be meaningless. However, the Great Wall of Sword Qi had already won 6 out of the 7 battles, excluding the first battle. Under the great situation where victory was in their grasp, they lost the 8th battle. And that female sword immortal became the first person to be killed on the battlefield by the demon race. After that, they were defeated like a landslide. They lost all the way until the 12th battle, and the Great Wall of Sword Qi thought that they would definitely win that battle, because that great sword immortal was known to have outstanding battle strength and had never lost a battle before. But he still lost, becoming the 2nd sword cultivator to die in battle. After that, our righteous world was in despair, because everyone thought that they would definitely lose. It was not that the last sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not strong enough. On the contrary, he was very strong, so strong that he made people feel that he was invincible. But he was the last person of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, who was publicly recognized as the top 3 in terms of killing power in the past 10,000 years. It was just that he had just come out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, so he was not excluded from the top 3. As a result, the experts of the Yin-Yang school of Sword Qi and the Lu family did not consider this point. It was obvious that the demon race was destined to pay a great price to conceal this secret. That great demon was a sword cultivator. A peak level 13 sword cultivator. In history, the demon race had attacked countless cities. Many times, he was the first to reach the top of the city, and the last to retreat. The green-clothed child and the pink-dressed girl behind had already turned pale when they heard this. Even Chen Pingan, who was much more determined than ordinary people, clenched his fists and placed them heavily on his knees. He was sweating profusely, but he did not realize it. Wei Pai laughed out loud without warning. He strode forward, his sleeves flapping violently. He pointed to the distant south, turned his head, and raised his fist, but we won. The man who killed that sword cultivator great demon, everyone called him Alliance. No one knew where he came from, or where he was going. They only knew that he killed the most demons at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Wei Pai was extremely carefree. He shook his arm fiercely and shouted to the heavens, "His name is Alliance." Chen Pingan slowly turned his head and looked at the small bamboo building that was personally named Fierce Building by a certain fellow. The stubborn youth's tears flowed down immediately. He remembered the first time they met. Wei Pai chatted a little more as he did not want to reveal any more information. Words and paintings were the same as chatting. Dressed in white, he floated in the air amidst the sea of clouds and the mountain wind. After Wei Pai left Luopa Mountain, he slowed down and picked up clouds of mist like snowballs. He kept increasing the weight until he hugged them with both hands and squeezed hard. In the end, a white ball the size of a pebble appeared in Wei Pai's palm. He found one of the sources of the Dragon Whisker River in the small town and threw it into the mountain stream. The white ball fell into the stream and was quickly swallowed by a black carp. Then, it flowed down the mountain. The back of the green ox, the stone arch bridge, the blacksmith's shop, and the waterfall at the junction of the Dragon Whisker River and the Tiefu River. The river was surging, and time passed by. On the bank of the Iron Talisman River where no one was around, the water god of the Iron Talisman River named Yang Hua was sitting on the willow tree with her eyes closed in concentration. The female river god whose face was covered by armor suddenly opened her eyes. She stretched out her hand and a lively black carp was caught in her hand. She used a finger as the blade to cut open the black carp's abdomen and found the white ball that was full of spiritual aura. She touched it gently with her thumb and first sewed up the abdomen of the black carp that was used to send the letter. The black carp slid into the river from the palm of her hand. After the black carp entered the water, it was unusually cheerful, and its scales seemed to have more luster. Yang Hua lowered her head and stared at the white ball in her palm. There were wisps of cloud root aura mixed in it. It was extremely precious and was a great supplement for any river god. In the spiritual eyes of the mountain and river gods, there were also their own delicacies. The essence of water and cloud root were all condensed from the illusory mountain and river chi. They removed the impurities and kept the essence. It was like the dragon-slaying platform to the divine weapons and the snake gall stone to the vile descendants of the flood dragon. Yang Hua raised her head and looked over. Amidst the clouds, she could vaguely make out a white-clothed man standing at the peak of the mountains. A golden earring hung from one ear. She had been here before. She had seen with her own eyes that this person and one of Dolly's gatekeepers, the Mahist hero, Su Ruo, were riding on the black snake that had a mediocre skill. They went against the flow of the river and went into the mountains. However, Yang Hua did not expect that this Wei Pai would actually become the main deity of Dolly's North Peak, and his rank was far above hers. Yang Hua did not know why Wei Pai wanted to show goodwill to her. His position was unstable, so he needed to win over people's hearts. Yang Hua sneered. She clenched her fist and crushed the white ball in her palm without hesitation. All the spiritual energy flowed into her body. Her hair fluttered in the wind and the river water under her feet surged. It seemed that she was happy for her master's cultivation base to increase. Net starter Wei Pai retracted his gaze from the Tiefu River and returned to his old nest, empty Xingyun. Riding the wind, he passed by various mountains. Occasionally, there would be Qi refinement warriors below his feet greeting him. In the past, Wei Pai would reply with a smile. However, he was not in the mood today. He came to a chain bridge that was suspended between two mountain peaks. It was not completed yet, but it was wide enough for 2 horse carriages to pass through. No matter how strong the wind was in the gorge, it would only shake the chain bridge slightly. However strong the wind was, the chain bridge would sway to a certain extent. The Qi refinement warriors and trap engineers of the school of Mo who were in charge of building the bridge had a rigid requirement. They would not skimp on the work. The green ebony used to pave the bridge was extremely tough. A full blow from a swordsman of the lower 5 realms could at most poke a hole in the bridge. The chain was made of high-quality refined iron. After all, at the foot of the mountain, a century-old shop would be a golden signboard. However, on the mountain where longevity was long, only shops with more than 500 years of history would dare to talk about being a century-old shop. When this white-clothed mountain deity walked on the black bridge, the contrast was stark. It made one feel that he was lofty and majestic. Wei Pai stopped in his tracks. He held on to the railing of the bridge with one hand and looked up. He knew that at least half of the reason why he was able to become the main deity of Dali's North Peak was because of the man wearing the bamboo hat and carrying the bamboo blade. This was because Dali discovered that he had mysteriously broken the restriction after meeting that person. He had returned from the desolate lord of the land to the mountain deity of Chiduan Mountain. Wei Pai himself only understood that it was the credit of the bamboo blade after a long time. As time passed, Wei Pai gradually realized that his golden body was not ordinary. Could a bowl and plate hold a vat of water? Of course not. Even if he used to be the main deity of North Peak of Divine Water Country, he was originally a superior deity who could accommodate a lot of incense. However, he was later imprisoned by the immortal of chess with his supreme divine sense. When Wei Pai first left Chidun Mountain, he felt that it was impossible to accept all the incense and spiritual chi of Dali's North Peak. He was overestimating himself. It was hard to say that he was an ant trying to shake a tree, but it was definitely like a child trying to hammer iron. Sooner or later, his muscles and bones would be damaged and his primordial chi would be damaged. But now, Wei Bian's control over more than 30 mountains was as easy as flipping his hand. Therefore, Wei Pai was willing to show his greatest kindness to Chen Pingan. He was willing to take him to travel the mountains and rivers. It was similar to sticking the signature of Dali's North Peak on the teenager. Firstly, Chen Pingan was not annoying. Secondly, he wanted to repay Alliance's kindness. Thirdly, Alliance might return to the human world. The third reason was the most important. Wei Pai was very afraid that if Alliance really returned to this world, once he felt that he had not done well enough, then the bamboo blade on Chiduan Mountain could make his realm soar thousands of miles, but the bamboo blade on Chiduan Mountain would probably beat him back to his original state. If it were the Wei Pai on Chiduan Mountain, he would not care so much. But now, Wei Pai could not do it. It was because of the girl who cultivated in the Changchun Palace of Dali. Wei Pai turned his head and looked to the north. Looking at the distant north of Dali, he narrowed his eyes and whispered, "You must live well. Don't fall in love with scholars in this life. Scholars are the most unfaithful people." Outside the bamboo house on Luopa Mountain. After hearing the story from afar, the boy in green thought of eating an ordinary snake gall stone to calm his nerves. As the boy in green chewed on the snake gall stone, he thought of Chinpingan's pitiful look when he turned his head to look at the bamboo house. He could not help but click his tongue and say, "I didn't expect our master to cry." What a sentimental person. Just hearing a story that has nothing to do with him made him so emotional. I believe our master's future in the pugilistic world will be very exciting. He roared when he saw injustice on the road. He saved the girl and she repaid him with her body. Our master has turned into a white stripe in the waves. The boy in green had already imagined Chinpingan's pugilistic world to be incomparably erotic and charming. The more he thought about it, the happier he was. The thought of a stubborn and boring guy like Chinpingan being thrown into the arms of a female hero of the pugilistic world was extremely amusing. The girl in pink was still immersed in the earlier shock. Her expression was complicated and she felt uneasy. She asked the boy in green softly, "Say, the demons in that world are so cruel and tyrannical. Why are we able to live in peace with the immortals on the mountain here in the vast world? Why don't the Chi refinement warriors just kill us all?" The boy in green thought for a moment and replied casually, "Probably because they feel that we are a pile of dog poop by the roadside and they dislike dirty their shoes after stepping on it." The girl in pink was skeptical, but she could not think of a unique explanation that could convince herself. She could only put this worry and uneasiness in her heart for the time being. Wei Pai had already left. Chinpingan was not in a hurry to get up and return to the bamboo house. He sat quietly on the bamboo chair alone. The mountain breeze in early spring was still biting cold, blowing the young man's hair and sideburns. Before Wei Pai left, he said with a smile, "Rumor has it that Alliance is looking for a sword that matches his strength." Chinpingan clearly remembered the first time they met by the Tifu River. Someone held a bamboo hat in one hand and patted the handle of a bamboo saber with the other. He said in a manner that sounded like he was bragging, "For the time being, he can't find a sword that matches me. I'll use it to humiliate all sabers in the world." Wei Pai added, "Someone said that he is a sword cultivator at the peak of the 13th realm. Back when he fought the great demons, the sword he used was not the best. It was just that he was used to it and could not bear to change it. After it was shattered, he would naturally need to change to a better sword. Just think about it. If you can find a weapon that even a Liang feels is suitable for you, or even a sword that can help you increase your fighting prowess by one level, then one is enough. You only need to increase your fighting prowess by one level. Then, he would have combat strength at the peak of the 14th realm. As a sword cultivator, he might even be able to fight the ancestors of the three sects, the Tao ancestors, the Buddhist ancestor, and the Holy Master. I can't imagine what kind of alliance would be like after he finds that sword, what kind of alliance would be like." After Wei Pai said that last sentence, he left. He was filled with anticipation and admiration, like a tiny hill looking up at a towering mountain. He had walked into old Master Wen Xing's landscape painting and slashed out with Chinpingan's sword. Only now did Chinpingan know what Alliance had given up. That rainy night, he walked down the mountain with Alliance. "You took away something I thought was already mine. If you don't have the ability to carve 2 or 3 words there in the future, I'll cut you." Back then, Chinpingan did not understand what the bamboo hat man's casual words meant. As Alliance had said it so casually, the youth did not know the true weight. Back then, the youth did not know how good the sword was. He did not know how strong Alliance was back then. If Chinpingan had known of this before they parted, he would have definitely asked the fairy that was the embodiment of a sword spirit before Alliance left. He would have asked her if she could change owners. That man's name was Alliance. He was a swordsman and a very nice person. If Alliance had not mentioned it, the youth would not have known. Only after Alliance left did the youth learn of it. Such an alliance. How silly. What right did he have to call him a goody two-shoes? Chen Pingan fell into a daze for a long time before he stood up and walked towards the bamboo tower. The azure-robed child asked softly, "Master, are you all right? Were you frightened by Wei Pai's story? There's really no need to be afraid of those things. What inverted mountain sword chi, what great wall of sword chi, what alliance, what great demon sword immortal. They're thousands of miles away from us. Even if the sky falls down, we won't be afraid." The scholarly sages are not only good at talking, but also good at fighting. What's more, no matter how powerful that swordsman with a strange name is, it has nothing to do with us. This kind of person must have 3 heads and 6 arms. He's ferocious and can kill gods and immortals. Even if there's a chance to meet such a person, I don't want to meet him. He's too terrifying. I'm afraid that a sneeze from him could blow me to shrunken bones. Chen Pingan patted the head of the babbling azure-robed child and said with a smile, "I'm fine." He came to the 2nd floor, held the scholarwood sword, walked to the corridor under the eaves, raised it high towards the sky dome, and said 2 words in his heart. "I'm a swordsman." It's settled then. He reeked of alcohol and swayed as he dismounted from his horse. He belched and led his horse forward. It was likely that he had drunk too much last night and had sobered up this morning. When he saw Wu Yuan, he hurriedly patted his clothes to get rid of the smell of wine. He led his horse to the prefectural governor and bowed with a smile. This lowly official, Chow Mao, greets the prefectural governor. Wu Yuan had been promoted to a high official, but she didn't appear to be proud of her success. She politely said, "Supervisor Chow is an official directly under the Ministry of Rights Yamen. You don't actually need to bow when you see me." Supervisor Chow Mao had a smile on his face. His face was like jade, and his figure was slender. He deserved to be called the graceful and confident Chow family's jade tree. His speech and behavior were like a spring breeze. How can this be? When a small official sees a big official, he has to be respectful. Besides, if Lord Wu becomes the Yuan family's son-in-law, you will become a dragon in a storm. You will become even more irresistible in the officialdom. I don't dare slight you in the slightest. Chow Mao's attitude was very humble, but he spoke without restraint. What he said did not conform to the rules of officialdom at all. He actually did not have much respect for Wu Yuan, a great official who managed a large province. This was not strange. As the legitimate son of the eldest branch that the Chow family had placed their hopes on, Chow Mao had plenty of reason to dislike Wu Yuan, the son-in-law of the Yuan family. The surnames of the 2 pillars of Shangjing, Yuan and Chow, were originally close in-laws. However, in the past 100 years, they had become like fire and water. Their respective ancestors, who had helped the 2 families to bring glory to their families, were once staunch allies who had fought side by side for their entire lives. They were also the key pillars of the Great Li's rise. In addition, the 2 pillars of Shangjing, Chao Gue and Yuan Kuei, were from the same hometown. Therefore, they were known in the history books as colluding with each other, a pair of talents in both civil and martial arts. All the door gods under the jurisdiction of the Longquan Commandery had been unified. The pair of door gods that hung on the wall were actually the portraits of the ancestors of the Yuan and Chao families, Chao Gue and Yuan Kuang. As for whether or not the direct descendants of the 2 families had received the guidance of an expert on the mountain or whether they had the intention of accepting some of their ancestral shade, no one knew. After all, the old locust tree had already collapsed. Its branches had all been destroyed, and the locust tree's leaves had all scattered. It really was hard to say whether or not any of the shade of their ancestral locust tree would remain in this place of prosperity of the Yuan and Chao families. Very soon, several more people arrived together. They were all elderly people. There was the old woman of the Zhao family who held a walking stick. Her grandson, Xiao Yao, was Qi Jingquan's page boy. Before the changes in the town had occurred, he had already taken an ox cart and left his hometown. There was also the old ancestor of the Li family who had withdrawn his divine intent. After the restrictions of the Pearl Paradise had dispersed, the old man had successfully reached the 10th realm, obtaining 2 benevolent official positions for the clan. However, his eldest grandson, Li Shixing, had declined, while Li Baozhen had chosen to accept. He had smoothly risen to the ranks of officials in the capital of Dali. The remaining position could only be left over. In any case, it could be left for a promising descendant of the Li family. There was also the short old man who lived in a house at the corner of the Peach Leaf Alley. He had a benevolent appearance. Back then, when Chen Pingan had helped him send a letter home, the old man had even wanted to invite the youth to his house for a drink. However, as a bumpkin from the clay bottle alley, he did not dare to agree. The other old men were also the masters of the 4 families and 10 clans of the town. They possessed varying numbers of dragon kills, large amounts of fertile land, and ordinary mountains. They were the true local tycoons of the town. An old man in scholarly robes with a laurel crown on his head gently lifted the curtain of the carriage and walked down. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked around. Immediately, everyone felt a suffocating pressure assault their faces. A person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. This old man possessed countless titles that contained enormous power. He was the head disciple of the sage of literature, Qi Jingquan's eldest martial brother, Dali's imperial tutor, the sage of scholarly learning, and the national Go player who had negotiated with the city lord of White Emperor City, Yu Kaiyun. The eastern Aquarius continent was the smallest of the 9 great continents under the heavens. However, the appearance of the imperial tutor, Cui Dong, had helped this small continent attract the attention of many great figures behind the scenes. After Cui Dong stepped down from the station, everyone simultaneously bowed with their hands clasped in salute. When everyone slowly stood up and raised their heads, they were surprised to see a beautiful young girl in palace-made attire walking out from behind the old man with such a high status. Some people were caught off guard. Cui Dong's tone was indifferent as he said, "Everyone, return." No one dared to raise any objections. They did not even dare to reveal the slightest bit of resentment. Cui Dong's 2 fingers rubbed the jade pendant on his waist as he walked toward the Huai Manor relay station. The young girl's face was indifferent as she followed closely behind. Cui Dong sat down at a table and asked the relay station to bring 3 jars of wine. When the post house official and his subordinates carried the jars of wine over, each and every one of them felt their mouths and tongues dry. Cui Dong waved his hand, not allowing those people to wait on him. He opened the wine seal himself and pressed down with his palm at the same time, indicating that the young girl standing solemnly at the table should sit down. He smiled and said, "No need to be so reserved. For this trip, I'm only here to escort you. You are the master of this small world." Cui Dong picked up the large white bowl and drank a mouthful of the mediocre wine from the countryside. He did not think much of it. When he had betrayed his master, he had traveled the world alone with only one sword. What kind of suffering had he not experienced? Cui Dong had always believed that he could endure hardship and also enjoy fortune. That was why he had been able to live until today. Cui Dong looked at the uneasy young girl and asked with a smile, "GQ, everything you said to Qintianjian has been recorded. I've carefully read every word. Are there any other stories you haven't told? Anything trivial is fine. For example, when Xie Shi and Chao Shi were young, were there any other interesting people of the same age by their side? Or for example, who suffered a calamity but did not die? who was especially isolated from a young age. The young girl was the servant girl of the Dolly Prince Song Jisin, GQ. Her original name was Wang Zhu. Her true form was strange. It was actually a pearl condensed from the soul of the last true dragon in the world. GQ thought for a while and shook her head, no. Cui Dong could not help but laugh. He was not angry and continued to drink alone. Not long after, 3 people walked into the station. They were the rich man Chao Shi, the dull man Xie Shi, and the Mahist ranger Su Ruo. The 2 big shots who walked out of the Pearl Grotto saw the young girl and confirmed the aura on her. Chao Shi was slightly stunned. Then, he laughed and pointed at the young girl, damn it, I've embarrassed myself. The guy who scared me half to death back then is actually such a weak little girl. Xie Shi held his fist and bowed to the young girl, Xie Shi from Peach Leaf Alley. Thank you for saving my life twice. GQ's face was cold. She only nodded to Xie Shi. As for Chao Shi, she did not even look at him. Su Ruo crossed his arms and leaned against the door. He began to close his eyes and rest. If today's matter was settled, it would have nothing to do with him. If it was not settled, it would have a lot to do with him. Chao Shi laughed and sat opposite the young girl. He looked as if he had seen a treasure and said, back then, I stood at the mouth of the Iron Lock well and peed down. As a result, I only peed halfway down the well. Not only did the iron lock make a clattering sound, the water in the well suddenly reached my feet. I was so scared that I did not dare to finish peeing. I didn't even pull up my pants. The scene at that time was really frightening. I, Chao Shi, have done a lot of embarrassing things in my life, but this one will definitely make it into the top 3. GQ finally could not keep a straight face. She glared at him and said, if you didn't run away fast enough, I would have made you drink the well water until you burst. Chao Shi stretched out a finger and stroked his beard. He gloated and said, I remember that for a whole month, I stood 2 feet away from the iron lock well and threw stones in with all my strength. Did I hit you? You should have at least once, right? GQ stared at him and sneered, born bad seed. I regret that I didn't drown you in the stream. Chao Shi was not angry. Instead, he laughed, when I was young, I was indeed a little naughty. Ha, a child's temperament. When I was swimming in the water with my peers, I would often fart. I can't help it. Since I was young, I liked to see bubbles rise from my back. But I was kind. That time when I peed into the well, I was really scared out of my wits. The elders in my family had to ask someone to summon my soul. It was so embarrassing. From the clay bottle alley to the iron lock well, I had to answer every time they called me Chao Shi. You don't know, but after that, I was laughed at by my classmates for several years. At this point, Chao Shi chuckled and poured herself a bowl of wine. She sighed and said, the bones of those schoolmates have probably rotted away by now. However, I still remember their names. GQ sneered, who was the one who secretly poured half a bucket of black dog's blood into the iron lock well in the middle of the night. Chao Shi laughed dryly, didn't I hear from the elders that black dog's blood can exorcise evil spirits? GQ was annoyed when she saw this guy. Chao Shi was like this when he was young, and even more so when he was old. Xie Shi remained silent the whole time. GQ hesitated. Which one of you became a perfected lord? Who became a sword immortal? Chao Shi raised her white bowl and pointed at Xie Shi, who was sitting opposite the state preceptor of the Great Li dynasty. He is the perfected lord of the Jiulu continent, and he is about to become a Daoist heavenly lord. His lineage has sects and mansions in the 5 peaks of several dynasties. In the entire Jiulu continent, he is the only Daoist sect. The rest are all unorthodox sects that don't amount to much. Those so-called perfected sect masters and perfected lords of countries are not even fit to carry shoes for our perfected Lord Xia. In front of our fellow countrymen, Xia sure, they are all grandsons. There is no exception. Xia Shi's face darkened. Shut up. Chao Shi begged for mercy. Okay. I won't say it. You are a Taoist heavenly lord, and I am just a wild cultivator. I can't afford to offend you. Within the dynasty, the appointment of a perfected lord of a Taoist country not only required the recommendation of the emperor, but also the recognition of the continent's Taoist sect master. For example, the sect master of the Eastern Aquarius continent, Qi was the Taoist sect master. After that, more than half of the heavenly lords in the continent had to agree. Finally, they had to ask for an edict from a sect in the Middle Plains divine continent. The Tao lord of the Ju Lu continent was Xie Shi. The sect he belonged to was a place where incense was offered. Furthermore, the sword cultivators of the Ju Lu continent prospered, and the incense offered by the Buddhists far exceeded that of the Taoists. As a result, not a single heavenly lord appeared. Of course, the Aquarius continent was not much better. As the smallest of the 9 continents, even though Taoism's power far exceeded Buddhism's, the Aquarius continent only had one heavenly lord. And it was a new heavenly lord who had just broken through to the 12th level. It was Qi Jin of the southern stream country Shinfu sect. Like Xie Shi, all the perfected lords were decided by a single person in each continent. But in other continents, not to mention the Middle Plains divine continent, such as the vast South Sa continent, there were only a handful of Taoist heavenly lords. Long story short, Xie Shi said directly, "We can let bygones be bygones for the broken natal porcelain. However, I want to ask for 3 people from your great Li." Cui Dong put down the wine bowl in his hand and smiled. Wait a moment. What do you mean by let bygones be bygones? Although the breaking of Chen Pinggan's natal porcelain was the fault of our Dolly Kiln Supervision Office, but first, when Chen Pinggan's aptitude was inspected, the person who bought the porcelain had already confirmed that there was nothing special about it. There was no mistake about it. Second, when the natal porcelain was broken, Dolly pursued the person who should be responsible and compensated the person who should be compensated. The person who bought the porcelain also nodded in agreement and accepted the compensation happily. Xie Shi, your so-called let bygones be bygones is not valid at all. Xie Shi said indifferently, the person who bought the porcelain has no right to pester endlessly. But the power behind the person who bought the porcelain has the right to be unreasonable with Dolly. Cui Dong laughed and nodded without hesitation. He picked up the wine bowl again and took a sip. He clicked his tongue and said, "The world is so helpless." Chao Shi bared her teeth. GQ's eyes flickered as if she had heard something interesting. Cui Dong asked, "Then what if Dolly doesn't agree?" Xie Shi didn't realize that he was in a tight encirclement and continued, "Dolly has already settled down in the south. If you don't agree, you have to worry about your backyard getting burned." Worry about their backyard? Dolly's northern territory has already reached the coast of the sea in the north. Chao Shi's expression was playful. It seemed that some big shots in the Ju Lu continent were determined to get these 3 people. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so aggressive. It was obvious that Xie Shi was implying that the cultivators of the Ju Lu continent would take advantage of the Great Li Iron Cavalry's expedition to the south to openly cross the sea and attack the Great Li's northern border. That young man named Chen Pinggan, his natal porcelain was broken. In the end, it was just a small matter that had already been decided. It was just a lame excuse for some people. Because when the big shots began to plan for the world's general trend, small matters were no longer small. Cui Dong sighed softly. When the people on the mountain were unreasonable, they were like this. It was almost like children playing house. When they were angry, they would use all their strength to fight to the death. It was very scary, but it wasn't scaring people. It wasn't that Chui Dong was unfamiliar with it. On the contrary, Chui Dong had personally experienced it many times, so he seemed particularly indifferent. Chui Dong had to take a step back first and asked, "Which 3 people do you want to take away?" Xiaoshu drank his first mouthful of wine after sitting down. He Xiaoliang, Ma Kushuan, Li Shixing. The most important order is the ranking. If Dolly can hand over a few people, you can get a corresponding reward. Chui Dong laughed and said, "Reward? It's more like thunder fury, right?" Xiaoshu was silent. Li Shixing was from Dolly's Longquan, and was the easiest to negotiate with. Ma Kushuan was already a disciple of Marshall Mountain. In just a year, he had become famous. He was very murderous and talented, and had made rapid progress. He Xiaoliang was a proud disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect. His talent was amazing, and his luck was even more frightening. Other than the Confucian scholar Li Shixing, the other 2 were the sect's hopes. One was a military ancestor, and the other was a Taoist holy land. Even if Dolly already occupied half of the continent, it might not be willing to become enemies with either side. Moreover, the Great Sui Kingdom had not been destroyed yet. Once the Divine Grandeur sect and Marshall Mountain raised their arms, Dolly would have to face the hostility of half of the military cultivators and half of the Taoists in the Aquarius continent. This deal was a loss no matter how one looked at it. Chui Dong felt that this deal was over. He estimated that after returning to Dolly's capital, he would have to prepare for the worst when it came to buying flying swords for the Beko Kaekyung building. But Xiesher suddenly said, "As long as you agree to this, I will take people to the summer mountain near Lakeview Academy and help you intimidate the academy and the entire Southern Power. Don't worry, it's not just for show. Just like if you don't agree, the cultivators of the Juelu continent will attack the north of Dolly. It's not a joke. As long as Dolly agrees, we will not let you suffer any losses. This is the promise of the top cultivators of the Juelu continent, including me, Xiesher." Chao Shi was stunned. This was getting interesting. If Xiesher was really willing to lead his men to defend the mountain resort to the death instead of deliberately mystifying things, then this decision would have caused the Great Sui to lose half of its life before the war with the Great Li had even started. It could even be said that half of the eastern Aquarius continent was likely to fall into the hands of the Song clan. Chui Dong said emotionally, "So it's such a big gamble. It's really unexpected. I have to inform our emperor." Xiesher nodded and said, "It's reasonable. I can wait, at most half a month. Your Emperor Dolly must give me an answer." Chui Dong suddenly pointed at GQ. "She saved your life twice. Don't you have anything to say, Xiesher?" Xiesher laughed heartily and said, "Of course, if you don't agree to this, I won't participate in the attack in the south. If you agree to this, I will take in 2 or 3 direct disciples from Dolly and focus on nurturing them. All of you should be clear that I, Xiesher, will soon be promoted to a heavenly monarch. At my age, I can only be considered a young man among all the Daoist heavenly monarchs in the 9 continents. To put it bluntly, I'm already looking forward to the great Tao. Furthermore, Xiesher, have only had 3 lineal disciples in the 1,000 years since I started the sect." Chui Dong pointed at GQ. "She's one." Xiesher shook his head and said, "She's not. But as long as she's willing, she won't be among those 2 or 3. Chui Dong pondered and didn't say anything. GQ was a little absent-minded. She was a little anxious and wanted to go back to the courtyard in Mud Bottle Alley as soon as possible. Even if the cage of fluffy chicks had starved to death, she would only give up when she saw their corpses with her own eyes. If they were still alive, then when she saw them this time, she would crush them with her own hands. As the little thing she raised, how shameful would it be if they died in the mouth of wild cats and dogs in the future? (192) Although I took a lot of leave this month, I still wrote 170,000 words. Let me praise myself. More importantly, I need to thank everyone for your patience. You are the best readers. This is not a polite remark, but a sincere one. The two walked to the second floor of the bamboo building and looked into the distance. Young Chui Ci and the two little guys stared at each other downstairs. Li Shixing asked, "Do you know the meaning of Fu Lu Street in Peach Leaf Alley?" Chen Pingon shook his head. He only knew that the people living there were rich, very rich. The bluestone road, stone lions, and even the painted door gods seemed to be more impressive. Li Shixing raised the peach talisman in his hand. Fu Lu is a homonym of talisman. Fu actually represents the word talisman. Peach Leaf Alley is the peach of the peach talisman. If reversed, it is the peach talisman. Chen Pingon suddenly understood. This is a great opportunity for the town. Compared to the items of the 5 elements such as the golden carp, this peach talisman may be even better. Li Shixing said tirelessly, "At the end of the year, I had a strange dream. I vaguely remember seeing many people and many things, but after I woke up, I forgot everything. It seemed like I was playing a game of chess with someone. Then I remembered the inside story of the peach talisman. The twists and turns are mysterious. I really can't explain it in detail." Li Shixing pointed in the direction of the bamboo building. "I originally wanted to hang this peach talisman on the door of the bamboo building. It may be a bit of an exaggeration, but it can indeed make this magical bamboo building even more indestructible. Also, hanging the peach talisman for a long time can give birth to all kinds of strange plant essence." Speaking of this, Li Shixing smiled and joked, "Chen Pingon, you really don't want it? You won't get it again if you miss this opportunity." Chen Pingon said without hesitation, "Since it's so good, brotherly, keep it for yourself. Aren't you going on a long trip?" "I just went on a trip outside. There are all kinds of strange and dangerous places. I definitely need an artifact." Li Shixing smiled and asked a question, "Do you think I lack an artifact?" Chen Pingon was stunned, because he remembered the battle between Li Shixing and the sword cultivator Chao Jun in the mud bottle alley. But he suddenly remembered a saying in a book and said, "The more the better." Li Shixing had no choice but to put away the peach talisman and hang it on his waist again. He said regretfully, "It was supposed to be hung on the door of the bamboo house. It was very compatible." Li Shixing even turned his head and looked at the bamboo door behind him. "Hanging it here really matches." Actually, it was a little childish. Therefore, Chen Pingon wanted to laugh but was too embarrassed to do so, so he could only hold it in. Previously, because Li Shixing was Li Baoping's elder brother, Chen Pingon was willing to get close to him from the beginning. After a few interactions, Chen Pingon grew to like this scholar more and more. It was not because Li Shixing had a belly full of noble spirit, nor was it because he, as a greenhorn chi refinement warrior, could directly fight on par with Chao Jun. It was because this man's every bit of interaction with this world made people feel comfortable. For example, Alliance was a swordsman. Mr. Qi was a scholar. Even if Alliance had never mentioned swords from the beginning to the end, and Mr. Qi had never talked to Chen Pingon about the great principles in books from the beginning to the end, Chen Pingon felt that they were the best swordsmen and the most knowledgeable scholars. Deep in his heart, Chen Pingon hoped that he could become such a person. However, regarding these thoughts in his heart, Chen Pingon had never spoken to anyone because he was afraid that he would be thought of as overestimating himself. Li Shixing suddenly made up his mind. The girl in the pink dress, who had been reading poetry since young, was muddle-headed. She only felt as if she had drunk a jar of old wine and was drunk. Only the boy in green was sitting on the railing and picking his nose. He did not care at all. It was only when he saw the strange behavior of the two guys that he started to be stunned. Chen Pingan did not feel too much. He just silently remembered these principles in his heart. Li Shixing exhaled gently at the tip of the brush. The golden brush seemed to have become warm at this moment. Although it was still sharp and the tip of the brush was like a knife, it had spirit. Li Shixing smiled and said, "It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Since you don't want to accept the peach talisman, then I have to show you some of my skills. I, Li Shixing, have not read much, but I think I am good at carving and drawing talismans. Today, I will write and draw talismans on these bamboo sheets. Don't worry, after writing, there will not be any visible words left, so it will not destroy the overall beauty of the bamboo building. But one day in the future, some scenes may appear. You will not be surprised. Today, the main thing is to teach you how to draw talismans. When you feel that you have grasped the meaning, then I will stop. Don't worry, I will write slowly and you can slowly experience it." Chen Pingan blushed and said, "I am a little stupid. Brotherly, you should be mentally prepared." Li Shixing moved gently and faced the bamboo building as if he was facing a wall. With one hand behind his back and the other holding the brush, he looked for a place to write. He smiled and said, "If being kind to others is stupid and being diligent and tenacious is stupid, then there is something wrong with our world. Chen Pingan, I hope you will continue to persist in this kind of unintelligence." Chen Pingan scratched his head. He was used to being scolded by Old Man Yao since he was young and was used to seeing other people's wonderful lives. He was not used to Li Shixing's praise today. Li Shixing thought for a moment and turned his head and said, "When it comes to drawing talismans, the Taoist talisman has always been the most respected. In fact, when we draw talismans, we don't have to adhere to the orthodoxy too much. The truth of the world can't escape from turning something rotten into something magical. Just like when you practice boxing." Speaking of this, Li Shixing smiled and said, "It is very beautiful. A youth practicing boxing, looking at the mountains when there are mountains, looking at the water when there is water." Li Shixing felt that there was no more poetic picture in the world than this. Li Shixing shook his head gently and held his breath. He said solemnly, "To draw talismans, you need talisman paper. Talisman paper can be anything in the world, but you still need to follow the prescribed order and draw talismans on paper. Later, I will give you a pile of good quality talisman paper and an introductory talisman book. For the time being, you don't have to worry about the cost of buying talisman paper. But after you use it up, you will have to worry about the cost. This can't be helped. One of the difficulties of cultivation is that it consumes too much money. A sword cultivator tempering a flying sword and a talisman master using talisman paper are indispensable. Pour a bit of true qi into the tip of the brush and then draw it in one go. Like a broken lotus root, the words can be broken, but the spirit can't be broken. It must resonate with each other from a distance. Like two mountain peaks shouting at each other, there will be an echo. Chen Pingan, watch carefully." Li Shixing suddenly switched the wind and snow cone brush from his hand to his other hand. He wiped his free hand on his sleeve. After he was done, he switched back and smiled at Chen Pingan. "I learned this from you. Regarding certain things, one must have respect. I was not as good as you in the past, so I followed your example." The first time they met at the entrance of the Li family's mansion on Fulu Street, Chen Pingan put down the pot and wiped his hands before taking the book from Li Shixing's hands. Chen Pingan didn't expect that such an unintentional action would make Li Shixing so serious. Li Shixing finally began to draw talismans. In fact, it was more like a scholar writing seriously. Lu Guan Sanghai's Sunday Li Shixing's handwriting was very calm, but compared to the dull and tasteless of Taoist Lu Chen's prescriptions, it was similar in form but not in spirit. But Chen Pingan couldn't tell the reason. It was just a wonderful feeling that was beyond words. After that, Li Shixing wrote lines of poems that he thought were beautiful, the teachings of sages, Taoist classics, and the essence of 100 schools of learning. Li Shixing would tiptoe to write at a high place, bend down to write at a low place, move again and again, and touch the brush again and again. When he was writing to his heart's content, he would even ask his book boy Chui Ci to bring a bamboo chair from downstairs. He would stand on the chair and write to his heart's content. Sometimes, he would simply sit on the ground and write to his heart's content. He wrote that he didn't dare to speak loudly for fear of startling the people in heaven. He wrote that it was easy to break the thieves in the mountain, but difficult to break the thieves in the heart. He wrote that man is the unawakened Buddha, and Buddha is the awakened man. He wrote that the mountains and rivers are green. He also wrote that the way of the headmaster was loyal and forgiving. Before Chen Pingan said, "I understand," Li Shixing had been writing tirelessly and tirelessly. Every word would be written quickly. After that, the golden light on the bamboo wall would dissipate, but the meaning would last forever. The boy in green had already jumped down from the railing and whispered into the girl in pink's ear, "What did you write?" The girl in pink lowered her voice and said, "I can read the words, but I can't understand the meaning. It's too big." The boy in green laughed and said, "You're stupid." Chui Ci turned and glared at him, lecturing, "Don't disturb my teacher's writing." The boy in green curled his lips and said, "This is my house. If you continue to nag, I'll make you pack up and get lost." Chui Ci said angrily, "You have eyes but can't see the real deal. You've wasted my teacher's efforts." The boy in green crossed his arms and leaned against the railing, mocking, "Why do you care? Only my master has the right to lecture me." Li Shixing wrote while Chen Pingan read. He turned a deaf ear to the noise behind him. The sky was dark and Li Shixing was already standing at the end of the corridor. He stopped writing and asked with a smile, "How is it?" Chen Pingan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Li Shixing said warmly, "It's fine. Let's go downstairs." Thus, the group arrived at the first floor of the bamboo house. The girl in pink and the youth, Chui Ci, helped to hold the candles to illuminate the writing. Even though the boy in green was nagging, he was still serious and could not take his eyes off of the writing. As the saying goes, time passes like water, unwilling to part with day and night. That was the case today. Chui Ci's hand that was holding the candle trembled, the candle had burned out and burned his fingers. The beautiful youth changed to another candle silently. When Li Shixing wrote the words "burn the talisman and break the seal," Chen Pingan suddenly blurted out, "That's not right." Li Shixing stopped writing and turned to look at the youth, bursting into laughter. "That's right." The scholarly man's face was slightly pale and filled with fatigue. However, he was still in high spirits. Taking a deep breath of air, Li Shixing stretched his back and handed the brush in his hands to the youth. "Chen Pingan, I'll give this snow wind all to you. I believe that you won't disgrace it." It was only at this moment that Chen Pingan remembered the crux of the problem. "I can't cultivate and can't become a chi refinement warrior. Talisman drawing requires the support of spirit energy. How can I write a talisman?" Li Shixing smiled as he divulged the heavenly secret. He slowly explained, "In the talisman scroll that I will give you later, there are many types of talismans. However, the quality of the talismans isn't too high. Therefore, many of the talismans don't have a high requirement for spiritual energy, but they do have a certain requirement for chi palace. Drawing talismans is equivalent to practicing martial arts in an unconventional way. Martial artists also have their own spiritual energy, and it is precisely because it is the opposite of the chi cultivator's spiritual energy. Therefore, every talisman you draw is a short test. It is like a battle of close quarters on the battlefield. When two enemies meet on a narrow path, only the brave will emerge victorious. You have to condense your spiritual energy as fast as possible and finish drawing a talisman. Otherwise, even if you are just a little bit short, you still won't be able to complete the talisman. As long as you are willing to persevere, over time, you will be able to penetrate a stone with dripping water. Drawing talismans isn't just drawing talismans. Chen Pingan took the brush and nodded. I understand. The night was deep. Li Shixing turned his head and looked out of the mountain. After this farewell, Li Shixing did not finish his thoughts. He dispelled the melancholy in his heart and smiled. I originally wanted to go out and take a look. It's just that it's a little earlier. It's not bad. After that, Li Shixing did not choose to stay on Luopa Mountain. Instead, he brought the young Chui Ci down the mountain at night. The scholar did not even agree to send Chen Pingan to the foot of the mountain. Chen Pingan stood outside the bamboo house, feeling lost. The little boy in green smiled and said, Old master, this guy is really not bad. His Dao skills are high, his character is good, and he is loyal. I like him. He is qualified to be my brother. Chen Pingan said unhappily, You are willing, but he is willing. The little boy in green looked as if he took it for granted. He said arrogantly, Is there anyone in the world who is not willing to be my brother? Is he stupid? Chen Pingan smiled. I don't know if he is stupid or not. However, I know if you are stupid or not. The little boy in green laughed proudly. Old master, of course I am extremely smart. The girl in pink looked at her companion with pity. In the past, she only thought that he was ruthless and had a violent personality. Now, she suddenly felt that he was actually quite stupid. The little boy in green noticed her gaze and shouted, Silly girl, you are not convinced. Let's fight one-on-one. The girl in pink hid behind Chen Pingan. She was not stupid. Under the hazy moonlight, Li Shixing brought the young man down the mountain slowly. After walking out of the boundary of Luopa Mountain, he washed his face with water from a stream to help clear his mind. After all, every stroke required concentration and was extremely exhausting. Li Shixing looked up and saw an old man standing on the opposite side of the stream. He was smoking a pipe. Li Shixing stood up and bowed. Li Shixing greets old Mr. Yang. The old man quietly turned his body sideways and avoided the young scholar's bow. When Li Shixing straightened up, old Yang of the drugstore said, I need you to help me read Chen Pingan's fortune. Is that okay? Li Shixing nodded without hesitation. Of course, no problem. Old Yang nodded. I will repay you after this. Li Shixing did not say anything about this and gave a direct answer. The Great Tao is straight. There are mountains and rivers. It is best to travel far quickly. The benefits are in the south. Old Yang smiled. I trust you. Although Li Shixing was puzzled, he did not ask. Old Yang glanced at the peach talisman at the young scholar's waist. His eyes flashed with a complicated expression and the figure disappeared. The old man was just a wisp of purple smoke. The two of them continued on their journey. Chui Ci asked, Mister, if you want to travel far, can you bring me along? Li Shixing smiled. Sure. The young man was shocked. Ha! He thought that it would be harder than ascending the heavens for the mister to agree to this. Who would have thought that it would be easier than leaving the mountain? Li Shixing said softly, because someone wants you to follow me. As for me, I don't think there is anything wrong with that. The young man was silent for a long time. He lowered his head and was a little disappointed. Mister, I want to know where I came from. Li Shixing sighed. That is not easy. You might as well think about where you are going first. The young man suddenly became happy. Where else can I go? I will just follow Mister. Wherever Mister goes, I will go. Li Shixing smiled but did not speak. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. He felt refreshed. He saw a gentleman and it was beautiful. The young man clearly sensed his mister's mood and also became happy. On the way down the mountain, his footsteps were light and full of joy. In just one night, Luopa mountain was pressed down until it slowly sank more than a foot. Wei Pai had been on a nearby mountain, watching Luopa mountain descend bit by bit. It turned out that the real words of the world were so heavy. Wei Pai smiled. Amazing, really amazing. Even I am a little curious. Li Shixing, who are you? Could it be that the Qin family tree really has nothing to do with you? Then who can you be? As day and night alternated, Wei Pai could not help but look at the bamboo building again. Complementing each other, the sun and moon shone together. Outside the bamboo building, since they were not sleepy, Chen Pingan and company sat side by side on bamboo chairs, waiting for dawn. Chen Pingan suddenly asked the azure-robed boy, an ordinary snake gall stone for 10,000 taels of silver. Is it expensive? The azure-robed boy had a blank expression. Chen Pingan asked nervously, too expensive. The azure-robed boy jumped up. Only 10,000 taels. Master, are you humiliating me? Chen Pingan was relieved. Then 11,000 taels. The azure-robed boy said angrily, Master, if you continue like this, I will run away from home. Chen Pingan naturally did not take it seriously. He asked curiously, what kind of money do the cultivators on the mountain use to do business? The azure-robed boy chuckled. Master, just you wait. I will show you the money used by the immortals on the mountain. My family has a lot of money. The azure-robed boy waved his sleeve and the fengzuan item he carried with him had a mysterious mechanism. It started to rain. The ground was covered with mountains of sparkling jade stones, all carved into the shape of copper coins. There were roughly 3 types of jade stones of different sizes. He squatted on the ground and began to explain to Chen Pingan the origins of each type of jade stone, as well as their differences in value. This was the money used by the immortals. The miser Chen Pingan quickly left his chair and squatted beside the mountain of money, listening attentively to the azure-robed boy's detailed explanation. Finally, Chen Pingan suddenly said, I want to give Baowei Mountain to Miss Ruan. Do you think it is appropriate? The girl in pink blinked her eyes, not knowing what to do. The azure-robed boy knelt on the ground. Master, don't you feel sorry for her? You must restrain yourself, you must restrain yourself. Please don't be rash. Miss Xiuxiu is the best girl in the world. I will not deny that. But she has not been married to you yet. Chen Pingan did not care about the nonsense of marriage. He only shook his head and said, I don't feel sorry for her. The azure-robed boy wailed, but I do. "193. There was a short old man in the school in the small town. Although he was a teacher, his clothes were sloppy. His name was Chen Jinrong, and he liked to drink. When he was drunk, he would stretch out his fingers in the air and draw something randomly. No one knew what he was writing or drawing. His drunken words were neither Dolly's official language nor the Aquarius continent's official language. In short, no one could understand him. Although the old man's surname was Qin, he was not from the Qin family in the Dragontail Commandery. However, Chen Songfeng, who was of noble status, respected the old man very much. The teachers in the school did not have a good impression of this eccentric old man. Today, the sloppy old man drank wine and walked across the stone arch bridge to the blacksmith's shop in a drunken state. He recited loudly in his family's dialect, supporting the river, touching the big mountain, riding the primordial chi, swimming in the void, flying in the clouds and flying in the rain, the sky hangs and the sea stands, how magnificent. When the old man reached the outside of the shop, he did not break in. He ran to the Dragon Whisker River to wash his face. Probably because a few handfuls of cold water could not wash away the drunkenness, the old man simply lay on the ground and put his whole head into the cold water. He shook it hard and finally raised his head and laughed, comfortable, comfortable. The old man stood up and sighed suddenly because he remembered the miserable situation of many descendants of the Qin family in the small town. They were slaves of other families. Although the old man had no relationship with them, he knew that the world was hard and he could not blame those descendants of the Qin family who had lost the face of their ancestors. But after all, they were of the same family name. The old man was really depressed. He had to open the wine pot and hesitated. After a struggle, he looked around and sneakily drank a little wine like a thief again. He muttered, if it was in the South Whirlpool continent, as long as they were the descendants of the Qin family, no matter how poor they were, they would not be reduced to working for others. They would lose the face of the mellow Qin family. When the old man said this, he inexplicably slapped himself in the face. Shameless old man, you can't control your mouth. You said you wouldn't drink, but you still drink. After slapping himself, the old man chuckled and decided to go all out. He drank 2 more mouthfuls of wine, but he only slapped himself twice in the face. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of the wine he bought from the beautiful woman, the old man was finally satisfied. He walked straight into the blacksmith shop and shouted Ruanting's name loudly. Soon, Ruanting walked out of a sword furnace, took off the leather skirt at his waist, and casually threw it to the long-browed youth behind him. As soon as the old man saw the saint of the Ruan family, who came from the Wind Snow Temple, he began to cause trouble. Ruan Jiao, you're not as good as Qi Jingchen. You're really far inferior to Qi Jingchen. Ruan Jiao didn't care about this, as if he had already been accustomed to it. He didn't even greet the old man and was still silent. However, the long-browed youth behind him frowned, but he didn't say anything. Ruan Jiao led the way in front, and the old man walked side by side with him. He didn't want to let go of Ruan Jiao's ears and nagged like a woman in the marketplace. This time, the old man used the orthodox and elegant language of the Hausa continent, which had a different charm. Ruan Jiao, look at Qi Jingchen. His cultural lineage was targeted by us, but he was willing to repay evil with good and help take care of the regular tree. If it were me, I would let that girl Chen Xiang see the tree on the grave first, and then trample it with my foot. Although it was related to Ruanqi's high realm, the mellow Qin family actually contributed a lot behind the scenes. Ruanqi never denied anything. I like it. What can you do about it? The old man turned around angrily and shouted, where's the wine? Why hasn't the wine arrived yet? What's wrong with that kid? Is he deliberately trying to anger me? Ruanqi looked at his old friend who was making a fuss along the way and asked with a smile, why? Are you unhappy when you see the situation of the 2 Qin family descendants in the small town in Longhuan County? It's not that I want to criticize you, but it has nothing to do with you and the mellow Qin family. What are you angry about? Let's not talk about this. I'm angry. The old man sighed and glanced at Ruanqi from the corner of his eyes. What about you? For Xiuxiu, you wanted to hide and be quiet. Now, you've become a place of trouble. Are you all right? Ruanqi shook his head and said, it's fine. There's a wrong move. The old man sneered, it's fine if you're stubborn, but don't be stubborn. Ruanqi said softly, if there's trouble, I definitely won't be polite with you. From the corner of his eye, the old man caught a glimpse of the green-clothed girl walking over from afar, as well as the youth from the Xia family beside her. They were here to deliver the wine. The old man immediately beamed with joy and waved at the girl, Xiu, come, eh? Why did you turn around and leave? Don't go. Xiu, do you have a man you like? If you don't, I'll help you find one. Don't pick a man in a big place like the Aquarius continent. What good men can there be in a barbarian place like this? Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin and Dolly Song Jianqiang are not bad, but they're a little old. So if you want to find one in our South Whirlpool continent. Sigh, Xiu has gone too far. The old man was dejected. Fortunately, the youth with long eyebrows delivered 2 jugs of wine. He placed one jug beside his feet and opened the other jug. He raised his head and gulped it down. Ruanqi took the jug of wine, but had no intention of drinking. Your Melochin family, after looking around, didn't you only find Chao Jun? If I remember correctly, he's already over 100 years old, right? The old man said anxiously, what's wrong with Chao Jun? I think he's good. If he wasn't framed in his early years, he wouldn't be any worse than the Wei and Jin dynasties. In history, there were more than one great sword immortals who matured late. Sigh, if you want to blame someone, blame his ancestor Chao Shi. He's not strong enough. If it were our Qin family disciples, with such talent, who would dare to plot against us? Ruanqi did not speak. He had a bad impression of Chao Jun. The old man sighed, I find it strange. They have the same surname, but why are the people in this small town so miserable? Then where did all the luck go? In the past 1 to 2,000 years, is there anyone with the surname Qin who has made a meteoric rise in the Aquarius continent or other continents? Ruanqi thought for a while, I don't think so. The old man suddenly thought, that's right. But just in case. Ruanqi acted as though he was facing a great enemy, and reprimanded, when did you, Qin Zhenrong, become so unscrupulous? The old man stretched out a palm. His fingers were trembling non-stop, I can't draw a true dragon, I can only draw a soft snake with 4 legs. What true appearance, I think it's better to change it to a fake one. He drank a mouthful of wine, and said helplessly, this matter, if it was in the past, my words would be of some use, but now I can't. Ruanqi said angrily, the dignified Melochin family. The old man interrupted Ruanqi's words, which family doesn't fall from grace? Inside the Confucian orthodoxy, aren't there saints, gentlemen and virtuous people? Furthermore, this matter is not as despicable as you think. Ruanqi was silent. His heart was heavy, like a mountain pressing down on his heart. There was a time when a person's strength was limited, so were saints. (194) Although they didn't need to visit relatives, it wasn't a good idea to stay in the deserted Luopa mountain during the new year. Therefore, Chen Pingon took the 2 little guys out of the mountain and returned to the bustling town. It was as lively as any county in Huangting country. However, without the iron lock well, the old street without the old locust tree, and Mr. Chi's school, Chen Pingon still felt a little disappointed no matter how lively and festive the atmosphere was. As they approached the alley, the little boy in green complained, Master, if I meet a fiend on the way to Mud Bottle Alley, the kind that can kill me with 1 punch, I won't go down the mountain to the old house anymore if I don't warn you. Don't blame me for not being loyal then. As soon as they reached the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley, Chen Pingon saw a familiar figure. She was slender and graceful, like a tender willow branch in the spring breeze. She was carrying a bucket with both hands. She must have just returned from the well in Apricot Blossom Alley. She seemed to be a little tired, so she simply dropped the bucket. Then the girl bent over and gasped for breath. The bucket fell heavily on the ground, splashing a lot of water, but the girl didn't care about this at all. She was Song Jisun's maidservant, GQ, or Wang Zhu. Chen Pingan didn't blame the girl for being his maidservant or his next-door neighbor Song Jisun, because the book said that a good bird chooses a good tree to nest in. That snowy night, the girl lay dying in the snow. She used the last of her strength to reach out and gently knock on the door. It was Chen Pingan's own business whether to save her or not. It was other people's business whether they were grateful or not. It was just that their reunion came much sooner than expected. Chen Pingan had mixed feelings. GQ also saw Chen Pingan. She wiped the sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand and looked at Chen Pingan. Her straw shoes were still the same, but she wore a hairpin in her bun. She seemed to be taller and no longer walked around alone. Instead, she was accompanied by 2 little oil bottles. The girl didn't say anything. Chen Pingan was just about to greet them when he realized that the little boy in green was grabbing his arm tightly, preventing him from moving forward. Not only him, but the little girl in pink was also hiding behind him, holding on tightly to his sleeve. The 2 little fellows' teeth chattered together, not daring to breathe too loudly. It was like a cowardly mortal who feared ghosts the most in his life, and then really saw a ghost in broad daylight. The green-robed little boy was filled with regret. He wished he could slap himself in the face. Who told him to jinx it? The girl in pink sobbed softly behind Chen Pingan's back. Master, I'm scared. I'm more scared than death. Chen Pingan let out a sigh. Then you can go to other places in the town, such as our shop in the Riding Dragon Alley. You can help us look after the business there. I'll look for you later. The 2 little fellows felt as if they had been pardoned, and they fled at top speed. Chen Pingan walked to Mud Bottle Alley alone. It was the same scene as it had been for so many years. The boy helped the girl pick up the bucket and walked into the alley together. GQ asked, "Those 2 fellows, are they your new servants?" Chen Pingan laughed. "Do I look like a master to you?" They were just shouting for fun. GQ made an "oh" sound. When they passed by the Chow family's ancestral home, the courtyard door was wide open. The old Chow Shi was squatting at the door, eating melon seeds. The young Chow Jun was squatting on the wall, still eating melon seeds. It was obvious that they were here to watch the show. Chow Shi chuckled and said, "Little grandaunt, is this your little lover? You're already whispering sweet nothings so early in the morning. Chow Jun and I, these 2 big men, are so envious." Chow Jun, who liked to squint at people, was still smiling. The pair of long and short swords hung at his waist. He nodded and said, "Envious, envious." GQ snorted coldly. "A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow." No wonder the ancestral home collapsed. Chow Shi was a dignified land sword immortal of the South Saw continent and half the owner of a sea-calming tower. Instead of being annoyed, he smiled even wider. "Little grandaunt, you're right. I just don't know why after so many years, there is no one in our old Chow family. I was doing well in the South Saw continent. Why did my family fall into such a situation?" GQ didn't stop walking. She turned to look at Chow Shi and smiled innocently. "You can forgive a natural disaster, but you can't live with the evil you brought upon yourself. Is there anyone who eats your family's little people? Besides, magic is forbidden in this town. It's harder to raise a little person with the help of your family's ancestral home. Maybe your Chow family has never had a little person with the help of your family. Right?" Chow Shi laughed. That's reasonable. Little grand aunt, walk slowly. The alley is shabby. Be careful not to sprain your ankle. GQ turned her back to the old bastard, her face gloomy. From the beginning to the end, Chen Pingan didn't say a word. Chao Jun asked with a smile, Old Chao, what's the matter? In the South Saw continent, with your achievements, the number of little people with the help of your family should be enough to gather on the lintel and plaque to fight a war, right? Chao Shi didn't take it seriously and said, it's one thing that it's difficult to have little people in the Pearl Cave. She didn't lie. However, with Xie Shi and my achievements, there should be one or two left. For example, the Xie family in the Peach Leaf Alley relied on a pair of little people to maintain the family tradition for hundreds of years and barely keep their children alive. Otherwise, they would have died out like our shabby house. Chao Jun clicked his tongue and said, because of that girl. Then why are you so kind? Don't tell me you want to sleep with her. A fiery red fox jumped from the roof to Chao Jun's head and laughed, sleep with her. Old Chao doesn't have the guts to do that. That young girl is now the center of attention. Even if Old Chao was a level higher, he wouldn't dare to do anything to her. At most, he'd only have a few tricks up his sleeves. His silver spear is made of wax, nice to look at but useless. Chao Shi turned his head and said with a smile, get away from me. You smell like a fox. You're preventing me from breathing the air of my hometown. The fox standing on Chao Jun's head stretched out a paw and pointed to the bottom of its feet. It didn't forget to stomp its feet and said, come on, come on. If you have the ability, take out the natal sword on your wrist and cut me. Chao Shi, if you don't cut me, you're my grandson. Just cut me to death. If I dodge, I'll be your granddaughter. Chao Jun shook his head and didn't throw the fox away. He said helplessly, you two can be angry, but can you not implicate me? To be fair, Old Chao only married the 38th beautiful concubine. If you really can't stand it, you can just peel off her skin and use it as your new clothes. You've done this kind of thing many times. You should be more familiar with it. Why do you have to take it out on me? The fiery red fox sneered, that old bastard likes to have big buttocks. After so many years, he hasn't improved at all. It's really disgusting. Chao Shi sat on the threshold again and ate melon seeds. Money can't buy what I like. Oh, that's right. Coquettish woman, I'll treat you to melon seeds during the new year. Bang! The fiery red fox shattered on top of Chao Jun's head and then revealed its original form on the roof. However, it exploded again in an instant. The process repeated from the ridge of the Chao family's old house to the house next door. It extended all the way until it left Mud Bottle Alley. The fiery red fox didn't suffer. Its eyes were dim. Gritting its teeth, it sat cross-legged on a raised eave and began to breathe. Chao Shi had run out of melon seeds. She clapped her hands and stood up. Walking back to the courtyard, she said to Chao Jun, don't be rash. The Dali dynasty is now a place that must be fought for. It's not as simple as you think. Languid, Chao Jun said, I know. No, the way. Chao Shi chewed on the words and finally sneered, you don't have the right to say those words. Chao Jun said cynically, I know. Chao Shi strode into the house and said hatefully, Ninth Realm trash. Chao Jun's expression was calm. Chen Pingan went to the courtyard next door and handed the bucket back to the girl. He asked casually, Song Jixin didn't come back. She didn't answer the question, where are the hens and chicks in my house? Chen Pingan said blankly, I don't know. The girl carefully sized up the youth. Suddenly, she smiled brightly and stopped asking questions. However, she held out 2 fingers and gestured, Song Mu is now so much taller than you. Chen Pingan said, "Oh." Then, he turned and walked back to his courtyard. Chen Pingan had just unlocked the door and entered the courtyard when he suddenly saw the inverted Fu character above his house's door. It had disappeared without a trace. He flew into a rage and walked to the wall without saying anything. "GQ, where is the Fu character in my house?" Then, he laughed out of anger. It turned out that the Fu character was stuck on the door next door. This thief was really daring. The girl placed the bucket in the kitchen and walked out slowly. She said innocently, "I don't know." Her answer was exactly the same as Chen Pingan's. Chen Pingan said angrily, "Give it back to me." GQ's eyes widened. "Then why did I deliberately leave the wooden figurine in the kitchen?" "You clearly touched it, but I didn't say anything." Chen Pingan was speechless. He was indeed in the wrong. GQ suddenly asked, "Qi Jing. Mr. Qi's school, did you put up the Spring Festival couplets?" Chen Pingan was stunned. He nodded and said, "Yes, I did. I didn't forget the Spring Festival couplets and the Fu character." Chen Pingan didn't want to continue arguing with her. He went straight to the house and took out the remaining Fu character. He built a ladder and put up a new inverted Fu character. The girl stood by the wall and reminded him, "It's crooked." Chen Pingan was unmoved. He used his fingers to gently press the red paper and paste. The girl said anxiously, "It's true. Why would I lie to you? Chen Pingan, why don't you know what's good for you? If the Fu character is crooked, it's inauspicious." Chen Pingan walked down the ladder and looked up to make sure it wasn't crooked. The girl continued to chatter, "It's really crooked. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chao Shi and the other cultivators to take a look." Of course, he had to continue practicing the mountain-quaking fish diligently. After all, it was still too early to reach the promised 1,000,000 punches. The matter of drawing talismans was tantamount to another way of practicing martial arts. The former focused on the body, while the latter focused on the internal tempering of the Qi Fu and aperture acupoints. The two did not conflict, but instead complemented each other. Chen Pingan was only allocating a portion of the time he spent on practicing the stance to drawing talismans. But drawing talismans required talisman paper, and talisman paper was real gold and silver. This inevitably made Chen Pingan feel a little weak and apprehensive. In the end, he still earned too little money. Besides these, Chen Pingan's greatest regret was that he was temporarily unable to control the Fangsuan item given by the sword spirit. Although he was relieved to leave most of his property in the blacksmith shop, it was still inconvenient. Cui Dongshan and the green-clothed child's Fangsuan item let Chen Pingan see the preciousness and practicality of this kind of treasure. No wonder not everyone on the mountain had one. Chen Pingan looked to the south, wondering how Master Ruan's sword forging was going. Ruan Ting had promised Miss Ning that he would help her forge a divine weapon. If the forging was successful one day, she would have a handy sword, and he himself would have a locust wood sword. Chen Pingan felt that it was a good idea to name them Subdue Demons and Exorcise Demons. In addition to the sword embryo, although Master Wenqing called it Little Fingdu, Chen Pingan felt that it was more appropriate to rename it First Day or Morning. After all, it came to this world in the form of a flying sword for the first time in the morning of the first day of the first lunar month. When Chen Pingan's mind gave birth to such an idea, the sword embryo, which had been silent for a long time, immediately began to stir up trouble in his qi si. Chen Pingan's face turned red in an instant, and he began to suffer. Chen Pingan took a deep breath. It was too late to go into the house, so he could only use the sword furnace stance to deal with the sword embryo's swift and violent retaliation. It was unspeakably painful. At the station closest to the town, the imperial tutor of the Dali dynasty, Cui Dong, had been staying there recently. He neither wantonly announced nor deliberately hid his whereabouts. Today, the imperial tutor walked out of the station. He did not let swordsman Su Ruo follow him and went on a long journey alone. Every step Cui Dong took him 3 to 4 miles away. Finally, he stood in the middle of a winding path and stopped an old man in ragged clothes. The old man, who was battered and exhausted, looked at the Dali imperial tutor in a scholarly robe. His eyes were cloudy, and he was still not awake. The old man only relied on the last bit of telepathy left and asked a strange question: "You are not my grandson. Where is my grandson?" Cui Dong's eyes were complicated. He wanted to say something but stopped. The old man, who was covered in grass and mud, continued to ask, "Where is my grandson?" "I don't want to see you, I want to see my grandson." Cui Dong put his hands behind his back. His 10 fingers were crossed and slightly trembling. The old man, who was in a daze, suddenly shouted angrily, "Where is my grandson? Where did you hide him? Give Jean Eyre back to me." Speaking of this, the old man's aura suddenly fell to the bottom. He murmured, "I want to change my grandson's name, give him a better name." Cui Dong looked sad and said self-deprecatingly, "It feels like a lifetime ago." "It is not as if, it is clearly a lifetime ago." The old man in ragged clothes reached out and pushed Cui Dong's shoulder away. He walked straight forward, "Get out of the way. Don't delay me from looking for Jean Eyre. I want to find his husband and ask him if my new name is good." Cui Dong stood in the same place and did not stop him. Cui Dong looked into the distance. A middle-aged monk with a resolute face was slowly approaching. Ascetic monks measured heaven and earth with their feet. They were Buddhists. "195. In the eyes of GQ, who was separated by a wall, Chen Pingon was sitting on a small stool. He was swaying as if he was dozing off. However, in the perception of Chao Jun, the sword cultivator, Chen Pingon's spirit was shaking violently. He was like a small boat in the river, in danger of capsizing at any time. The red fox stood on Chao Jun's shoulder and teased, "Although I don't know the origin of that sword embryo, I can be sure that it is of very high quality. Even I would covet it. You just suffered a little loss and you want to give it up. This is not like you, Chao Jun, to do things." Chao Jun threw the melon seed shells into the yard next door and shook his head. "I won't fight for it. Old Chao is right. It's better not to move in the near future. If I die, everything will be in vain." The red fox said bewitchingly, "You can't do the same thing more than 3 times. You still have one chance. Let's fight for it. A horse can't get fat without wild grass, and a man can't get rich without a windfall. Since you, Chao Jun, suffered a big setback in your early years, your heart lake was stirred into a muddy pool by someone, causing your cultivation to stagnate. If you don't take the unconventional path now, how can you achieve great things?" Chao Jun was silent. He just lowered his head and ate the melon seeds. His eyes were gloomy. Chao Jun had been famous since he was born. He was originally a once-in-a-century great sword deity embryo in the South Saw continent. In his heart lake, he was born with wisps of pure sword energy. He was slender and elegant, just like a lake full of lotus flowers. He only needed to wait for the day to bud. However, later on, he encountered an unforeseen event. His heart lake was smashed by a peak powerhouse. Most of his sword energy withered and became a withered lotus. Since then, Chao Jun became the laughingstock of the entire South Saw continent. The sword geniuses of his generation who were left far behind by him in the past had now surpassed him one by one. The red fox sighed and patted Chao Jun's head with its paw. Poor boy. His sword foundation is broken, and his future is ruined. After so many years, he doesn't even have the heart to wrestle with God. Chao Jun was slightly surprised. He turned his head to look at the young man's ancestral house. This guy's temperament is not bad. I didn't see it before. He actually found his own convenient method. There were many things in the world that were not frightening to the knowledgeable mountain immortals, but they would still find interesting. The red fox was slightly surprised, too. It jumped to Chao Jun's head and craned its neck to observe the battle between the young man and the sword embryo inside his body. It said softly, "Yes, it's similar to the Buddhist horse post that helps the young man's soul boat function as an anchor." This young man's body was in tatters and had to be mended. It was not easy for him to reach this stage. However, it wasn't enough to subdue the sword embryo. Chao Jun, before you were tricked by others, your life was too smooth. After that, it was too bumpy. Perhaps your experience today will be a bit of inspiration for your path of cultivation. Chao Jun no longer smiled in front of others. His expression turned serious. Cultivation depended on the size of one's talent. Even if some people's bowls were very big, if there was too little rice in them, they would still not be able to eat their fill. Naturally, their achievements would be limited. On this long journey, from the South Whirlpool continent to the barbarian Eastern Aquarius continent, Chao Jun had gained a lot. Every little thing benefited him. In the process of wrestling with the sword embryo, although the young man was mentally tough and had the help of the anchor to calm his heart and not let his soul drift, the sword embryo's essence, chi, and spirit were too strong. It was aggressive and rampaging. It was a barbaric way of defeating 10 people with brute force. The red fox slapped its claws together and gloated, "He is going to lose. Miserable, miserable, he might have to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month." The sword embryo has obviously just developed spirituality and doesn't know how to use its own talent. Otherwise, the young man wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Although Chao Jun's cultivation was not as good as the fox demon above his head, different professions were different worlds. As a sword cultivator who once had the hope of reaching the top, he had his own unique insight. Not necessarily. The red fox was surprised. There are 3 deep cities in the young man's body. Could it be that he is a good sword cultivator embryo? No, it should have been carved out after birth. However, it is completely natural. What a big deal. No wonder I misjudged him. Deep city was a common saying to describe a person's foresight. It was a slightly derogatory term. However, on the mountain, it was a great compliment. The acupoints were like cities and mansions. Naturally, the higher and bigger they were, the more spectacular they were. The red fox sighed softly. Such an unremarkable young man has a strange character that can't be underestimated. Chao Jun, you should listen to the old bastard. Don't cause trouble for a while. Although this broken dragon pearl cave is a Taoist field in a snail's shell, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It is not good to be too arrogant. Chao Jun nodded. Yes, I have to tuck my tail between my legs. The red fox was so angry that it stepped on Chao Jun's head. You little bastard. I kindly reminded you. Why are you scolding me? The young man's aura gradually stabilized. For some reason, the sword embryo that had the upper hand suddenly retreated. It quietly swam in a towering chi mansion. Chao Jun no longer peeked at the scene. He smiled mischievously. I heard you have a younger sister called Qingning. She is one of the ancestors of the Fox clan like you. She has a chance of giving birth to a 9th tail. Old Chao has been drooling over her beauty for many years. Is she really beautiful? The red fox raised its tail and used it as a fan to gently fan the wind. It bared its teeth and said, "Beautiful my ass. She has a dead face. She has never liked to smile since she was young. She is also arrogant. One look and I know she has no good fortune. With the old bastard's taste, even a sow would be as beautiful as a fairy as long as it is big." Chao Jun hesitated for a moment. He asked softly, "I heard she has been wandering around the Grand Town Tower for 100 years. Is she hoping to become that fellow's concubine?" The red fox released its tail and laughed as if it had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Master Bai would like her. Master Bai is one of the oldest monster kings in the world. He has traveled to the corners of 2 worlds. What kind of female hasn't he seen? Why would he like such an ordinary little fox?" The Jinhai Tower stood on the coast of the South Sea in the Hausa continent. The Chao family happened to be one of the gatekeepers, so Chao Jun knew a lot of inside information. The red fox said in a low voice, "The saints of the 3 sects treated our Master Bai unfairly. It is obvious that Master Bai helped." In the house, Chao Shi shouted, "Bitch, do you want to die? Shut up." The fiery red fox abruptly returned to its senses and realized that it had misspoken. It actually raised its head and looked towards the sky before putting its palms together and bowing, as if it was sincerely bowing and apologizing. It didn't even dodge and allowed its body and skin to be blasted apart by a strand of sword chi from Chao Shi's finger. 20 words, accept the punishment obediently. Chao Shi used 20 sharp sword chi in succession. The red fox didn't dodge even once. In the end, Chao Jun held the dying fox with both hands and walked back to the house. Chao Shi was still angry. She pointed at Chao Junhuai's fox and scolded, "If you want to die and jump into Wanting's sword furnace, Wanting will still remember you. Don't make a ruckus here and drag my Chao family down with you. The world is vast, and the 3 sect masters can ignore it. But what about their disciples? Putting everything else aside, don't you know the temper of the owner of the inverted hanging mountain? You wastrel." The red fox's head tilted and it fainted. Chao Jun said softly, "It's almost enough. Without it, you wouldn't be here today. You can be a bad person, but you have to have a conscience." Chao Shi suddenly stopped. Her eyes were gloomy as she stared at her grandson who had lost his smile. Chao Shi looked disgusted. She waved her sleeve and said, "Go tell that little bastard Chao Mao not to lower himself to the Yuan family's level. His vision is as small as a grain of rice. He only cares about the gains and losses of the Dali Temple. A bunch of useless people. Why don't they die? He still has the face to see the ancestor. Tell him to get out." Chao Jun held the fox and turned to leave with an indifferent expression. Chao Shi stayed alone in the ancestral residence and began to slowly walk around the courtyard. Once upon a time, there was a sickly old man who lay in the dimly lit room all year round. There was an unfilial drunkard who had a headache all day long about the expenses of the funeral. There was a meek woman who had no opinions of her own. She had to get up early and work in the dark. Not only did she have to do the household chores, but she also had to work in the fields. She was 30 years old and looked older than the other women in Mud Bottle Alley who were 40 years old. However, at that time, there was a mischievous and shabby youth who was not afraid of anything. He laughed and laughed every day. He didn't study or do anything. He was just daydreaming. He always felt that sooner or later, he would buy the biggest house on Fulu Street. As for whether or not his grandfather and parents would still be alive even if there was a day where he could make a name for himself, the young man was too busy idling around and daydreaming to think about that at all. The old man who was no longer a youth took out the old rusty copper coin and held it high above his head. He looked through the holes in the copper coin and then through the square roof courtyard. Thinking back, there seemed to have been such a conversation. Mother, when I become successful in the future, I'll let you sleep in the mountains of gold and silver. Alas! Mother, I'm telling you the truth. Quickly put away the copper coin. If your father sees it, he'll take it away again. She collected her thoughts and looked around. She said self-deprecatingly, after becoming an immortal, my human aura is gone. Pingan locked the door and left Clay Bottle Alley. He came to the shop in Riding Dragon Alley. The boy in green was sitting at the door in a daze. The boy in green said indignantly, Old Master, what's wrong? You don't believe in my judgment. That means your judgment is really bad. Pingan asked tentatively, what's wrong with the name? The boy in green shouted. He finally could not help but speak up for justice. He stood up and placed his hands on his hips. He said passionately, Old Master. Subduing demons, eliminating demons, which swindler Taoist doesn't talk about this? Early. I'm still in the afternoon. What about the evening? The first day. The 15th day. Master, these 3 names are all common names on the streets. Not only are they not imposing, they are not novel at all. Look at other people's sword names. Old Master, your students, Jin Sui, it fits the image and is not common. There's also Chao Jun's, Baiyu, Mo Zhao. Look at your, subduing demons and eliminating demons on the first day. If I was an enlightened sword spirit, I would spit out blood. I agree. Pingan thought for a long time. I won't change the name. The green-robed little boy slapped his forehead, and said earnestly, south of our Aquarius continent, there is a famous immortal mansion, and the founding ancestor gave it the name of the invincible Divine Fist Gang, and it has been a joke for many years. Master, your naming method is different, but achieves the same result. But luckily Old Master does not look like a genius sword cultivator. I reckon that in the future, the name of your sword will not be heard by many people. So as long as Old Master is happy. Pingan was about to speak when his heartstrings trembled. He stood up quietly, all of you stay at Dragon Rider Alley. I will go to other places to walk around. Pingan went to the backyard of the Yang family store. After Pingan sat down, Old Man Yang said slowly, let's talk about some small things first. The 2 little snakes that are following behind you, tell them to leave the town and go to Luopa Mountain quickly. Next, Ruan Qi is going to forge a sword. It will be very loud. I'm afraid that all the monsters in the Longquan County will be in trouble. At the very least, the sound of the forging of the sword will shatter the 100 years of cultivation that they have worked so hard to accumulate. They might even be beaten back to their original form, and their souls might even scatter. Afterwards, the Dragon Spring Commandery and Huaiwang provincial government would notify all the recorded demons to either temporarily leave this place or seek refuge in the 2 martial temples and mountains. This was because these places contained wind and water and were abundant in spiritual qi. They could help block the aftershocks of Ruanting's sword forging. Those 2 little things of yours, don't think that they can really live peacefully just because they have a peace and quiet plate. Pingan's face was heavy. All right, I will go back and inform them. Old Yang smoked his pipe, as if he was mulling over how to phrase his words. Pingan sat upright and still, uneasy. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard it before. It's useless even if you have. Old Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. Although it's called the Sword-Suppressing Tower, in the beginning, this was considered an ascension platform. However, that's a long time ago. It's useless to talk about it. Old Yang retracted his gaze and said calmly, because of your existence, I've done a lot of business these years and made a lot of money. Back then, I taught you the breathing technique because I made a profit from a business deal. Therefore, you don't have to be grateful. Business is business. Perhaps one day, if your enemy sits here and takes out enough bargaining chips, I'll still talk business with him and sell you. Chen Pingan was silent. He was a little sad. In the end, he was still a teenager. No matter how much hardship he had suffered, no matter how far he had traveled, he was still a teenager. After the new year, he would only be 15 years old. Old Yang pointed at the hairpin on Chen Pingan's head. Although it's just a normal hairpin, I like the words on the side. Therefore, I'm prepared to make a small business deal with you. You use this hairpin to exchange for a square-inch item. Even a martial artist of the second realm can use it. Just based on this point alone, it's rarer than most of the square-inch items in the world. Next, you'll go south alone. No, this time, you'll really have no one to rely on. Without something to rely on, you won't be able to go far. Chen Pingan was dumbfounded. Old Yang quietly waited for an answer. Chen Pingan asked softly, if one day I want to redeem the hairpin, can I? Old Yang smiled and said, others probably can't. You, Chen Pingan, have helped me earn so many times. I can make a small exception this time. However, I'll say the ugly words first. When the time comes, it won't be a square-inch item that can be redeemed. Chen Pingan took off the jade hairpin and handed it to the old man. The old man took the normal white jade hairpin and put it into his sleeve without even looking at it. In the next moment, before Chen Pingan could withdraw his hand, a jasper dagger less than an inch long appeared in his palm. Old Yang smiled and said, I think the name you gave the sword embryo is pretty good. Chi is a very good sign. It's just that those two little guys didn't know what was good for them. Coincidentally, this pocket flying sword can be nurtured into a high-grade natal flying sword. It can also be used as a square-inch item. It's called 15. Chen Pingan asked in a low voice, it's very precious, isn't it? Just accept it. Old Yang's mouth twitched. Who doesn't eat dumplings for the new year? You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.